Hello, hello, hello. Oh, okay. We're going to start, yes. We got enough people. No, she's not writing to me. All right.
Va bene.
Good morning to everybody. Is it working? Is it oh, okay. Good morning to everybody. I think that we should start. No. No, good morning. Welcome to everybody.
Okay, we're going to convene this meeting here. Hello?
Hello?
Let's do this,
That's
okay?
very rude.
Yeah, we're going to convene this meeting.
Okay. Welcome to everybody to the session on the political economy of Piero Sraffa. Today, in this session, we are going to have 5 panelists. Andrea Lazzarini, then Jonathan Smith, Scott Carter, Saverio Frattini, Alex Thomas. And since we are already a bit late, I'll give immediately the floor to Andrea Lazzarini. Andreas.
Hi, everyone. Morning. Thank you very much for this invitation, Scott Carter, Clara, all the team in Tulsa. I'm really excited of being part of this launching of the Center for Heterodox Economics. And hopefully, I look forward to future collaborations to discuss within and outside the heterodoxy about, real issues affecting on many angles and sides of social in society everywhere. So we have a short amount of time to talk about the political economy of Piero Sraffa. Let me begin by saying Piero Sraffa was born in Torino, Turin, Italy, August 1898, and died in Cambridge, September 1983. I have a lot of more biographical details about him, but it's not appropriate to go through all of them. However, I would like to highlight that part of his scientific and intellectual journey was affected on several occasions of his life for all, the things that he went through during his trips from Italy to England, and also because of the Mussolini fascist government back in the day, and many other things that, we can have some discussion afterwards. But so all these things are important. In particular, I would like to also stress that people were very important to Sraffa. In particular, I would say, John Maynard Keynes. He was a close friend of Piero Sraffa's, and Piero Sraffa took John Maynard Keynes' advice very seriously. As you can see, the very first page of his Production of Commodities by Means of Commodities. So all these biographical things can be put forward to, relate to his economic theory and thinking. So let me now today, giving you a broad picture of his main contributions to economics, which I sort of put in 3, broad areas, like the history of economic thought, the revival of the classical political economist and Marx, which eventually turned out to be the so-called modern surplus approach. Then, of course, the critique of the marginalist economic theory, or neoclassical economic theory, or orthodox economic theory, however you want to call it. Of course, all these 3 big areas are intertwined, and this is not in any chronological order. Actually, he started off his journey by reading Marshall in the late 1910s in Italy, and then, in his search for the ultimate cause of cost and how to measure the prices, eventually he came across, a rereading of the classical political economist, and then we have the surplus approach. Anyway, I will basically focus on point 2 and hopefully 3. So on the first point, history of economics thought, just to highlight that his huge and amazing contribution to economic theory was his publication of David Ricardo's works and correspondence, which basically, we were talking about this before, took more than 20 years to be published, although on the contract that he had signed with the Royal Economic Society, he had promised to be published in 1 year time to John Maynard Keynes. But eventually, many things turned up in his life. Nonetheless, the fact that he discovered some letters in Ireland between Ricardo and James Mill, and actually Keynes was very much excited about this, and so he was okay to push back publication of the works and correspondence of David Ricardo. The main, I would say, there are a lot of contributions and discoveries in that scholarship work of Sraffa, but the introduction to the works and correspondence of David Ricardo was perhaps one of the most important, key, and crucial additions by Sraffa, and basically that is the place perhaps where we can retrieve the skeleton of the surplus approach, which eventually he would put forward in his book in 1960. Anyway, just to mention this, he was awarded the Sunderstrom Gold Medal by the Royal Swedish Academy of Science because of the in 1961, because of this publication. So his contribution to history of economic thought, not only fell within this, David Ricardo's publication, but other things as well, not in terms of publication, but in terms of his intellectual interest, I would say. Okay, so let's come down to let's say, area, the area of the reappraisal, rediscovery of the classical political economy and Marx. And I would say this rediscovery or reinterpretation of the classical political economist from the physiocrats through Smith, Ricardo, and Marx basically came out of his critique of Marshallian theory, okay? By the mid-1920s, if you want, on paper in 1930, exactly on the Economic Journal, Sraffa said, we have to discard 100% Marshallian theory. Out of this research, which, as I have said before, actually started in the late 1910s, so it took a few years for him to discard the Marshallian theory, right, and to rediscover and put forth his way of reappraising the classical political economist and Marx. Basically, the main issue here is the acknowledgement or recognition that income distribution, the prices of the so-called factors of production, cannot be explained through the supply and demand functions or marginal productivity and things like that. At that time, Sraffa was rejecting the so-called subjective disutilities of the marginalist theory by Marshall, and then he came across basically this reinterpretation of the classical political economists and Marx. Okay, so this is just how he put forward this rediscovery, which he said, like, after criticizing Marshall's supply and demand curves for the decreasing and increasing returns, he basically said, okay, in the normal case, the cost of commodities produced competitively must be regarded as constant in respect of the small variations in the quantities. And so the simple way of approaching the problem of the value, competitive value, the old and now obsolete theory, which makes it dependent on the cost of production alone, appears to hold its ground as the best available. So this is the classical political economy, the classical value theory. And he called it obsolete because at that time, of course, it had been totally abandoned, as we know. And then, of course, this can be linked to Sraffa's papers, which we are going to talk about this hopefully in this session as well. And in some of his, thank you, of his notes in preparation for his lectures, which he would deliver in Cambridge in 1927. Eventually, it was pushed back to the next year. In these pre-lectures, so-called pre-lectures note, he actually said something in his, rediscovery of the classical political economists, and in that, journey, the discarding of the Marshallian theory. And he said something like, two standards were offered. They are the same thing, words. But in the same manuscript, you see that, however, there is one reality in cost, labor, okay? And now we come here to the fact that, okay, you may be asking yourself, oh, is it the labor embodied in the commodities? Well, this is, another piece of his notes, pre-lectures notes, 1927. It is not, actually, because what he was trying to say is, no, it's actually all the necessaries, all the goods that are needed for the workers, okay, to get into the production, into the productive process, okay? So the variations in cost in one commodity arise only from changes in the coefficients of production, namely in the proportions in which different factors enter into the productive process, okay? So all these strikes through and read are from Sraffa's original. Okay. Interestingly, he said, I really like this part. He said, we must find a unit of measure for cost. The necessity for this unit arises not from a desire of actually measuring, okay? So it's not because of the technicality of measuring. The willingness on the part of Sraffa is not that. It's actually, as he said, prior to it, okay? And it's required for thinking of cost, okay? So he's speaking with himself, I think, and he's trying to put foundations in his new theory that he was starting to create, actually, but with relation with the classical. So, and actually after this, he says, thus Ricardo's theory of value based on the amount of labor. I would say also Sraffa would have written Marx's theory of value as well, because Marx was, in that particular sense, also he took the labor theory of value as had been laid out by Ricardo. Two interpretations can be given. One is the subjective utility one, which actually was Marshall's, and the objective physical necessaries of existing one, which is Sraffa's. He probably had not always clear in mind, this is very important, the distinction between 1 and 2, but I believe that the latter is the one that underlies his theory of value. So this is I would say the rediscovery of the classical political economist in a way which eventually will be, consistent in terms of the presentation of the theory. And of course, I don't have time to continue, but eventually in those same notes, we can already see the first layout of Sraffa's equations eventually, as you see. Here, we can produce commodity A and B by means of using commodity A and B, okay, for a subsisting economy. You have the input and the output, and then at the end of the day, he came up with this A2 equals B1, which of course, they are heterogeneous commodities and they cannot be the same, but still, we are thinking, he's thinking, about his theory of value and the connection with the classical political economics, which will reveal to be key and crucial for Sraffa. Okay, I will stop here. Maybe later we have more time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, especially because you stick to the time. And now, Jonathan Smith, thank you very much.
here somewhere.
Yeah, it should be. It should be here.
Not much.
That's a Word. It should be the Word document. And I even put your name on that.
Oh yeah, no, it's okay. It's not. It's all right. It doesn't matter. No problem. I can go without it. It doesn't matter. Okay, sorry about that. Oh. Are you okay with that? Sorry, before I begin, I'd just like to thank the organisers of this wonderful conference, which I'm sure in years to come will be seen as to misquote, shall I say, Maurice Dobb, an epoch-making event. I mean, it seems astonishing to me, and maybe it's a sign of getting old, that it's over 30 years since the papers of Piero Sraffa were opened to access by researchers. I mean, this was a watershed moment in Sraffa scholarship. Before the papers were opened, critical assessments of Sraffa's contribution to economic thought was based on a few early articles, the introduction to his magnificent edition of Ricardo, and of course, the slim, terse volume that is Production of Commodities by Means of Commodities. Once the papers were open, however, they proved to be a fertile resource for the genetic criticism of Sraffa's work, as is shown by the flowering of archive-based Sraffa scholarship published in the years following. I mean, we've already seen from Andres how important the archive is for scholarship. These same years saw advances in technology that made online digitised representations of archives possible, and eventually Sraffa's papers, like his contemporary Wittgenstein's, made their way online. I've spoken about the cataloguing of Sraffa's papers elsewhere, but today I want to touch on some of the factors that shaped their digitised version, which gives researchers worldwide access to his papers. But first, some background. When Sraffa died in 1983, his archive of personal and professional papers passed to Trinity College in Cambridge, where he had been a fellow since 1939. The archive is substantial, documenting many aspects of his intellectual career through notes, lectures, drafts, and other preparatory works for publication. Also correspondence with fellow economists and similar materials. If this was simply the case, the materials would surely be important for the study of his contribution to economic thought. However, Sraffa's professional idiosyncrasies made them especially valuable. The late Krishna Bharadwaj was one of the few people who were allowed access to the papers in the decade after Sraffa's death. In a report for Trinity College, he makes the importance of the papers absolutely clear, and this is a long quotation, but I make no apologies because I think it's one of the most magnificent pieces of writing I've ever seen discussing the importance of archives. She says, Sraffa's idiosyncrasies as a scholar heighten the importance of his unpublished manuscripts, while at the same time they demand absolute care and application of the researcher. His short and sparse publications were distilled from a deep and sustained research which did not find public expression since he was averse to participation in formal public discussions. Much of his tireless groundwork remains hidden from public view in his manuscript notes. Their connection with his published works is of great significance for the interpretation of the latter, as well as for assessing the full implication of Sraffa's critical and constructive writings. Secondly, Sraffa was also an original thinker with a remarkable capacity for self-criticism and an untiring, ruthless pursuit of theoretical vigour. His originality is revealed in his raising questions at the fundamental level, is working out novel ideas from first principles, trenchantly criticising his own formulations, so that the notes manifest crucial turns in the ideas and reshaping his approach. His approach, formulations and conclusions. This suggests that it could even be hazardous to deal with his notes mechanically in a piecemeal or chronological fashion, and that an overview is essential. In 1993, the college decided to open the papers to the academic world at large, and it suddenly became necessary to produce a catalogue of the archive to support scholarly use of the papers, effecting an ontology which describes the papers in a hierarchical fashion. This reflects Sraffa's arrangement and provides not only context, but a structure and vocabulary with which to discuss the archive. It is also one which respects the process of its author, which is essential for the effective study of authorial papers. Over the next few years, the archive became the most popular one at Trinity, with numerous scholars visiting the RAN. Visits in person to consult the materials were necessary, as the literary executor forbade copying except to a few. Even when the catalogue was placed online, in-person visits to consult the papers were necessary. This situation persisted for a number of years. However, as the potential of the internet and associated technologies grew year on year, the zeitgeist began to influence the prevailing view in special collections libraries, as access to materials began to outweigh control over images made of them. Though I wonder if Scott had been agitating in the background, the impetus to digitise the Sraffa papers came in the form of a request in 2016 from Giancarlo De Vivo and Murray Millgate, with the backing of Lord Eatwell, now literary executor following the death of Garignani, who had received a small grant to support the work. It became evident that the simplest way forward was to make use of the now existing technology at Trinity. In the previous few years, the library had been working on what is now known as the Trinity Digital Library, whose initial purpose was to provide digitised versions of the college's 1,000 or so medieval manuscripts online. The subject called for high-quality imaging and standards-driven software, together with trained camera operators and digital editors. All had been in place for a number of years and were tried and tested, making the project to digitise the papers reasonably straightforward. Though both the software and the hardware had been upgraded since the project started, the library has always used open source software. For the technically minded, JPEG 2000 images are currently stored on a Cantaloupe image server and displayed using Universal Viewer embedded in a library webpage. That means nothing to me, but it may mean something to you. One of the challenges faced by any archival digitisation project is to present a sort of digital materiality that reflects the actual materiality of the originals as closely as possible. In the case of the Sraffa papers, the arrangement of the digitised files was governed by the catalogue produced in 1993-4, and as such the catalogue provides the most natural contextual basis for navigating the digitised files, and links to the files are embedded in the online versions of the catalogue, which are available on Trinity's archival website. As to the files themselves, we might have done a little better in crafting our digital materiality, but funds were tight. Nevertheless, digital folders were created which match the original folders by grouping together images of each page in the original folder, which could be browsed exactly like the original. However, it is also possible to link directly to individual pages with each folder, thus making more accurate referencing to items within Sraffa's papers possible. So if you're writing an article and you want to refer to something on the digital website, you can just put a URL in which will take you directly to the page. The digitized versions are provided under a Creative Commons CC BY NC license, which allows users to share, copy, and redistribute them in any medium or format, and to remix, transform, and rebuild the material, as long as this is done for non-commercial processes and that appropriate credit is given. The project to digitize Sraffa's manuscripts was a simple one, but I hope one that has been reasonably effective in making them available to a much wider audience than previously was the case. However, there is another aspect to digital images that adds considerable value. In the early days of digital editions, it soon became apparent that rather than being simply copies of their analogue originals, digital images were a tool for aiding the analysis of those originals. And though some digital projects do have special functionality built in, I'm thinking here maybe of the Bergen digital edition of Wittgenstein's Nachlass, with its transcriptions marked up in XML, which allows users to search and manipulate the text in various ways. Most digital editions provide, to some extent, added value. Even in the simplest digital projects, it is possible to zoom in on areas to render illegible text legible, and also to compare images side by side, even where the originals of the two images may be in separate repositories halfway across the world. It is also possible to digitally reassemble manuscripts that have become scattered for various reasons. And as well as using the images for research purposes, they can also easily be used as evidence to corroborate that research, making it easier for the critical reader by presenting on their computer screens documents that they otherwise would probably have to travel many miles to see. In the case of Sraffa's digital edition, such basic value-added functions are enabled by the power of the software that allows extreme zooming, but also the choice of the Creative Commons license and the ability to address individual pages in the digital folder. Despite these possibilities, I've not encountered many people using the Sraffa Digital Archive in this way. One who certainly has is Scott Carter, who has produced an arrangement of the individual sheets in the production of commodities by means of commodities archives, based on the individual page rather than the folder. This reflects more accurately how the papers were produced rather than how they arrived in the library. And I expect we're going to hear more about the Tulsa arrangement from Scott himself in a few minutes. But it forms a granular basis for genetic criticism of Sraffa's most important theoretical work in true Sraffa style, i.e. from the ground up. As well as ordering and giving every sheet a Tulsa reference, there are transcripts and links to images of individual pages on Trinity's digital Sraffa. So these can be pulled up and referred to at the click of a mouse. I admired the intellectual rigour of the first wave of scholars to access the Trinity materials in the 1990s. Prolonged visits to the Wren Library at Trinity and close reading of the manuscripts produced substantial genetic criticism of Sraffa's work, with different viewpoints occasionally resulting in heated debate. The digitisation of the manuscripts makes such work possible for many more scholars, wherever they are in the world, and offers different techniques for analysing the materials. I look forward to meeting the second wave.
Thank you very much. And now we give the floor to Scott Carter.
Hi, everybody. I really appreciate you being here. Jonathan, that is just such a wonderful comment that you made, and I want to thank you for that. It's very special to me. I'm going to just jump right in here. I got a lot of slides here. And what I'd like to do is I'm going to speak about production of commodities by means of commodities, kind of give the basic foundation of that. It's going to be a little technical, but I'm going to try to make it as easy as possible. And then I'm going to move into some archival material based on the research that is done from the Tulsa arrangement, which is a cogent, chronological ordering of the papers. And it's going to be section D312 of the Sraffa papers, which is production of commodities by means of commodities. There should be a picture of production of commodities there. It's not up. In 1960, the Italian Cambridge economist Piero Sraffa published the slim, terse, and cryptic volume of less than 100 pages. It's 99 pages, okay? Production of commodities by means of commodities, subtitled Prelude to a Critique of Economic Theory. Marx, I should say, wrote Capital, a critique of political economy. And so there's always been some connection there, although not. I mean, I'm just putting it out there, FYI. In that book, Sraffa develops an alternative framework from which to develop the theory of value and distribution, kind of a micro-oriented approach to value and distribution here, or to economic theory looking at value and distribution. Key into Sraffa's framework, as Andres showed us, is the objective cost of production approach to value as opposed to the mainstream subjective approach. The basis of the framework then is in the realm of production, because production and objective cost becomes the foundation for value and distribution according to the classical model. There are two paradigms of economic thought, and this is just generally that we've been looking at. We've been talking a little bit about that the last couple of days. The first paradigm is the older paradigm, is classical political economy. That's going to base value on production time, cost of production, labor time. The second type of value and distribution begins later, and it's the marginalist theory of value and distribution, of which we now have, the mainstream economic analysis is part of that. I like to put up this brief, I call it a nonlinear sketch of the history of economic thought. You can see the schism, where do I have this thing right there? You can see the schism in 1870. 1870 is a marginalist revolution. Think Monty Python, now for something completely different, is how I tend to explain it to my students here. In the first part, you'll see the classical theory of value, production base, a theory of value. In the latter, you're going to see the neoclassical, but here, modern heterodox approaches, you can see where I lead with Sraffa coming out of the classical tradition into a modern approach to classical political economy. So this is where we get a little bit technical here, okay? So in this framework, Sraffa develops two simple models. It's a two-commodity model each, okay? The first one is called production for subsistence, okay? In production for subsistence, the inputs will exactly equal to the output. So you see here, you've got inputs to production are going to be the following. So you have two different industries. You have the wheat industry and the iron industry. The wheat industry uses wheat as means of production and iron as means of production, and so too for the iron industry in these particular amounts. Okay, and then this is going to be the output to production. So you'll see here, I draw. And it's called a transactions table. You'll see here all of the industries. It's going to be the wheat industry, the iron industry. This is going to be the total. What you're looking at here is the gross output. Now, you cannot add 280 and 12 to get 400. This is a production process. Just like in this particular device, it takes plastic, it takes metal, it takes all sorts of stuff to make this. This is an integrated production process, vertical integration into the production process. This started around the early 1920s, 1930s. Sraffa, we know from his notes, was one of the first one to establish this. And so you can see here, you're going to be looking here, this is going to be the sum of wheat used in the economy as a whole, the sum of iron used in the economy as a whole, which is going to be equal to the output, to the gross output. There is no net output in the surplus case. So what this does is it brings to 4, and Andres talked about this at the beginning when he did the B1 equal to A2. It's a balance condition, which for those who know Marx can also have some resonance in volume 2 of the schemes of reproduction. So you'll see here that in order for exchange between these two different industries to be effectuated, the iron industry needs wheat and the wheat industry needs iron. Ergo, there has to be an exchange process. And this exchange process, Sraffa shows us, is most simply understood when we're looking at what he calls a subsistence economy. No other economist has a subsistence economy. This is not Adam Smith's early and rude state. This is not Marx's simple reproduction, because both of those contain a net product. This is void of net product all the way. So there is no net product. So you have your means of production there. You can see the wheat for the wheat, the iron for the wheat for the iron for the iron. They're inputs, and then you're going to have the outputs. You're going to have inputs are going to exchange. I refer to an own exchange of the inputs. There's going to be exchange of wheat commodity for the wheat industry. That's going to be the seed. Iron commodity for the iron industry. That's going to be the input of iron. Sraffa in the 1920s refers to this as seed. He says interest on fixed capital, interest on seed. Now, he's going to develop this in some detail in other ways, but at this stage, he's recognizing what I refer to as the own exchange, wheat for wheat, versus the cross exchange, iron for wheat. So you have the wheat, the own exchange, and then you have the cross exchange. All right, and so that then becomes the basis of the exchange. We see then you have the change in inputs. You have the cross exchange of the inputs to the industry. And so here I'll just read here. There's a unique set, this is from Sraffa, Production of Commodities. There's a unique set of exchange values which, if adopted by the market, restores the original distribution of the products and make it possible for the process to be repeated. That's the idea, social reproduction. What are the conditions that allow for the society to reproduce itself? Such values spring directly from the methods of production and productive consumption. Particularly in this example, we see that it's 10 quarters of wheat for 1 ton of iron. And you can see the X1 is quarters of wheat, the X2 is tons of iron, so X1 is wheat, X2 is iron. I try to make this simple as possible. Right? And so you can see here, you're going to have different exchange value. If 120 units quarters of corn is equal to 12 tons of iron, you can either have 10 quarters of corn equal to 1 ton of iron or 1 quarter of corn equal to 1/10 ton of iron. So you can see you have the same relation there. And so this then gives you the different exchange relations. Now this is the form of price that Sraffa uses in production of commodities. It's strictly speaking what I would call exchange value. That's different from what we would call the price form, where the price form has a particular numeraire that's going to be the measure of value across it. So they're going to be related, but Sraffa specifically looks at this particular exchange value, and sussing this out has been one of the interesting aspects of this project. So you can see here, if you do consider a numeraire, and I apologize for those, I know I have a lot of time. I don't have a lot of time. I don't want to be too technical. That said, the numeraire can be chosen. Either you can express your numeraire in terms of tons of iron, or you can express your numeraire in terms of quarters of wheat. It's just the unit of account. And so you have two different sets of prices depending on which numeraire you choose. And so what I have put here is this. Okay, just real quick. This is going to be the exchange value, 1 quarter of wheat, 1/10 ton of iron, 10 quarters of wheat, 1 ton of iron. These are going to be the numeraire. When wheat's the numeraire, the price is equal to 1. When wheat's the numeraire, the cross price of iron is equal to 10 quarters per ton. All right, you can see that from that exchange relation there. And so too when you're looking at the local iron configuration. So when iron is a numeraire, the iron price of wheat is 1/10 ton per quarter. The iron price of iron is, of course, 1. 1 unit pure number, because 1 unit of iron exchanges for itself. 1 unit of wheat exchanges for itself. Okay? And then you're going to have what I call the input-output tables. What you do is you take your physical structure production. You'll see the 280 quarters of wheat, the 120 quarters of wheat, the 12 tons of iron, the 8 tons of iron, multiplied by the respective prices. This is going to be the wheat price. All right, so wheat multiplied by itself, of course, is equal to quarters. The wheat price of iron is going to be so many tons per quarter. So then you can see everything is going to be commensurate. The input of wheat for the wheat industry is 280 quarters. The input of iron for the wheat industry is now 120 quarters. And so too for the iron industry, you can commensurate the entire system depending on the numeraire. Thank you very much. Okay, and so then you're going to have this for iron. Iron is a numeraire. Now we move, and this is, don't worry about that, but that's just a linear algebra depiction of that subsistence economy. Then we go to production with a surplus. All right, now the only thing that differs from Sraffa and production with a surplus is this. Everything else is the same. The only thing he changes is going to be that. Okay, and so when we go through, we're going to see, you can see now that the output is going to be greater than the input for the wheat industry only. This now has a net output. You can see that net output's going to consist of 175 quarters of wheat and now 0 tons of iron. We would say that the iron industry does not produce anything extra. It's only going to be the wheat industry. That said, we move to the position here. Now when there's a surplus, the mathematics of it all change. You do not have that simple reproduction that you had previously where wheat and iron cross inputs are going to be exchanged. You're going to have that process, but there's also 175 quarters of wheat as surplus that needs to be distributed to the owners of the different industries according to the generated profit. And so how do we arrive at this generated profit? Sraffa reduces it in terms of here. Wait, I don't want to go to this one yet. Okay, this here. So he says we increase the iron to 575, leaving 175 quarters of wheat. The exchange ratio, which enables the advances to replace, is now going to be 15 quarters of wheat for 1 ton of iron, and the corresponding rate of profit is 25%. Now, Sraffa does not tell us how he got that 25%, and I spent decades trying to figure out what that is, okay? And so, or at least years, I should say, trying to figure out what that is. And we know this from, sorry to get technical, from the Perron-Frobenius theorems of non-negative square matrices, where if you were to ascertain the maximum eigenvalue of this particular matrix of inter-industry coefficients, you can arrive at the characteristic vector here, and then as such, you can arrive at the characteristic equation, which is here, and you can arrive at the maximum eigenvalue, which is here, which then takes you here as you go through it, and boom, there's your 25%. So it's a technical relation. Sraffa did not know the Perron-Frobenius theorems, okay? He developed this in terms of, I got 2 minutes, okay? I haven't even got to the Tulsa arrangement, so I got to get going on this, okay? Because what I want to show you is that he arrived at this, okay, in his notes in spring of 1928. Let me try to show you what I'm talking about. So this is going to be it. You have the different, you see the exchange ratio. There's going to be your 25% rate of profit. These are going to be the exchange values. These are going to be the prices. And then we're going to have here, that's our thing, and then we're going to the Tulsa arrangement. So let me go here. Okay, we're going to be doing this one. This is we're actually going to do D3. So Jonathan put the entire archive into these 10 different sections. This is the section I use, and I look at the publication section here. You can see it's going to be here. This is the publication section. It's got 115 files. Okay, we've arranged the first 102. Okay, Usha Pradhan, who is here, helped me 10 years ago as a graduate student at UMKC, and together we put together the prototype of this arrangement. So I break it down into 3 different periods here. What we have, you can't see that. This then becomes the Tulsa arrangement. I'm running out of time, so I don't want to go too crazy. But this is going to be the Ren Trinity and the Barjois-Garigliani archival arrangement, the Ren Trinity catalog, the Barjois-Garigliani inventory, and this is what I've done. All right, and I'll explain more about that in maybe in the questions. This is going to be the chronological order that this takes, so I've been able to put this in chronological order. Sraffa started teaching the advanced theory, the lectures on the advanced theory of value in fall of 1928, and you can see that most of the material in that period comes from before he had his thing. Okay, I'm leaving, okay? This is going to be the chronology that we had here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to take it to here. All right, so we're going to go here. We're going to be looking at the solution to the system in November of 1927. We know that Sraffa was able to solve for his system. These are these exchange values. Okay, 1A is equal to 67, 63rd C. You're looking at that exchange value relation, not the numeraire relation. Just give me 1 minute here. This is going to be one that he writes in February of 1955. So this idea that Sraffa was just in 1927 being very rudimentary, but he advanced beyond it is not true, because in 1955, when he went to the island of Mallorca, he reproduced exactly the same analysis there. I want you to look at this one here. You can see that the values are 1A to 3B, 1B to 2/3 C, 1C to 1/2 A, and then when you do the exchange, you see here, 1A to 3C, 3B, 1B to 2/3 C, and then 1C to 1/2 A. All right, so you can see that Sraffa solved it. Okay, I'm almost done here. And then he could not solve the surplus system. Okay, the equations are contradictory, so no solution exists. I will not try the Italian. I was practicing my Italian this morning, but I'm not going to do that. So he didn't find a solution. This is in November of 1927. Cut to the chase here. Okay, he does come up with a solution here. This is a subsistence system. I don't know why this is not up here. I don't have these pictures here. All right, anyway, what I want to show you is this. All right, and I'm done. This is going to be the system that he's going to be developing in 1928. This is going to be going through the particular situation. We arrive at that as the inverse of the maximum eigenvalue. And what I want to show you is that Sraffa solves it. Where's it at? Right here. Where's that thing at here? Where did I see it? Didn't I see it? This thing, I'm so sorry. I'm not getting my pages there. All right. He solved it. Where is it at? Here. Here's this. All right, so he does solve for the value, and then he also solves for the for the eigenvalue. So I really wish I was able to show that. It's right here. This eigenvalue he shows also in 1928. And so with that, let me say here, yes, that's the end. I know it was long, but it was quick. But thank you very much. I want to respect the time. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Okay.
Long and easy. Okay. Thank you very much, Scott. And now we go. Sorry, because I can't see anymore. Saverio Frattini. Thank you.
Thank you, Giovanna. Thank you, Scott.
It should be on this, on that one. It's already open. Yeah.
But my screen is different.
There was a problem here yesterday. I figured out how to solve, which is
The clock is running.
Not for me.
so something's making the No, this happened yesterday, and we were able to do the job.
Let's just end the show.
There you have it.
Okay. So thank you again. Oops. I don't know why there isn't a first slide, but anyway. No problem. Actually, my presentation is a sort of long introduction on topics that are perhaps probably already known. There is, however, a final slide in which I will talk about new path to be undertaken, new research path. I will start with a very brief historical reconstruction of what Sraffa did in the late 1920s. As is well known, on May 1927, Sraffa was appointed lecturer in economics by the Faculty of Economics of Cambridge University, and in July 1927 he moved to England. And during the summer 1927, Sraffa began preparing his lecture, and we know that during this period a turning point occurred on Sraffa's interpretation of the classical economists and on Sraffa's interpretation of Marshall theory of prices. As a result, on October 1927, Sraffa's lectures were postponed and they eventually started in October 1928. From Sraffa's pocket diary, we know that he met Keynes on November 26, 1927, and Keynes approved the first equations. The first equation, as Scott said a few minutes ago, are the equation determining relative prices for an economy without surplus. And 2 days later, Keynes wrote to his wife, saying that Sraffa is in so much intellectual ferment and excitement about his ideas, since I said that I thought there was something in them, that he walks very fast up and down his room all day thinking about them. It is impossible for him to write them down, because as soon as he thinks about them, he has to start walking again. Actually, this presentation focuses on what Sraffa discovered in that period and on the way in which this discovery affected Sraffa's work till production of commodities by means of commodities. Okay, so in the fall and the winter 1927 and 1928, Sraffa discovered that there was a degeneration of the notion of cost for the initial notion of the physiocrats to the modern notion. In fact, according to Adam Smith, in order to put industry into motion, 3 things are requisite: materials to work upon, tools to work with, and the wages or recompense for the sake of which the work is done. And a similar idea can be found in James Mill. James Mill wrote that the agents of production are the commodities themselves. They are the food of the laborer, the tools and the machinery which he works, and the raw material which he works upon. This means that commodities are produced by means of commodities, and this is the idea of a circular process of production, in contrast with the one-way avenue from the factors of production to consumption goods that we can find in the modern approach. And this is the idea of the physical cost, namely the cost of production in terms of the commodities that enable the production process. Nonetheless, at the same time, since labor was understood as the engine of the production process was actually a process of labor, the employment of commodities was considered as approximately proportional to the employment of labor. Hence, labor was understood as a possible measure, not a possible source, but a possible measure of the cost of production of commodities, so that their relative prices were approximately determined by the relative quantities of labor they embody. However, labor was also understood by Adam Smith as a sacrifice, as toil and trouble. But then, according to the vulgar economists, capital accumulation was also regarded as a sacrifice, since capital accumulation involves abstinence from consumption. Hence, Marshall said that the real cost is a sum of measurable efforts and sacrifices. Finally, there was the idea of the cost as inducement. Since labor and waiting involve sacrifices, something must be given to workers and capitalists in order to induce them to take part in the production process. According to Sraffa, this was the last step in the wrong direction. And this is a well-known document from Sraffa's archive, in which Sraffa described the evolution of the concept of cost. According to Sraffa, it was only Petty and the physiocrats who had the right notion of cost as the loaf of bread, the subsistence for the workers. Then somebody started measuring it in labor, as every day's labor requires the same amount of food. Then they proceeded to regard cost as actually an amount of labor. Then Adam Smith interpreted labor as the toil and trouble, which is the real cost and the hardship. Then this was by Ricardo brought back to labor, but not far back enough, and Marx went only as back as Ricardo. Then Senior invented abstinence, and Keynes unified all the cost, work, abstinence, and risk as sacrifice. Now, Davenport, Castle, and Anderson, which are the fathers of the idea of cost as inducement, have carried it a step further, the last step, in the wrong direction. So according to Sraffa, the right notion of cost is the physical cost, the set of commodities that are necessary to enable the production process. Since the production process cannot take place without the employment of the commodities that form the real cost, they must be there when the process begins. They are observable and measurable. No tricks can be played. Here we have a nice example provided by Sraffa about the difference between the physical cost and the cost as inducement. In Sraffa's example, carrots are necessary if we want a donkey to work. But there are two sorts of carrots: those which we must have given to it before in order to enable it to work, otherwise it would be dead, and those you must show to it and promise to it in order to induce it to work. There is a great difference between the two. The first is a definite number or weight of real carrots determined by physiological conditions, and since they have been actually consumed, it has been possible to weigh them and to know exactly to the ounce their quantity. No tricks can be played about them. The others are different. They needn't even be real carrots. It may be a meshed paper carrot rubbered against real carrots to take up the smell, which we simply show to the donkey, or it may be a stick, or it may be that at the end of its working day, we fulfill, at the end of the working day, we fulfill our promise and give it its evening ration of carrots. But I suggest that we don't do this because we are honest or because we don't want to damage our credit with the donkey, but simply because we want to enable it to work tomorrow. Now, economics deals with meshed paper carrots and whips. Political economy dealt with real carrots. So it is now widely recognized that Sraffa initially wrote his equations as an attempt to refer commodity prices to the physical quantities of commodities necessary for their production. The problem was to single out the necessary commodity. With the aim of focusing the attention of the necessary commodities, Sraffa tried to set aside every possible substitutability between commodities by means of specific assumptions. Wages are assumed to be at the subsistence level, there aren't alternative methods of production, and there is no surplus. Referring to a no surplus system, Sraffa wrote the conditions of production, namely the methods of production. Here we have on the left-hand side, the uppercase letters are produced quantities, gross outputs, and the lowercase letters are inputs, quantities of commodities that are employed as means of production in the different sectors. Again, the system is a no surplus system since the produced quantity is exactly equal to the sum of the quantities of these commodities that are employed as means of production. According to Sraffa, these are homogeneous linear equations. They have infinite sets of solutions, but the solutions of each set are proportional. These proportions are univoque, which means unique, univocally determined. These proportions we call ratios of absolute values, namely relative prices. They are purely numerical relations between things, A, B, and so on and so forth. Actually, these are not equations, as you can see, as there are no unknowns, but only given quantities. Both the produced quantities and the quantities of commodities that are employed as inputs are given quantities. Nonetheless, Sraffa is right. These quantities allow the determination of relative prices. Here there is an overlap with Scott's presentation, and actually the above is not a system of equations, as I already said, but rather a set of methods of production. Replacing the sign of equality with an arrow gives a system of conditions of production equivalent to those found in the opening sections of production of commodities. This is exactly the same system of methods of production discussed by Scott, but my explanation is much simpler because here we have a system without surplus, so the system is in a self-replacing state. We are producing exactly the same quantities that we are employing. Nonetheless, if the production process has to be repeated, exchange is needed. It is needed in order to restore the initial distribution of commodities between the two sectors. As a result, 120 quarters of wheat must be traded for 12 tons of iron, determining an exchange ratio of 10 quarters of wheat for 1 ton of iron. Sraffa's conclusion is that such values spring directly from the methods of production. The same idea is in a well-known document in which Sraffa writes that the significance of the equations is simply this, that if a man fell from the moon on the earth and noted the amount of things consumed in each factory and the amount produced by each factory during a year, he could deduce at which values the commodities must be sold. In short, the equations show that the conditions of exchange are entirely determined by the condition of production. And this is my final slide, in which there are some new paths to be undertaken about the study of Sraffa's paper of 1920s. Once it is established that for the economy without surplus, it is possible to determine prices on the basis of production methods alone, two routes open up in Sraffa's research work of the late 1920s. The first route is to introduce surplus, to introduce profit into the equations. Looking at the manuscripts, we can distinguish several attempts. The first is to include profit within the physical cost. Capitalists can be considered as the parasites that eat the harvest. The commodities used to save the crop from the parasites are surely part of the cost. And this attempt, however, was soon abandoned by Sraffa. A second way is to assume that the surplus consists entirely of one commodity, silk. And this is the way in which Sraffa introduces non-basic commodities within his analysis. A further attempt is to start from a system without surplus and assume an increase in the output of all commodities by the same percentage. Interestingly enough, in this way, what is obtained is a standard system. Finally, from the proportional surplus, Sraffa arrives at the proportional profit, the uniform rate of profit. The second route is to develop the idea of physical cost as wages advanced, but advanced for different periods. This ties in with the conception of capital that Sraffa attributes to Keynes and calls Keynes T, or Keynes T square. Along this path, we find some anticipation of Sraffa's idea of the reduction of commodity prices to dated quantities of labor. On this subject, there is a long paper in Italian, entirely in Notepad, written in the summer of 1929 in Rapallo, which in other papers Sraffa calls the Rapallo paper. So, Sraffa's manuscripts of the late 1920s still contain many topics to be explained in depth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now it's the turn of Alex Thomas. I didn't see him. Thanks.
Scott? Images are not showing. So can I have
okay,
the
PDF. Yeah, PDF. Yeah, this is the PDF. It should be on. I should be on this one. Wait a minute. Where is this one?
What do you need, Scott?
Toshiba. It's a Toshiba. The PowerPoints aren't showing the images. Yeah, so we're going to do this real quick. He gave me a PDF. We got this right here. Okay, it's going to be at the Chin conference. Okay, it's going to be other, and then it should be one of yours there. Is that right?
Yeah.
Well, go ahead, get what you need. Okay.
I think it's the second one, right? That's still PowerPoint.
You should have. That's PowerPoint. Oh.
Yeah. Sorry.
All right.
I think I need the
it's on the-
images.
it's on
There's
the
too many images there.
Shit. Okay.
Are the images working on the
No,
PowerPoint?
not on the PowerPoint. You can't look at them. Oh, sorry.
We can open the PowerPoint and save the PDF.
Okay, no,
That's right.
Yeah, we can try that. But I think I put so much time on the images that.
That's the correct presentation.
Yeah, that's right. Just see, I think the images are not showing up. The images are not showing up.
Alex,
Okay,
the images are showing.
okay, great.
Let's see if when we put here.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Thank you, Scott, and thank you, Jisoo, for all the help. So I've actually traveled 20 hours to come here, and when I saw the audience, I thought about what I'm going to talk about. And one is, do I want to talk to my panelists and the other people who know about Sraffa, or the audience which does not know much about Sraffa? And I decided I'm going to disappoint both groups maybe, and try and pitch it at the middle. So I don't know if I'm going to be successful, but I'll give it a try. So I'm going to talk about Sraffa, Edwin Cannon, and the history of economic thought. And I'm glad that already some context has been set. And the contents of my presentation is going to be the following. I'm going to give a little bit of introduction, say something about the existing literature, the link between Sraffa and Cannon, their standpoints on history of economic thought, their contributions to history of economic thought, and some conclusion. So in terms of introduction, I think, again, this quotation here is quite well known to people who have looked at the Sraffa papers, but essentially this is what I want to focus on. So if you read this book referring to, on the right, you have in Sraffa's handwriting, he's talking about the theories of production and distribution by Cannon, and also on the side he mentions his other book, Review of Economic Theory. You should be critical towards Cannon because of the attitude that he has towards classical economists. And as we know, and as has been shown in the other presentations too, Sraffa sees scientific merit in the work of classical economists. Now, how does one make sense of history of economic thought when we have two kind of contending approaches to even doing history of economic thought? And because I teach history of economic thought and I'm also working on a textbook on history of economic thought, this was another motivation to actually engage with this material. And because I don't have any numbers like some of my colleagues, I thought let me make it a little colorful, and so I actually have some color in the slides. So this is to give a biographical context of what I'm talking about. Marshall's Principles of Economics, 1890, important. Then we see History of Theories published in 1893, Review of Economic Theory, 1929. He gives lectures in LSE for a long period, which is Cannon, right? And he also edits Adam Smith's lectures on justice, or jurisprudence, and also the Wealth of Nations. Then we come to Sraffa, where the context of Cannon and Marshall is there, the important 1926 article, the Cambridge Lectures, and then he's also the editor of the Works and Correspondence of Ricardo, and then in 1960, Production of Commodities by Means of Commodities. So Marshall, again, is important for both parties right? Because Marshall is suggesting a kind of continuity thesis. Essentially, that Jevons is an advance over Ricardo, and later one would think that Marshall is an advance, or Marshall synthesizing the ideas of Jevons and of Ricardo in the supply and demand apparatus. But the question about Marshall's influence in Marshall's influence in Cambridge is that if you look at the work of Nerio Naldi, who is a biographer and worked on biography of Sraffa, is that the distinction that there exists something very radically different between classical economics and marginalist economics could not be taken for granted in the early 1920s. Right? And because the Marshallian school denied such a difference. But if you look at Keynes in 1894, there is a distinction that he makes between abstract theory and historical school, referring to the German historical school. And for people who are familiar with Veblen, you would also see that kind of difference in the work of Veblen. But in Marx, in Theories of Surplus Value, and in Capital Volume 1, Marx is already making a distinction between vulgar economists and political economists, as already been mentioned yesterday. So one needs to also understand how maybe Sraffa is engaging with these kinds of distinctions. And actually, so Edwin Kennan sends his books to, this is just to show the correspondence between Marshall and Kennan. He sends his books to Marshall, and Marshall is actually quite happy with them. And this I've taken from this correspondence of Alfred Marshall. So here you can see that Marshall is quite happy with Kennan's lectures. Although he writes here that he did not know so much about some of the French economists like Mirabeau and all that. Now, when I was looking at the literature which I wanted to engage with, there is some material on Kennan, of course, and there's much more material on Sraffa as well. And here I also want to mention the work of Scott here, because I think for a long time I've looked at the work of Smith, Ricardo, and mainly classical economists, but it's only, I think, with the digitization project that people like me who are sitting in India could actually easily access the material. So I think that has been really fantastic, and I hope that many people who did not have access earlier will have access. In terms of the similarities between Sraffa and Kennan, certainly the influence of Marshall, as I've already noted, but also the interest in, again, I looked today morning, I asked Google to tell me how to pronounce Saint-Simon in French, but I don't know whether I have to say Saint-Simon, but anyway, Saint-Simon. And actually, Kennan writes a book which called The Duke of Saint-Simon, but then I figured out that actually it's not the same person as who Sraffa works on, which is that, and this, looking at Sraffa papers, which is Henry de Saint-Simon. But the interesting thing is actually they're both related, right? So the person who worked on, the Kennan's Saint-Simon and Sraffa's Saint-Simon, and there's also a connection with Christian socialism there. And Sraffa also attended some of Kennan's lectures in London School of Economics when he was a research student for 3 months. Although I was not sure whether it's 1921 or 1922. I wanted to clarify that. And Potier, for instance, writes that Sraffa was influenced at that stage by the teachings of Kennan. And we also know that Sraffa, while he was working on the Ricardo material, did consult many people, including Keynes, but also Kennan. And Morris Dobb, who collaborated with Sraffa on the project of the Ricardo edition, also has a connection with Kennan, which is that when he did his doctoral thesis on the theory of capitalist enterprise, the book is shown there. But in the acknowledgements to the book, he actually writes that Kennan provided invaluable criticism, but in 1978, when I looked at his more autobiographical writing, he writes that the supervision of Kennan was nominal. This also means that how one studies what people are writing, I don't know, there's some sort of a inconsistency there. Now, Sraffa, of course, read Kennan, as we know from the first slide that I showed. And so when I looked at the catalog of the Library of Piero Sraffa, which is put together by De Vivo, it is clear that Sraffa had 2 copies of Kennan 1893. And in this catalog, we also get to know whether there are annotations in these books that Sraffa had or not. So in the review of economic theory, there are no annotations as per De Vivo, but there are annotations in a history of theories. And so there is, as I mentioned, there's also not just attending lectures, but there's also correspondence between Sraffa and Kenen. And I want to talk a little bit about this passage right here, which is Kenen to Sraffa, because when Sraffa later publishes the correspondence, actually the letter before this is that Sraffa asked Kenen, how to go about publishing the correspondence. Should he publish it in the order of themes, or should he publish it in a chronological order? And what Kenen writes here is clearly that if you were in Gatcombe Park and you were receiving letters every day from different people, he wanted readers also to have that experience. Right? So, and this is what he later writes in the introduction. And so there was clearly a lot of, not a lot, but significant correspondence about how actually the book of Ricardo, that is Principles, was printed, reprinted, what was the cost of the book, along with how the correspondence had to be published. In terms of Kenen's history of economic thought standpoint, which I think is important because I don't think it's the same as Sraffa's. And here, what Kenen writes is that the old theories have been replaced by others stronger from a scientific point of view. Right? And actually, in the second edition to his book, he adds 2 sections to his final chapter. And the chapter is titled Politics and Economics. And the title of the section is, again, Unsatisfactory Character of the Theories of Production and Distribution, regarded from a purely scientific point of view. And what he means by this is certainly that by the older theories, he's referring to the economics of Smith, Ricardo, and others. Right? And when you look at Sraffa's history of economic thought standpoint, and has been made clear by my co-panelists as well, in Sraffa 1926 famous article, you find a critique of Marshall and Marshallian economics. Then he started giving the lectures on advanced theory of value at Cambridge. And here there is a little bit of debate between people who are working on the Sraffa papers. So one is that, as I showed the quote in the beginning, the influence of Marshallian economics. Right? So, for instance, Trezzini, based on Gariani's work, writes that, and I think this was also just shown earlier, it was based on the work of Kenen, who is talking about old theories and new theories. And Gariani deduces this from Sraffa's 1926 article, where he writes the old and now obsolete theory to the work of classical economists. But De Vivo, on the other hand, writes that it's not just Kenen's work, but also theories of surplus value, which Sraffa was familiar with. So then, how do you understand Sraffa's own position about whether there were differences in these approaches at that time? So I'm leaving it as an open question here. Again, as I mentioned earlier, Kenen and Sraffa there. And by 1960, there's a constructive critique, and I'm using the word critique intentionally here, of classical political economy, and a devastating critique of marginalist economics. Right? And if you actually look at the kind of writing that is there in the new and old theories, it is, for instance, Kenen's writing about old and new finds a kind of mention, I would think, a similar point in Sraffa's writing as well, which was just shown by Saverio before. Now, in terms of Kenen's contributions to history of economic thought, it was certainly that, what he's saying here is that earlier people did not provide quotations or textual evidence. People just said whatever they wanted to say. Right? And what he tries to do in his work is to actually mention, give proper quotations. And so there are other strong, contributions that have been listed. And I think that this I just want to mention one thing here because some have already been mentioned. I'm just going to take 1 minute more because I feel maybe traveling all the way from India, 20 hours, I get less time than that, but which is the point about exogenous distribution. And because there are people who are activists and organizers, this inverse relationship between prices and quantities seen in this very simple form, I think suggests a particular political standpoint which is not in favor of workers. And similarly, the inverse relationship between real wages and quantity of labor also suggests a particular political standpoint, which both of them which Sraffa rejects. Right? And the editorship of both Cannon and Sraffa, as Einaudi writes, Sraffa emulates Cannon and overrides him. And I would urge people to actually read the collected works put together by Sraffa and Dobb. And finally, this is the last slide. I think that it's very clear that Cannon has a cumulative view of intellectual progress, and I think that that needs to be rejected. Sraffa clearly shows the intellectual rupture in 1870s. And finally, I want to end with this point. Because ideas matter today, it's very difficult to do a PhD in, let's say, bringing together a critical edition. It's very difficult to do a PhD or write a thesis on a biography. There was a point of time when that was possible, and I hope that the center here in Tulsa will be able to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that since it's a bit late, we open immediately the discussion to the audience, and I will start by asking one question to all the panelists, probably also interesting the people that are not so specialistics. So the point is, if you have to say in one sentence, the reason why Sraffa political economy is important and relevant today, and also the reason why it is important and relevant for left-wing or heterodox activism or militancy. Thank you very much. But I think I'll collect other questions at the same time, and then I'll try to collect the other question. I don't have the microphone. Okay.
Bring one around. Thanks.
You want?
I take the first one.
No. Yeah, Matthias Renengo, Bucknell University. So I'm glad of that we're talking about Sraffa. I think that for the conference it would be the sort of underlying thing. I think one of you, I think Scott said something about Sraffa's relation with Marx. When I was hired at the University of Utah, A.K. Hunt, well-known Marxist author, asked me whether I was a Marxist, and my reply was, I'm a Sraffian. I think Sraffa thought of himself as a Marxist. What didn't emerge on here, and maybe it's my reading, and I'm a dilettante I'm a macroeconomist, so I do read a lot of this, but I don't know enough. But Giancarlo De Vivo's book on Nella bufera del Novecento, he does say that it's the reading of the French edition, so it's their catalog of his books, of Marx's theories of surplus value, that is the catalyst for that change around 27 that Saverio was talking about. I know that not everybody agrees with that, and it's my understanding, so to me it seems very convincing. I'm really happy to hear what's your view on that.
Thank you very much. I just had a question about if you could explain to all of us what is the substance of the critique of political economy and economics, especially the critique to marginalism that Sraffa brings to the table, and how this is associated with the critique of the limits of what is sayable in mathematical terms, which I think is probably part of what is interesting for all of us here in a larger sense. Thank you.
First of all, it's nice to see some old friends from Cambridge, and as you see, Sraffa may create passions on very abstract things. I think we all have to say thanks to Jonathan Smith. I was there since I think 95, 96, and most of the things we are working is due to him, as well as to Scott, because he was a great part in making
the whole archive public. I would like to say three very quick things. One is to connect the sessions. In the sessions on Marx yesterday, De Panker talked about the falling rate of profit. If I understood well, he said that the rate of profit to be falling, there is the need of a certain dynamics going up of the real wage. Well, this is exactly the defense of the tendential rate of profit to fall that we find in 42, 43, in a notebook against Borchievics, in which Marx was really going for the defense of the theory of value and the theory of the rate of profit in his own way. Second point, it is very interesting that in that notebook, there is the only time, for me, there may be other instances, in which Sraffa used the expression, 42-43, production of commodities by means of commodities. It's a very strange expression. But he didn't stop there. He said, Borchievics must be criticized, it's not easy, it's a bit vague, but the real critique, the real criticism is that capitalism is production of commodities by means of commodities through labor. That is the third point. As you see, we are here, have papers mostly excited about Sraffa, but for some reason, Sraffa scholars tend to study the Sraffa mostly, and not only, of 27, 30, 31, which is the most physicalist Sraffa, to be flat, the most Stidmanian Sraffa. Sraffa changed. Sraffa in 40, let me joke, he became almost also on Marx and orthodox value theory Marxist. Then he changed this idea, but he never came back to the usual criticism. He never criticized, by the way, the transformation problem, wrongly, I think, but that was the thing. And so the real point is to understand the development of Sraffa going onwards, in my view, going beyond a too physicalist approach. Last point, which relates to the question of Giovanna Vertova and of Clara Mattei, actually, we try to understand the world to change it. But we can't change the world without understanding it. What was the legacy or the intellectual project of Piero Sraffa? Claudio Napoleoni in 1988, in January, at Bocconi, a few months before dying, had a very, very good, in my view, expression. He said, you know, Sraffa had an intellectual project. An intellectual project is always theoretical and political. And this political project was this. Sraffa was, first of all, a communist. And for communists, it must be meant in a negative sense. That is, the critique of the real process in action. But he was convinced that the old critique was insufficient, not because it was wrong, but because there were other things to confront, theoretically and politically. I think that is the thing. So we are in an open discussion of what from Sraffa one can take. Somebody could say the wage as independent variable. I would say the idea that capital is the totality that tries to englobe everything else, and that democracy is there if you break this attempt to totalitariization.
Hi, I'm Tala Syed at UC Berkeley, and I apologize, I was not here yesterday, so if this came up in the Marx discussion, I apologize for repeating anything. But I just want to basically follow up, I think, on all three comments, especially Clara's remark about what critique and the limits of math are and connected with Professor Bellafiore. So I just want to offer as a provocation that the Marx that features so far in this discussion in the relation to Sraffa is the Marx of a critical political economy that sort of extends and refines the classical political economy tradition. But of course, now there's a kind of worldwide attempt at introducing a different Marx, which is the critique of political economy, not critical political economy. And even in the first wave of the Sraffa debate with Marx, Bob Rowthorne and others made this point that, you know, the neo-Ricardians understand Marx himself as a neo-Ricardian, and that's a critical political economy approach, not a critique of political economy. And what is the difference? Well, the difference is, of course, that by critique, Marx in Capital, not Sraffa in Production of Commodities by Means of Commodities, means to underline the historical preconditions of the possibility of the critique, right? It's a Kantian critique to underline the historically specific social relations that classical political economy presuppose, naturalize, and eternalize in their objectivist, surplus-based, labor-based categories, by showing that, in fact, it's not about that so much as, so I'll put it very simply, neoclassical marginalism, classical political economy, and Sraffa's blistering critique of both and his return to a more objectivist materialist critique are all theories of value as content. Different sources, subjective, labor, objective. But of course, the critique of political economy is not that. It is not a theory of value as content. It is a theory of the content of human needs and powers taking the form of value, right? It's a value form critique. It's a fundamental problem shift. So just as neoclassical economics in the 1870s, marginalism is a problem shift from growth and distribution to efficiency and allocation, and we can understand Sraffa as returning to the original problem shift, Marx's critique is a problem shift away from classical political economy as well. It's not an inquiry into growth and distribution and the content of value in either labor or objective factors and how they're distributed in some mathematical way. No, it's a critique of the social relations of capital, of ceaseless accumulation of exchange value, enveloping human needs and powers, and subjecting everything to this remorseless, as Ricardo put it, totalizing logic. And that's an extremely different idea. And to borrow Clara's point, it's not a quantitative but a qualitative. It's about the limits of math because, of course, and now we draw on Son Rathel and all this tradition, the entire idea of commiserating these different things is itself not something that's done in the thought of human economists, but it's done in the practice of market participants. The real abstraction that subjects everything to quantified monetized value is itself the subject of Marxist critique. And I'd be very interested because, of course, Sraffa's argument is a brilliant destruction of the premises and problematiques of neoclassical and to some extent classical. But it still remains within the paradigm that I would say Marxist critique is trying to put into critical relief.
Thank you. Nikos Kazarakis from the New School. I think we're all pretty much on the same page, so I'll try to be quick, but at the same time, I'll try to go against the current, kind of defending Sraffa against all this. What we all converge in some sense is something that has been noted by two Marxists, and that's pretty well known, I'd say. At least the first one was Mandel, in the prologue of Karl Marx's economic writings, something like that, saying it's great that someone goes back to this subjective labor theory of value, even though he doesn't do it in the correct way. He goes to Ricardo, not to Marx. And the second one, and this is probably more important, is Okishio, which was in Japanese and recently translated, I guess you know it, saying, well, that's just someone post-Portkiewichian, nothing much. To me, though, that brings into mind Foucault, who says, well, Marx is just a minor post-Ricardian. So what's the difference from seeing Marx as a minor post-Ricardian which probably can be reflected in what's the difference from seeing Sraffa as a minor post-Borchievitsian. I'd say the difference lies, first of all, exactly in realizing that there are social conditions behind all this. But what I always felt that was incomplete in Sraffa was this, and something that actually Okishi pinned down even to himself. There are processes behind what we see there. Sraffa never explained, Scott, it was nice to see this calculation of how Sraffa got the eigenvalue, but there's no process to get the eigenvalue. Morissima has a process. You may say, okay, it's Walrasian, it's Markov, nothing. But there's a process there. Sraffa went all the way to almost reconstruct a general equilibrium theory that is not Walrasian per se, but stopped. And I'd like to hear why, in relation to why or how he is different from a Marxist attempt to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that we are done with the question, otherwise they don't have time to answer. So do you want to go in the reverse order or whatever? So you're not going to say anything? Okay. You can have a bit of his time.
Sorry, I'll get this over with the quick ones. As you can tell, I'm not an economist or a historian of economic thought. I'm an archivist. And the sort of thing that gets me out of bed in the morning is what these guys are doing. So I'd like to say thanks to them. And when you see the materials that you've catalogued being used for 30 years, and then people saying there's still a lot more in there to find, that, you know, that is just great for me and just keeps me in the job. So I'd just like to say thank you to all those Sraffians out there who are doing this stuff.
Okay, all right. Well, there are too many questions and too little time. So I think I'm going to address Giovanna's question and Clara's question a little bit because I think they're connected. I think to the question of why Sraffa is important, and I just want to talk about wages here because I think it's of importance to everyone here. And certainly that value is determined through exogenous distribution, which means that either the rate of interest can be given from outside, that is monetary policy, again having a political impact on wages. I think that that is a fundamental insight, unlike what mainstream economists are trying to say. Or secondly, that minimum wages and bargaining for better wages is fair, it is economically reasonable, it is a rational way to go about doing economics, I think is also another insight. Again, all this comes from the surplus approach, which is not really there in the scarcity approach of the marginalist economists. So I think that certainly that is one. The other thing I want to talk about is measurement. Since yesterday we spoke about taxation, there was not so much discussion on depreciation, for instance, and I think the valuation of capital. I think it's extremely important because it has practical consequences. For instance, big businesses can hire expensive CAs and show that they have accelerated depreciation and get a very low tax rate, or they actually pay less taxes. So I think that the question, and I think Sraffa really, mentions it, and I think a lot of work is up for all of us, because theoretical measurements are absolutely important because they have an impact on statistical measurements, which then go into policy making, politics, etc. And I want to mention one more thing, in relation to all this, at least back in India, when people who read Marx tell me that, is Ricardo so important? Right? But I think that what Marx did in his theories of surplus value is to critically engage with all the economists prior to him. And I think that if we want to do serious history of economic thought, we also have to engage seriously with all the economists before Marx and not take Marx for his own word. And especially here, because there was, primitive accumulation, for instance, it's also there in Cantillon, who's coming before Adam Smith. There is a recognition of violence when we are talking about how land has been distributed. And I think finally to expect Sraffa or PCMC to have all the answers that we want of growth, distribution, theory of state. It's impossible. I think Sraffa had a very specific project which he did brilliantly, and I think it's up to people, all of us here, to take that forward in line with Marx or in line with Keletsky or Keynes or Minsky. I think that's an ongoing project.
Okay, me too. I would like to start from the question why Sraffa is important, why Sraffa is relevant. In order to answer this question, we should keep in mind that the classical approach to income distribution, the so-called surplus approach, explains income distribution as a social phenomenon. So there are different social classes with opposite interests, and there is an inverse relationship between the wage rate and the profit rate. And Sraffa's theory of value allows to recover this, allows the recovery of this approach, which was, as Sraffa wrote in the introduction of his book, submerged and forgotten because of the rise of the marginalist approach. Moreover, answering Clara's question, which is the critical contribution. Okay, so first of all, Sraffa provides a different explanation of the working of the capitalist system. The different conception of the production process brings about a different representation of the capitalist system. So income distribution concerns the division of the national output between different social classes. By contrast, in the marginalist approach, income distribution concerns the determination of prices, because the wage rate, interest rate, and rent rate are understood as the prices paid by firms for the use of the factors of production. As for the critical contribution, we know, perhaps the new generations don't know this. I discovered a few days ago during the Young Scholar presentation that after the publication of Sraffa's book in the 1960s, there was a debate between very important scholars, Samuelson and Solo, in Cambridge, Massachusetts, and Sraffa, John Robinson, Pasinetti, and Garegnani in Cambridge, UK. And during this debate, it was established that the conception of the interest rate as the price for the employment, for the service, the productive contribution of capital leads to paradoxical conclusions. And this is the contribution provided by Sraffa, in my view. Okay.
Okay, thank you for the questions. I mean, there are so many questions. I will try to put all together, beginning with Ricardo Velos-Fiores. I mean, I really appreciate your take on all these issues and giving us the opportunity to rejoin. And I mean, I think we are all aware that, I mean, Sraffa was a friend of Gramsci. He helped him materially. He had correspondence. He wrote for the magazine and so on. I mean, I don't think we need to. I mean, as Alex said, it's up to people to make up their mind. So about that, about the critique, yes, following up on the Saverio's to the Clara's point. So basically, the idea is that you pick supply and demand marginalist analysis, and they would say, okay, distribution will be determined by scarcity and demand, supply and demand curves, and then you can order the different techniques of production according to intensity of factors, right? So more labor intensive, less labor intensive, more capital intensive, and then you link to a certain pattern of distribution, right? So, for example, if a country has many, many workers and less capital, then more labor-intensive techniques should be put in place, right?
And so basically the critique of Sraffa and the Cambridge controversy basically destroyed that idea, right? So basically the supply and demand framework basically lost all these foundational principles, right? So that is, which by the way, this came out of the Ricardian law of diminishing returns in land, right? But you know, this is another story because the marginalists actually generalized to all factors of production. So this edifice basically cracked, okay, after Sraffa. About the relevance, I think that this framework is very, very much relevant in terms of none of us talk about the distinction between basics and non-basics commodities, right? So basics commodities are those which determine the rate of profit or rate of surplus in a society, and basic commodities are those which enter both directly and indirectly into the production of all the commodities, right? With that in mind, we can think about, for example, how we can apply those concepts into current issues like, for example, health, right? So health is a basic service from that point of view. Energy production, we were talking about on Thursday on Gelbert's presentation, entropy and the limit of nature, which is something that Sraffa acknowledged in one of his manuscripts as well, the limit. So Sraffa destroyed the idea of scarcity in the means of productions because you can, still he noticed the limit of nature. And this is something which I think we can take it seriously from now on. I will stop here, give Scott.
Oh, sure, thank you. Thank you very much. I want to address these questions. In January of 1957, Sraffa was about to embark on the last leg of actually writing this damn book, okay? He started in 1927, 30 years in different periods of activity. He was at the Isle of Man, he was exiled, he was doing Ricardo works of correspondence, he's doing a lot of things, right? And a busy guy, but also, you know, did enjoy, you know, not having it done too, it seems. But in any event, in 1957, he writes, in January 1957, he writes this one page, and I don't have it up here for you, but it says, just enough to hand it over before going down. Okay, somebody said, just enough to hand it over before going down. Now that's significant for me, okay? Because what that demonstrates to me is that, and I take this from Luigi Passanetti, writes an article in 1988, the Cambridge Journal had their celebratory issue on Sraffa, some really seminal articles are there, one of which is Luigi Passanetti. He writes a really short, he's got a couple of articles in that issue, but a really short article that he writes called Sraffa on Income Distribution, where he says that Sraffa's approach is foundational. So which means that it's a foundational approach, that it is, and the way I see it, just enough to hand it over before going down. He's giving, how I see it, a modern theorist in classical political economy, the rigor, the intellectual rigor, the mathematical rigor too, and we could talk about the role of mathematics in a minute, to be able to solve some of the problems that were never solved in classical political economy. Why? Because in 1870, the entire approach was abandoned. So I agree with my colleague Alex Thomas here that production of commodities is a critique of both classical political economy, a constructive critique, as well as neoclassical economics, which is a destructive critique. I think this notion of critique of economic theory, it didn't say a critique of marginalist economic theory. And I've had this discussion with Heinz in Cambridge before. He's like, Heinz Kurtz, he's like, of course he meant marginalist economic theory. What else? I said, well, maybe he meant economic theory generally. If he meant marginalist economic theory, I'm thinking he would have said it. Okay, now these are the areas of debate. This is going to be which would make Sraffa's scholarship so fascinating for young people out there. It's so fascinating because the archives have been so sequestered, so made difficult to access. Believe me, Ricardo and I and Andres, we've been there before the digitization. Jonathan can attest to this. You had to sit there, you had to write, you couldn't copy, you had to, me and Ricardo are in 2007 say, we're effing monks here, man. We're in this castle, just writing and transcribing what's already there, and we can't take a picture. So it was like, and so I had thousands of, hundreds of pages of transcriptions where I'm just there writing. I'm just a monk, I'm a scribe. And damn it, I would have done it to the end until eventually they let us have it. So why? What is it, Giovanna? Go back to Wing Lam and Chinese staff and Anwar Sheikh. I don't see Anwar here, I see Wing. I mean, in 1993, 1994, 1996 is when I did the seminar on Marx, Sraffa, and Koletsky for Anwar's class. And so I'm down doing my organizing at Chinese staff, and I'm bringing this little book with me on the picket line. And this book, and between the pickets, I'm looking at this book, and I meant to bring my dog-eared paperback copy, but on that picket line, what I saw was the theory of exploitation. I saw that in these pages, there lied a scientific understanding about the nature of exploitation, and as a worker, who I still identify as, somebody who wants to understand, the world to understand that the source of profit comes out of us, not out of the brilliance of Bill Gates or Elon Musk. It comes from the fact that working people are producing more than we are getting, okay? And I saw that in Sraffa. That's what, now, some people don't see that, and that's fine, it's foundational, okay? But once I saw that, forget about it, man. I am not quitting, okay? And if Sraffa would have been Polish, I would have been in Warsaw instead of Rome. Okay, so that's the issue there. So that, for me, that was it. So that's to your question, Giovanna. Matthias, in terms of the histoire, the theories of surplus value, absolutely, it had an influence on Sraffa's, especially in the lecture notes on the advanced theory of value that were quoted today, D24. If you look at the first 19 pages of D24, they read a lot like theories of surplus value. Now, that's different from the role of the schemes of reproduction, which would De Vivo also said. Now that's a different story, and I'm a little bit more critical of that. To Ricardo, yes, there was no, the 1940s, Sraffa did develop a labor theory of value. He looked at labor. If you know production of commodities by means of commodities, okay, part one is single product industries, which deals with the circulating capital model. Excuse the jargon here, okay? But in that, what Sraffa did is in 6 chapters, he developed the model, 5 of which was what we call a commodity approach, which was all these different equations in these tables. And then the 6th chapter was this approach called the reduction to the dated quantities of labor, or quantities of dated labor. Now, in the 1940s, that dated labor framework was the entire framework from which Sraffa operated. See, he developed his theory from this dated labor concept, which is it Marxian labor value? Well, that's a question, okay, that we can look at. It makes it very robust, very interesting for young scholars to get involved in. But the point is that thousands and thousands of pages that he's writing from 1942 to 1946, 47, 48, that he's developing his analysis in terms of the labor theory of value, or at least the reduction to the labor theory of value. And then in the 1950s, he switches it around to this more cumbersome kind of quantity here, and you got all these different tables in this linear algebra, looks like arithmetic, etc. But in developing this, he did the labor theory of value first, or at least a reduction to dated quantities of labor first. To our colleague from Berkeley, I'm sorry I didn't get your name. I do think that the critiques are absolutely relevant, and this actually speaks to the notion of it being foundational. Sraffa spoke about institutions. He just never wrote about them. He just said, well, what's going to determine the rate of profit? It'll be the institution of the banking sector, or the institution of the money rates of interest. In his archive, he talks about the stock market and the banking system. In production of commodities, he just says the monetary sector. But there is so much institutionalism innate in Sraffa, which goes back to the question about what's behind there. And it goes to Nikos' question at the end here, and that's what I want to put up. This was the missing page that I had here, and I want to say that this is the eigenvalue. So Sraffa did arrive at the eigenvalue. So you can see, let me just see real quick, he didn't do it in the way in which we know in terms of how I did it, but here you can see, I take here, I do this, the inter-industry matrix, I take the thing, I have your maximum eigenvalue right here, and Sraffa arrives at it here. This is in Lent term, I'd say around March, April, May of 1928. It's right there, 1582. Now, he didn't know it to be the eigenvalue, but he intuited what I call a uniform overplus ratio. He knew that there was a surplus production in this economy. Thank you. He knew that there was a surplus production in this economy that we had to get a hold of and grapple with. So for me, Sraffa is foundational. I think that the archive really opens it up for young scholars. I'm too old to be on this. We need young people to be doing it, but young people do not want to study things that they can't access. Right? And they can't do it. And so now with the access of the digital archive, we hope that in the Tulsa arrangement, which I want to talk more about, of course, and I want to acknowledge the digital archivist from University of Tulsa here, Jill Kreff, she's here. We're working on putting together the definitive Tulsa arrangement to allow for this type of cogent analysis and scholarship to come out of the Sraffa papers. And that's all I got here.
Sorry, can I say something? Joanna, can I say one thing? Sorry.
One thing. Okay. Sorry, yeah, I forgot to address Nico's question. Very interesting, yeah. I think in 1926 paper, I think that Sraffa rejects general equilibrium because of these methodological complications of everything changes at the same time. And so I think on the methodological side, I would say he follows sort of partial equilibrium analysis, although not marginalist. To the colleague from Berkeley's point, and following up on Scott, I think, for example, you can read the lectures on industry, which Sraffa delivered in 1940, right? So there is a lot of institutional analysis in the same vein that you will find in Marx. No worries, yeah.
James Galbraith had an anecdote to tell us.
Yeah, looking out on the youth of this panel and audience, there cannot be very many people here who had the pleasure of meeting Piero Sraffa and getting to know him a little bit, which I did in 1974 at Cambridge. But I want to tell a story that goes back to 1945 or so, when Sraffa did some work on the United States Strategic Bombing Survey, which was directed in part by my father. And he came to my father, this is according to family lore, and toward the end of that project, and said he would like permission to fly to Italy. And my father said, Piero, why do you want to fly to Italy? And he said, well, there is going to be a communist revolution in Italy, and as you know, I am a communist, and I wish to go to be there for it. And my father said, Piero, you're asking me to authorize United States Army Air Force transport to take you to the communist revolution in Italy. Piero said, yes. And my father reasoned it the following way. He said, well, two possibilities. The first one is that there is not going to be a communist revolution in Italy. And if I send Piero Sraffa to Italy, that will not make the revolution, which isn't going to happen. And the second possibility is that there is going to be a communist revolution in Italy. And in that case, if Piero Sraffa is there, it will be a better revolution than it would otherwise be. Transport approved.
That was lovely. Wonderful. So now we have a 15-minute coffee break and then the next session on the methods of economic history and history of capitalism. Thank you so much.
Are you at the Duke University? Now we're done. Now I'm done. Now I can enjoy it. I have to give. Thank you. Absolutely. A lot. I mean, it's like there's so much under that. I mean, that's 7,000 pages for 99. Thank you. You're my student, right? Layla. Okay, hey, Layla. Yes.
responsible for us being able to access our PowerPoints in the next session? Okay. I just wanted.
I already saved your slide.
Okay, good. Integration, I mean vertical integration? Yes, vertical integration means you're integrating it. So we'll talk about that in class. What you're doing is when you have a vertically integrated production process, you take all the different inputs that go to produce a particular good. So you're coming from different industries.
Oh, that's it. That's it. Yep, that's it.
In order to get the wheat for iron, they had to exchange their iron.
If I'm going first, so we'll have to figure that out.
Okay.
I know I'm first
Vertical integration
program, but I don't
all these different industries, processes. Thank you,
well, Steve
That's right.
was the moderator, but now he's a
A vertical cost, exactly.
So Clara may be doing it. We'll figure it out. But now I know where it is. And let me just check with you.
It's not based on utility. No. Cost of production. Yeah, labor value. Labor theory of value. Yeah, what's up, my brother? Yeah, labor theory of value. So you would have, so in those two different, like when you saw that line, there's two different approaches to value distribution. One is going to be the cost of production, labor theory of value. The other is going to be the utility theory of value. So they're different theories out
We also have those snacks, no?
Snacks?
Yeah, those little snacks. Are they out?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
I know, we got to get her. Hey, how are you? We need to get
I just can't see how to advance from page to page.
If you see the screen, it works. Let me grab Steven. He knows best. Did it work?
Okay.
Great.
And then we'll figure out what the order is, I guess.
Yeah, Clara's super busy right
Yeah,
now.
we'll find
so-
Clara and talk.
So Clara said that I'm
Huh? Huh?
so because Bob isn't here, so she wants me to present instead.
Okay, for this session?
Yes.
So you're moderating?
I'm sorry?
You are moderating?
No, Stephen is moderating. I'm
Okay.
presenting.
I just heard Steven is going to be a speaker.
Yes, Stephen is also because Brankovic is not presenting.
Yeah, right.
So I think Stephen is replacing Milano, and then I'm replacing.
Whoa. Are you ready? Do you have any slides?
No, I'll just.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect. That should be.
Because Bob was last.
That should be talk to Steven.
If you can start slowly getting back to conference mode, we can begin. Where are the signs?
I think I'm going to take the most amount of time, you know? That's what's going to happen.
So anyway, the point is that you want a second round,
Yeah, you know what you need to do though? Keep us to time. Like only 2 minutes. Because one of the things that's happened is people go on too long in that second round. So we need to be really disciplined. Either way is fine.
What, like? Oh, for the presentation, give a 2-minute warning.
I'm going to give 5, 3, 1.
Okay.
And when I say now,
And then shut up.
I'm still going to take 2 more minutes.
it's like out of here. Okay. Okay, please take a seat. Thank you so much for all coming. We have to get Riccardo Bellofiore and Talha and Pepe to sit as well. Okay, great. Alrighty. So it's a pleasure to be having a session called Approaches to Economic History and the History of Capitalism. As the chair, we do believe that history is constitutive of how theory should be understood. And I do think that this topic can also help perhaps give insights on a question that emerged in the last session, which is ultimately how historical approaches can help advance critique. Critique in the sense, again, not just of building the content of the theory, but at problematizing the social relations of production that we take for granted, a lot of times also as economists. And I think looking at a longer-term historical evolution of our capitalist system and its origins is very important to maintain the element of critique, which is so important for the heterodoxy, strong and ultimately in our minds. So we have a wonderful panel. I'm going to introduce them one at a time. First we have Trevor Jackson. Trevor Jackson is professor of history and political economy at the University of California, Berkeley. And his first book is Impunity and Capitalism, the Afterlives of European Financial Crises, 1690 to 1830. That was published with Cambridge University Press. And he has a new book coming out very soon with Norton, with Norton Press, with the title that is unclear yet still, but it's going to be certainly a great success. When is the next one coming out?
End of this year.
Okay, end of this year, so look out for it. Here we are, the floor is yours.
Great, thank you, Clara, very much. Right, as she says, the title's up for grabs, so if one of you can think of a good title, let me know. Wonderful. Am I audible in the back to the other? Great. All right. Well, thank you to Clara and Scott and Bruno for the invitation. I'm very pleased to be here. And I especially want to thank Jisoo, wherever she went. I don't know if any of you have ever planned a conference, but it's an enormous amount of work. There she is. And I think she's done a fantastic job, and so thank you very much. Great. So I think I also should probably clarify since I'm the first person who's speaking, that there has been some change in the lineup of the panel from what was announced, so don't be alarmed. Both Branko Milanovic and Robert Brenner couldn't make it, so we have happily substituted in some other people. And these aren't my slides, but I'm so excited to see what David's going to say that I thought this would be, a good way to keep our attention. So I think rather than speak a bit about my own current work, what I wanted to do was maybe speak a bit more methodologically about what history might have to say to heterodox economics and what heterodox economics seems to me to say about where history and economic history is going at the moment, which I hope will set up my co-panelists. I hope to be compelling to the non-academics in the room and perhaps provocative to the academics. So there have been many invocations or maybe hopes that economic history will have something useful to add to this project. And I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but economic history is at the moment, I would say, in a very parlous state. It is mainly dominated by economists, orthodox economists, far more so than historians. And they mostly, under the long hegemony of the influence of Douglass North and what's called the institutionalist approach to economic history, have treated economic history as though it's a kind of testing ground for neoclassical theory. What they often call institutions, but what they mean are the micro-foundational behavioral approaches to economic history. And so in this way, we've had now decades of mainly economists doing what I find very dreary work, testing things that are mathematically complex, but conceptually obvious. The last economic history conference I was at, I saw a paper that was entitled, "Are Roads Good?" And the answer after 5,000 lines of MATLAB code was yes. So look, that has produced a cumulative body of knowledge, mainly trying to test the causal claims coming from neoclassical economics. But what that means is that my interlocutors are mainly orthodox economists. They are the people who I mostly speak with, because at the same time that economics has taken over the work of doing economic history, it's mostly been abandoned by history departments. And that history departments, especially in the 1980s and 1990s, took what we call the cultural or the linguistic turn. And most historians have become interested in questions about meaning and symbols and understanding rather than material economic processes in the world around us. And so for that reason, economic historians like me in history departments are sort of orphans, and we mostly are unintelligible to our colleagues and can speak only to economists from outside. So that's a challenging position to be in, and one that may or may not be changing for reasons that I'm going to go on about at some length. And so it seemed to me that it might be interesting to start by thinking about what economic heterodoxy might mean right now, and what writing a history of economic heterodoxy and the role of history in heterodoxy might mean at this moment. Because it seems to me that we are in a moment of transition, that something is happening and has happened, and that specifically in the world of economic thought and economic policy, that many of the orthodoxies, especially around what you might call neoliberal globalization of the last decades, are being abandoned. Branko couldn't be here, but Branko has just had an article on his Substack to exactly this point. Now, I don't want to push this idea too far. Clearly, whatever we mean by neoliberalism, if that means, in the Wendy Brown sense, the reconfiguration of many aspects of social, political, and cultural life into economic, market-based terms, well, that process is still alive and well. And if we mean neoliberalism in the Quinn Slobodian sense of insulating property from democratic accountability, we are, if anything, at some high point rather than at the death of that moment. And it seems to me that whatever changes are happening in the world of economic theory and economic policy have not been driven by the failures of the crisis of 2008 and some reckoning with how we got there, let alone an opening to a conquest by heterodoxy, but rather have been driven by kind of sinister xenophobic worries about realpolitik and the rise of China. And so it's not coming from the direction that we might like it to be coming from. But nonetheless, it seems to me that we are at a transition point, and that what heterodoxy may mean from now going forward is likely to be different than what it might have meant 10 or 20 or 30 years ago. And for that reason, if indeed this owl of Minerva is taking flight, it might be that this is a time to re-narrativize the recent past in economic theory and economic history. And That seems to me to be a vital task, because I would also argue to all of you, and this picks up somewhat on some elements from our last panel, that the history of economic thought consists largely of insurgent, rebellious movements who, in the process of establishing their rebellion, immediately tell a new story about what preceded them. And so in this way, we could say that mercantilism is, to some extent, the invention of Adam Smith to attack it, and that classical economics is, to some extent, the invention of the marginalists, or later of Keynes, creating a school of thought to attack. And Keynesianism is, to some extent, the invention of Paul Samuelson in 1948. And indeed, the story of the Friedmanite neoliberals coming to power in the 1970s, they tell as a story of intellectual triumph, that the Phillips curve had failed, Keynesianism had failed, stagflation had disproven it, and that they offered a better story. Well, I mean, there's an entire book by James Forder arguing that that's entirely wrong, and that when we look at the policy statements of people in the 1950s and 1960s, they are not expressing the things that Friedman would later claim they were expressing, and that we see this story emerging immediately in textbooks written by neoliberals arguing that this is why they have succeeded, rather than the story that they have succeeded through like a ruthless expression of naked class power. And so what that seems to suggest to me is that the act of re-narrativizing what came before is a constitutive element of the production of some new, both heterodoxy and orthodoxy. And I also think that in the development of the history of economic thought lately, we have moved away from a model that's predicated on a kind of Thomas Kuhn, Imre Lakatos story of paradigms that are overthrown, let alone an orthodox economic story in which economic thought is the progressive unfolding of greater truth and science. But rather, I think we're moving towards what I think I might pretentiously call a schismogenetic view of economic thought, which is to say, birth through schisms, and that we get a kind of proliferation rather than a linear succession. And so I liked Scott's model of the nonlinear course of economic thought. And so rather than saying that there had been a world of classical political economy and then in 1870 we have a world of marginalism, well, look, from 1870 to 1948, what the Austrian marginalists are doing is different from what the Lausanne marginalists are doing, which is different from what the Marshall people are doing, which is different from Oxford, which is different even in the US. The institutionalists in Wisconsin are doing a different thing from the institutionalists in Texas. And that rather than lumping them all into one narrative, we can say that there is this kind of proliferation that only retroactively gets flattened into one body of thought. And I think for heterodoxy, that opens up some possibilities, because it seems to me that heterodox economics has a different relationship to its own history than orthodox economics does. We've heard a great deal in the last couple of days about the utility or the need for returning to old books to understand our current moment, and that perhaps we need to understand what Piero Sraffa was saying in 1927. Perhaps we need to think about Joan Robinson, perhaps we need to think about Marx, perhaps Ricardo, and perhaps in order to understand those people, we need to understand everyone who came before them. Now that's a very different approach than what orthodox economists would say. Orthodox economists seldom cite anybody more than 5 years before when they are writing, because they have a scientist, or in their scientistic, you might say, vision of what they are doing, and that anything past is obsolete. Well, the recognition that the past is littered with useful tools is an advantage. It's an ability to draw on lost options, lost possibilities, right? A wider range of potential options. But it also, I fear, can be a trap. It can limit us into thinking that the past offers us the total set of potential options and might limit us in our ability to recognize and to think the new. And that I would suggest to you that what heterodoxy must mean from now on must be in some tangible way different than it would have meant in the 1990s or the 1970s. And I think that one way of approaching this, through this different vision of the history of economic thought, is to recognize that economic thought proceeds not through the pure intellectual conflict of ideas, but rather through struggles for resources and power. There are struggles for resources and power within institutions, within universities. The triumph of the marginalists at the end of the 19th century was absolutely co-constitutive with the creation of universities. And the people who were the leaders of the marginalist revolution were the first generation of university professors, who were economists as opposed to policy people, lawyers, commentators, etc. Right. I think we can recognize that this struggle for power, and a political struggle for power, is at the heart of what, in fact, this project is. So, one move recently in that direction has been something known as the new history of capitalism. This got a great deal of attention in the 2010s. It seemed to be the reaction to the 2008 crisis. There was some hope that it might bring back together history and economics after their long divorce, and it profoundly has not. If anything, I think it may have made matters worse. The new history of capitalism comes mainly from Harvard, led by Sven Beckert, and to a lesser extent elsewhere, Ed Baptist, Walter Johnson. This is something that has grown to great public attention. It's mainly focused on the histories of slavery and racism in the 19th century United States, which are important and valuable subjects, but are perhaps not the entirety of the history of capitalism. And as I think we're going to hear about a bit more soon, the history of capitalism as a field has chosen deliberately not to define what it means by capitalism. They view the idea of doing so would be exclusionary to different possibilities, but what that's meant is that there is no coherence. There is no coherence in what they're talking about. There's no political coherence. There's no methodological coherence, except insofar as their project is explicitly or perhaps anti-Marxist and opposed to any degree of engagement with the past history of economic thought. And so I think that's led us into a dead end. I think it's collapsing as a force for bringing these things back together. And for that reason, thank you. For that reason, I think that there's also opportunity. I myself have found a great deal of interest among graduate students in what you might either call the history of economic life, meaning how people experience economic events on the ground, and on what you might call the social history of economics, which is to say the way that economics as a discipline is produced in these material struggles for power that I've alluded to. I taught a class on this in the fall, a graduate seminar. I had 30 PhD students the first day from 9 different departments, which I took as an indication that there was interest in this subject. Now, to move to the end, I say all this because what I think I know from the history of orthodoxy and heterodoxy, not just from economics, but in general, is that most emergent rebellious movements tend to face 3 tasks. The first is that they need to define their objective, what they are trying to achieve with their rebellion or their heterodoxy. They also need to define their adversaries, including at a systemic and a structural level. And I think they need to define and dispute the distribution and redistribution of available resources. And it seems to me, from what I think I know about heterodox economics and from what I think I've heard over the last couple days, is that I think heterodox economics is perhaps strongest on the second point. It is very clear who is the opposition, especially at a structural and systemic level. Heterodoxy is very good at thinking at structural and systemic levels. I think the third point is in this moment of transition, that on the one hand, there is a positive story to be told about the available resources. The intellectual resources have never been more robust than they are now. The demand, especially from the student and graduate student and indeed public level, is very strong. The Che is one example of these new resources becoming available. My own university at Berkeley is one of 6 that got a pile of money from the Hewlett Foundation, I think hoping to save themselves from revolutionary justice. It won't work. Which is funding a center on political economy, which in turn is attempting to produce what they describe as alternative common sense to neoliberalism, whatever that may in fact mean. So perhaps material resources are advancing, but we also shouldn't fool ourselves that the access to policy making and to the levers of power has probably never been more inaccessible rather than it currently is. Right? And I also think that we are not yet at any degree of coherence about what the objective is. And I think that some of us over the course of the last few days have assumed that the objective is attempting to wrest control of the economics curriculum from orthodox economists. Right? And so is the goal that Harvard's Ec 10 curriculum should stop being Greg Mankiw's neoclassical book and instead should be Anwar Sheikh? The world would probably be a better place if that was true. But that's a different goal than trying to provide useful tools and useful histories to on-the-ground labor organizers, which in turn is a different goal from, say, trying to influence economic policy at all of the levels of cost-benefit analysis from the local school board all the way up to central bank policy. Those seem to me to be different objectives with different tools and different needs for resources. I tend to think of an objective because it's the one that I know and that I think I can actually affect at a curricular level, that I can train students differently. That must be a part of any of these goals, but it can't possibly be the end. So I doubt, unfortunately, that the Friedmanite long march through the institutions is something that heterodox economists can reproduce. Pet billionaires are few on the ground for the left. And access to those kinds of institutional resources is structurally more challenging for us than it is on the other side. And, because I began as the bearer of bad news, I will also end that way. We also should be aware that the academic job market is in a state of structural collapse. And so, although we may train at a curricular level generations of clever new thinkers and heterodox economists and different historians of economic thought, if there are not jobs for them to get, that's going to limit the impact of anything that we're trying to do. This is especially true in my own world of the subject of labor history, which should be the most direct and applicable to the labor organizers in the room. We should absolutely be producing usable, tangible labor histories, but the field of labor history has been annihilated in the last 5 to 10 years. Nobody is writing those books anymore. Nobody's writing those dissertations. A clear, I think, act of deliberate political, intellectual vandalism. But all of that also suggests to me that thinking about heterodoxy now means thinking not only in a moment of newly narrativizing thought and the processes that got us here, but also confronting what's new about our current moment of crisis and being realistic about what our current objectives may be. And so I'm just going to end on a final pitch for the utility of studying history, both in a world of heterodox economics, but even more broadly than that, for those of you in the room who are not academics. This is my pitch for the utility of studying history, which is to say that most people, if asked, would say that the point of studying history is something like you learn lessons from the past, or perhaps you learn the mistakes of the past so you don't repeat them. But strikingly, almost no historian thinks that. Most historians think the past is fundamentally different. It's a different context, people had different ideas, it was a different world, they had different options available to them, and we should not project ourselves into the past. So what's the point? Well, the point, I would argue, is that learning history is in fact a radical, emancipatory, imaginative act. Exactly because, as Clara said yesterday, learning history is all about denaturalizing the elements of the world around us and recognizing that anything in the world that seems permanent, natural, and inevitable is not. It was created by people at a particular moment. And when we historicize things, what we are doing is learning that moment. And when we learn that moment, what we do is we realize that there was a world before. The world used to be different, and if the world used to be different, it can be different again. And not only can it be different again, but moreover, when we learn history, what we realize is that when we struggle for a better world, we do so in solidarity with each other across space. We must do it in solidarity with each other, from Tulsa to Gaza. But we also do it in solidarity across time. We do it in the footsteps of the people who came before us, right? They hoped for a better world in the future. We are that future they were hoping for, and we have an obligation to them to continue the struggles that they began. And when we hope for a better world, we in turn have an obligation to try to pass that on to the people who come after us, and to think of ourselves in solidarity in a community that spans both space and time. And in that sense, history allows us to not only think differently about the radical possibilities of how the world can be different, but also holds out the possibility for those of us struggling for a better world of realizing that we are not alone. So, that's my pitch.
We have the pleasure of having David McNally with us here, chair in the history and business at the University of Houston, where he directs the project on race and capitalism. The author of 8 books, wonderful books that really shaped many of our thinking here. McNally won the Deutscher Memorial Award for Monsters on the Market, Zombies, Vampire, and Global Capitalism, and the Paul Sweezy Award for Global Slump, the Economics and Politics of Crisis and Resistance. His book, Slavery and Capitalism, A New Marxist History, will be published by University of California Press in the summer of 2025. So we're almost there. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Clara. And let me start by thanking Clara, Jisoo, Scott, Bruno. This is an amazing launch that you've pulled off. But I also want to say to everyone else in the room that we have an obligation to stand with them and to support their initiative. Critical spaces like this for the production of critical theory and practice constitute what my
friend Alan Sears described as infrastructures of dissent. They're places where critical thought and critical practice can incubate. And they will always come under assault. And they will need people who are prepared to stand in solidarity with them. So all of us who came as guests, observers, and so on, have a real obligation, I think, to continue to extend our support and our solidarity in every way that we can. So thank you for that. You've heard from Trevor that the 2008-9 global economic crisis also triggered shockwaves in the historical profession. Historians all of a sudden discovered that they had no capacity to explain a momentous set of events associated with a global economic meltdown. That's a pretty major deficit if you're historians, because they recognized that this was a turning point, and we're still living through the after effects of the global slump of 2007 to 9. As a result, the turn that Trevor rightly described as the new history of capitalism emerged. And in many respects, the return to capitalism as an object of analysis, and also the recognition that it has a history and is not the product of nature, not the product of an innate propensity to truck, barter, and exchange one thing for another, as Adam Smith says in the opening of The Wealth of Nations. But it has a history, which, as Marx tells us, is dripping in blood and dirt. My biggest problem with the new economic history of capitalism is that the blood and dirt is generally missing. The reason for that is an obsession with financial instruments that has run through the new history of capitalism, so that, as one pundit has put it, we are offered a capitalism without blood. And a capitalism without blood is a capitalism without the laboring body. And if Marx's critique of political economy is about anything, it is about the return to the laboring body. It is about centering the laboring body in the production of value as the heartbeat of the system. And this is why the concepts of labor power and living labor are absolutely indispensable foundations for everything that passes itself off as any kind of Marxist political economy analysis. So the book that Clara mentioned that I have coming out with the University of California Press, Slavery and Capitalism, is an attempt to intervene in this debate to clarify the stakes and to recenter the production of global commodities by an enslaved workforce as what was foundational to New World slavery. You'll see it, I call it a new Marxist history because I'm actually taking on a lot of ostensible Marxists. This is a debate within Marxism as well. And I'm also trying to insist that to do this project properly, we need to rehabilitate key classics of what has not always helpfully been described as the black Marxist tradition. But here I'm speaking particularly about C.L.R. James's magisterial account of the Haitian Revolution, the Black Jacobins, and W.E.B. Du Bois's great account of the Civil War in the United States, Black Reconstruction in America, which advanced the provocative and I think, if anything, still yet underappreciated claim for the general strike of the slaves as the key to the triumph of the Union in the Civil War. Now, I want to be clear that in making the case for the capitalist slavery, capitalist character particularly of British West Indian slavery and the slavery that emerges in the 18th century in the US South, that this is not a world systems theory claim for those of you who know it, which simply says that as soon as the world market touches an area, it's automatically fully capitalist. I'm making a different claim, which is that the New World slave plantation was founded on the real or direct subordination of labor by planter capital. What this means for those of you who know the debate over formal versus real subsumption of labor in Marx is that these were not labor processes that were only formally subordinated to capital. Plantation laborers were directly subordinated to production processes organized, assembled, regulated, and disciplined by agents of capitalism. And here, the discussion of what's known as the gang labor system is critical. And you'll see I have a passage there which I'll go through with you in a moment. But I begin, therefore, by making the following claim. Plantation slavery was about the massive systemic production of global commodities, tobacco, rice, cotton, sugar, coffee. It was mass commodity production. It was organized directly by means of bonded labor, and I advanced the concept of bonded labor power in the book, which I'm happy to come back to. But most importantly, I want to remind all of us of Marx's claim that the indispensable element of capitalist production is that capitalism absorbs the power of human cooperation. If you look at Marx's famous chapter on cooperation in Capital Volume 1, he says that this is the immense productive power that capital harnesses, the powers of human cooperation. Later, it harnesses them to increasingly mechanized production. But the critical, if you will, first step is to regulate and discipline cooperative human activity. Give you one quick passage from Marx, quote, capitalist production only really begins when capital employs a large number of workers on an extensive scale and yields relatively large quantities of products. This, Marx says, is a new productive power, which is intrinsically a collective one, but it is organized under a system that is purely despotic. And that's critical, because gang labor on the plantation system is the extreme point, I argue, of capitalist despotism. All organization of work in capitalist society is despotic. It is all authoritarian command system structures of labor and mobilization of labor power. So this passage, which is from William Dixon, Letters on Slavery, talks about the movement of bonded workers through the field in unison, and he says they begin and finish a row of holes. This is, in this case, cane holing for sugar. They begin and finish a row of these holes as nearly as at the same instance as possible, so that this equal task must be performed in the same time by a number of people who, it is next to impossible, should all be equally strong and dexterous. This is the standardization of labor, the material social organization that we refer to as abstract human labor, which seeks to quantify all movements. And so you get the standardization and quantification of labor time. It used to be common for historians to say the two institutions which institute bells to regulate time discipline were the factory and the school. The problem is they left out the plantation. The plantation was regulated in precisely the same way with bells, horns, and so on. And in fact, some wonderful historical research has shown us that watches and clocks were actually more widespread through the US South in the 1830s than they were through the North. That the use of bells, whistles, and clocks and mechanical devices for the keeping of time was actually more widespread there. Now, I don't think a lot is solved by simply quoting Marx to solve historical problems, but I think every now and then we come across a formulation from Marx that can be extremely useful and got it up. No, I've somehow lost it. Let's try again. There we go. The price that is paid here for the slave is no more than the anticipated and capitalized surplus value or profit that is to be extracted from him. Now, I'm not going to take you through this. Marx is here talking about what regulates the price of land. And he essentially says, you capitalize the rent. If it's 5%, you stretch it out over 20 years to get 100%. I'm massively simplifying. But the key here is the price of the slave is regulated by surplus value production, which is capitalized. In other words, Marx is not at all put off by the idea that plantation laborers are producers of surplus value in the course of producing commodities. And I think that insight is quite critical. But more important, ultimately, is that if we examine the actual forms of resistance of plantation laborers, of enslaved workers, what we discover is that there is both what I call in the book a proletarian moral economy, one in which theft from the master class is completely valorized and even called appropriation. To appropriate is the term that's used over and over by enslaved people when they steal from the master class on the basis of a very rudimentary labor theory of value. We produced it, it belongs to us. And secondly, that enslaved laborers, contrary to wide number of misconceptions, regularly fought to limit the length of the working day and the work week. Over and over and over again, they fought to reduce what Marx calls necessary labor, to reappropriate time for human life. In other words, I'm trying to make the claim that these bonded workers in some of the largest workplaces in the world, and that's the point that C.L.R. James is making in the Black Jacobins here. In 1740 or 1780, workplaces of 300, 400, and 500 laborers together constituted among the largest workplaces in the world. The sugar estates, in this case, of the northern plain of Saint-Domingue, what becomes Haiti, or Jamaica, and so on, are in fact massive workplaces. Moreover, enslaved workers regularly engaged in strike action. And this is something, again, that historians have come to appreciate but have not been able to integrate adequately into a full and robust kind of account. Here, I'm only going to give you the case of mass strikes. This is a set of mass strikes running from the 1790s all the way through the general strike of the slaves during the Civil War in the United States. But I will emphasize for you the second last one, December 1831 to January 1832, the mass strike of at least 30,000 Jamaican bonded laborers who refused to work as part of an uprising that basically forced the British Empire to abolition. And the leader of this uprising, this insurrection, Samuel Sharp, specifically argued for a general strike. This was the political strategy. And when arrested, a group of enslaved workers explained their motivations. We have worked hard enough already and will work no more. We won't be slaves no more. We won't lift hoe no more. We won't take flog no more. In other words, the general strike had become an instrument of mass struggle and mobilization, and what W.E.B. Du Bois does with his marvelous claim that effectively the Confederacy in the United States was broken by the withdrawal of hundreds of thousands of workers from the plantation system. The key thing being, of course, that to strike also means to escape. You have to leave. You have to physically depart because you're bonded labor power. And that's what we see, and this, of course, as historians know today, about 200,000 former enslaved men enter Union forces, predominantly the Army, but also nearly 20,000 into the Navy. And Du Bois's claim is this breaks the back of the Confederate economy and is the key to the defeat of slavery. I want to make one final point as I draw this argument to a conclusion. If this is the case, then not only are we saying that New World slavery was part of the capitalist mode of production, but it follows that these struggles of enslaved workers were an integral part of the history of the global working class. We need to reintegrate this history into global labor history. Global labor history has been developing as a field, but this dimension of it has been left too far behind. In 1789, there was an uprising in Santana, Brazil, very much like some of these that I've put up here. The workers, the enslaved workers, set 19 conditions for returning to work. One of them included workers' control of the means of production. They were only going to return if they controlled the mills, the boiling houses, and so on. They also demanded Friday, Saturday, and Sunday off from field labor and from work in the mills and the boiling houses. And they, explaining it, they put in their list of 19 demands that this time would be claimed, quote, to play, relax, and sing anytime we like. I just want to suggest to you that that too is an indispensable vision when we talk about a society beyond capitalism. When we talk about a vision of an emancipated society, the idea of human beings being relieved from toil sufficiently to have time to play, relax, and sing anytime we wish ought to be part of our vision. Thank you.
That was wonderful. Thank you so much. So now we have Stephen Marr, who is an assistant professor of economics at SUNY Cortland and co-editor of the Socialist Register. His work focuses on the role of the state and finance in the development and internationalization of American capitalism from the 19th century to the present. He's the author, with Scott Aquano, of The Fall and Rise of American Finance, from JP Morgan to BlackRock, that came out with Verso just last year, 2024, as well as Corporate Capitalism and the Integral State, General Electric and a Century of American Power, with Palgrave, 2023. The Fall and Rise of American Finance is truly an important book, and rethinking, as he will probably hint to, the relation between industrial and financial capitalism as it's been understood also in the Marxian tradition. So we're so happy to have you here.
Thanks a lot, Clara. And honestly, I want to echo my former teacher and actually ongoing teacher, David McNally's comments at the beginning, just on what an incredible initiative this is, and to extend my strongest congratulations on this incredible launch to Clara, Bruno, Scott, and Jisoo, everybody else who was involved in this. This is really tremendous, and I really hope that it continues. Unfortunately, as you heard, Robert Brenner and Bronco are not able to make it today, so you have the understudy. I'm sorry to break the bad news. I also didn't have the time to put together a PowerPoint because I wasn't necessarily supposed to be presenting, and so but that's okay with me because as my late mentor Leo Panich used to say, power corrupts, but PowerPoint corrupts absolutely. So no corruption here. I'm going to suggest that understanding the historical development, that how we understand the historical development of finance, the giant corporation, and the state are central to how we think through the most pressing political questions that we now face. And how we understand the role of finance, and how we understand the role of the corporation in having changed and interacted with the development of capitalism over time has a huge bearing on how we understand the political task that we now face. So there's a direct connection between how we see the history of these institutions, which are the central pillars of contemporary capitalist society, and how we understand the political struggles to change them and ultimately overthrow them. My work, like David's, challenges a lot of the work that's been done, including by some of the best Marxists, I think, in framing this history, which oftentimes consists of a narrative that argues that the development of capitalism over time has led to reduced competition as the concentration and centralization of capital proceeds, competition declines, leading to stagnation and general malfunctioning and decline, ultimately the decline of the capitalist system. I argue on the contrary, following the work of many important Marxists, some of whom were here, including Anwar Sheikh, that capitalism has actually become more competitive with time, not less, and that this has happened because of, not in spite of, the development of the giant corporation and the financialization of the economy. In other words, my central claim is that capitalism is not broken and in need of being fixed. On the contrary, it is working correctly and in need of being overthrown. So, thank you. So I make this case in my two books that Clara just mentioned by challenging two central myths which pervade a lot of left thinking on these institutions and the history of capitalism. First, the idea that class power emerges, the power of the capitalist class emerges through the capture of the state by the capitalist class, and that it takes the form of lobbying by giant corporations which take possession of the state from outside and force it to do their bidding. In other words, the state only does capitalist things because capitalists force it to do. My mentor, Leo Panich, who I mentioned earlier, used to call this the waitstaff theory of the state, where the capitalist class calls up the state every morning and instructs it how to behave and what it should do in order to reproduce capitalism. On the contrary, the implication, of course, of this claim, of this myth, I would say, is that the state is neutral. It's fundamentally neutral, and therefore it can become a workers' state simply by limiting lobbying or campaign contributions or whatnot, and therefore workers can then take control of the state through winning elections and make it into a working class state. On the contrary, if we look at the way the state developed historically and institutionally, we see that the state is in fact much better seen as what the Marxist state theorist Nikos Poulantzas referred to as a relatively autonomous state. That is to say, not directly under the control of the capitalist class, but at some distance from particular capitals, navigating the contradictions and conflicts between competing individual capitals as it articulates the general interests of the capitalist class as a whole. Now, by debunking this myth, I'm also criticizing economism, right? The idea that class power doesn't just emerge automatically. It's not just given. Class power has to be organized and formed. The power of the capitalist class has to be organized and formed through the active role of the state, which, not coincidentally, also disorganizes the working class. So the capitalist class has the capitalist state to organize its power. The working class is going to have to organize itself. This isn't to say that the struggle for reform is pointless and that reforms can't be won on the terrain of the state, because indeed they can and have been. Rather, it's to say that winning reforms and gaining state power requires more than just winning elections. It requires a much deeper and fundamental transformation of the materiality of the state. And I think the current efforts being undertaken by Elon Musk and the far-right government that's now come to power in the United States are somewhat instructive in terms of the kinds of transformations of the state that are possible and indeed necessary, albeit from the left, should the left come to power. And I think the left has not come up with a program to do so, other than simply contesting elections. The second myth that I challenge is this idea that financialization has led to the hollowing out or decline of industrial capital, and that the rise of finance in the global political economy, especially since the 1970s, has come at the expense of industry. So as finance rises, industry falls. And the idea is that finance constitutes a kind of vulture capitalism, or consists strictly of fictitious capital, appropriating Marx's concept, I think, in a way that is not exactly what Marx had intended, but is a particular development or a particular understanding of the concept of fictitious capital, such as in the recent book by Cedric Durand. The argument is that finance is somehow parasitic on industry, and its rise leads to dysfunction, the hollowing out of the real economy, and that actually the poor condition, the increasingly precarious position that the working class finds itself in is not a result of the balance of class forces and the fact that finance has strengthened industry and thereby increased the exploitation of workers, strengthened the capitalist class. But on the contrary, the argument is that the rise of finance has somehow, in weakening the working class, also weakened capitalism. But of course, those of us who are familiar with Marxist theory can understand perfectly well that the weakening of the working class is perfectly compatible with the strengthening of capital. And that's indeed what has gone on. And so the suggestion that comes out of this work, sometimes explicitly, as in the case of social democratic writers like William Lazonick, sometimes I would argue implicitly, is that workers should form an alliance with industrial capitalists, that is to say, their bosses and exploiters, in order to rein in the true parasites in the economy, which are the financiers. And supposedly, because finance is draining industry of its vitality and of its strength, industrial capitalists have an interest in joining with workers because they share a common interest in confronting the parasitic financial sector. I argue that this is not happening and is not likely to happen for the very simple reason that industrial capitalists have benefited from financialization. Financialization was a solution, not a problem, for capital coming out of the 1970s crisis, laying the groundwork, the infrastructure for globalization that first of all opened up the vast low-wage workforces of the global periphery to exploitation, reducing labor costs, increasing profits, and overall restoring the power and vitality of industrial capitalism coming out of the 1970s. Even though the process of globalization may have damaged individual capitals through the intensification rather than the reduction of competitiveness that entailed, the power of the capitalist class as a whole was strengthened. So competition may damage individual capitals, but it strengthens the power of the capitalist class at the expense of the working class. And I argue that this, in my recent book with Scott Aquano, The Fall and Rise of American Finance, I argue that this competitiveness, this intensified competitiveness of capital in the current period, has been reinforced, not challenged, by the extreme concentration and centralization of corporate ownership in the post-2008 period in the hands of the big three asset management companies, BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard, who have become the most powerful institutions in contemporary finance. Now, in order to understand the claims I'm making here, and I may not have time to get to everything that I want to say, we'll see how much time I end up having, but in order to understand the claims that I'm making here, I need to explain or lay out a theory or an argument made by the economist John Weeks that basically most mainstream and even critical economics, such as the Monthly Review School of Marxian economics, adheres to what one might call a quantity theory of competition, according to which competition is a function of the number of sellers in a particular market. As the number of sellers declines over time with processes of concentration and centralization, competition also declines, right? Classical Marxian economics, and Scott Aquano and I, argue that competition is actually better understood as a function of capital mobility. Competition occurs as capital flows into those investment outlets which generate relatively high returns and flows out of those investment outlets with relatively low returns. So as capitalists are seeking to maximize their profits, they invest where the profits are, and they allocate their investment to those sectors where profit rates are the highest and pull it out of those sectors where profit rates are the lowest. Now, the large corporation is the most mobile form of capitalist organization. It is most able to allocate investment as cheaply as compared to other possible ways of organizing capital across space as well as across sectors. So the large corporation then is more, not less competitive. Similarly, the development of the financial system in the United States since the 19th century. In our book, we start with the days of the robber baron J.P. Morgan, and we carry the argument all the way up to the current moment with the rise of the asset management companies. And we show how the development of the financial system has increased the mobility and competitiveness of capitalism. First integrating the national market in the United States in the 19th and early 20th centuries, and then ultimately facilitating the global integration of the capitalist system at an international scale, whereby the entire planet has come to be integrated into one singular global capitalist system. And that this has tremendously enhanced the competitiveness and aggressiveness of capitalism, not resulted in its dysfunction and malaise and stagnation. So I have a couple of comments I wanted to make about the institutional Marxist methodology that I've used in this work, which effectively argue, I'm not going to get too into it. I have a book coming out on this methodology. The manuscript will be submitted hopefully in September, and it will be coming out soon thereafter. But the basic idea is that, that capitalism's history does not unfold in accordance with the blind operation of structural laws. On the contrary, capitalism is produced and its structural drives are realized through institutional forms that are constructed by really existing concrete human beings. Now, I always find that a little bit strange, concrete human beings. I use it a lot, but I don't mean human beings made out of concrete. I mean actually existing, living and breathing human beings who create institutions, and the capacities of those institutions determine the trajectory, and the contradictions determine the trajectory of capitalist history. So the question that emerges from this kind of methodology is how and why did the capitalist system evolve in the ways that it did? And what does this history tell us about the structure of power and the possibilities for working class advance today? The purpose, my purpose, in writing with this methodology, in the recent book, that The Fall and Rise of American Finance, certainly, is to demystify the operation of the financial system and to illustrate its central importance for organizing the political and economic power of capital, and thus its importance for working class struggles to gain control over investment. In other words, in short, to demonstrate the necessity of and possibility for an authentically democratic socialist order. And I think that points to the need for a political program that goes beyond, for example, the popular call to break up the banks and restore competitiveness, right? Capitalism is already competitive, and it's not good for workers. Workers do not have an interest in restoring competitiveness. Workers have an interest in democratic control of the economy, and that is exactly what we need to be fighting for. So, okay. In this respect, my book, The Fall and Rise of American Finance, historicizes heterodox theories of money, credit, and finance. It looks at the ways in which the institutional capacities and functions of the financial system developed to carry out the functions that are described in those heterodox theories of money, credit, and finance. How did the financial system develop the capacities to circulate investment, to create money and credit in the way that those theories describe? We have to understand this historically. How did the system that those theories describe actually emerge? And in particular, to show how the capacities of the state itself were formed to support this system through its attempts to manage historically emergent disciplines, contradictions, and crises of capitalism. So the broader claim, in addition to the 1970s, the post-1970s moment, going back to the 19th century, is that financialization is not new. Right? Financialization was there at the creation of capitalism. Without financialization, you don't have the giant corporation under the tutelage of J.P. Morgan at that time. Furthermore, the current stage of financialization actually finds its origins in the heart of the post-war golden age of capitalism, which is oftentimes held up as the supposedly pre-financial period that we all want to go back to, right? Good industrial capital-led capitalism rather than bad financial capital-led capitalism. In addition, finance and industry are not separate, right? They're completely integrated, and their interests have never been more closely interconnected than they are now. So there is no currently available social democratic class compromise that is on the table for workers. We need to confront the entirety of the capitalist class who has shared interests in perpetuating globalization and maximizing the exploitation of working people. Class compromise strategies simply aren't going to work. The problem, in short, that we face, just to conclude, is capitalism itself. Not finance, not monopolization, not the political corruption of money in politics. We need to take on capitalism. And the social democratic compromise that is so often dreamed of, that we can return to, where we can form partnerships with industrial capital to limit financial predation, is not available to workers today. And this isn't because of a lack of structural economic space. Profits are at record highs. There is certainly the capacity in the system to support higher wages for workers. Understanding why the social democratic compromise is not on the table, therefore, requires that we look at the historical and institutional reality of capitalism, the shared interests of capitalists in perpetuating globalization and exploitation. It is this impasse, is the impasse of social democratic politics and the delegitimation of capitalism that has followed from the impasse of social democratic politics, along with the failure of the left up until now to provide a real alternative to capitalist exploitation and environmental destruction that is currently responsible for the dangerous shift toward neo-fascism that is now happening. And so I think these historical lessons couldn't be more pressing for the left as we try to think through what we're going to do about it. Thank you.
Alrighty, and now we have the substitute of Robert Brenner, his student, Sam Salor, researcher at UC Santa Barbara.
Thank you. So the main difference between Bob and I is that my introduction took 10 seconds. His would have taken 10 minutes, right? But I'm going to follow in his footsteps in being controversial and like annoy most of you here because that's just what happens after Bob talks. I'm going to start by taking a different track than David did in sort of criticizing the new histories of capitalism, and then move on from there. I think to try to say what bothers me today about mostly sort of Marxist analysis of the history of capitalism and capitalism as such. David mentioned that in the new histories of capitalism, what's forgotten is the dirt and blood, right? The exploitation of the workers and the labor embodied. That is true in most sort of mainstream writing. Exploitation, dirt and blood is forgotten. But I think what's fundamentally forgotten in the new histories of capitalism is capitalism itself. If you look at the writings, while everything is about the history of capitalism, they never bother to define what the term means, right? Capitalism generally refers to the past few centuries, right, or recent times. And it raises a question. What exactly is the use, like analytical use of the term capitalism, of something such as the logic of capital for historical analysis, beyond saying that there are workers, there are capitalists, and like workers are exploited by capitalists, right? One of my perhaps first controversial points is that a lot of the times as Marxists we think that our job is to talk about exploitation, right? Is to talk about class struggle. That those were the fundamental contributions of Marx, right? Exploitation and class struggle. I don't think that's true. I think Marx's main contribution was the specific form of class struggle and the specific form of class exploitation and the logics of development that arise from them in a capitalist society as opposed to a pre-capitalist society. You know, he almost like took it for granted. It was his starting point that workers are being exploited. The dirt and blood were his starting point. I don't think it was his main contribution to bring those out. So the problem with the histories of capitalism, interestingly, Sven Beckert himself, in a recent book, Capitalism, the reemergence of a new history, he himself sort of recognizes this struggle, right? And I have this quote from him. I don't really like his writing, to be honest, but this quote really brings out the point I'm trying to make. I see a yet unresolved and perhaps unresolvable tension between a new history of capitalism that emphasizes diversity, local conditions, particular forms, and forms of organization, and a diversity of labor mobilization, so slavery, bonded labor, workers, and a view of capitalism based on an assumption of a core identifying logic that sets this form of the organization of economic activity apart from the others. If we quite usefully emphasize the importance of politics, of law, of the state, of culture, of religion, I can add of exploitation, of so much more, of history and so on, are we in effect undermining the very notion that there is such a thing as capitalism, right? To me, that's true of either mainstream or Marxist writing. I think one of the dangers of us when we try to do too much empirical analysis, which is great, we should, that's the starting point, no question, is that there's also the danger of getting lost in all of it. And we end up describing all aspects of reality, but then we hardly go beyond description. And then we have a token to say, yes, this is all capitalism, there are workers and there are capitalists, but now let me go talk about banking, and then we end up describing various aspects of banking, we end up describing various aspects of finance, we end up describing various aspects in which workers are exploited. But then in the midst of that, I find that we lose historical narratives, we lose explanation, and we just end up with description. That's the new history of capitalism. So what's the way out of this? Here is, I want to bring Brenner, I'm just going to call him Bob Brenner, because most of these debates started in the 70s, right? Basically, how do we use the concept of capitalism, and how is it useful as an analytical category, not just something that's bad, you know, something that we need to get rid of. And Bob's main objection to the literature of the time, and most of this is in the context of the question of economic development, something that is like fundamental for most of us today. How do we understand economic development, right? Bob raised two fundamental questions. The first one was where everyone was looking at the world market growing in the 14th and the 15th century and said, well, this is a capitalist world market. Capitalist is a worldwide phenomena. We have accumulation, we have exploitation, we have people accumulating capital, therefore we have capitalism, right? And Bob's simple question was, yes, we have accumulation, we have exploitation, there are workers in factories producing textiles, the merchants are selling them, the merchants are getting rich, but why is any of that capitalist? What makes any of that capitalist, right? Because most pre-capitalist societies have been quite compatible with extensive networks of trade, of commodity production, of monetary exchange, right? His second question was when we looked at the issue of dependency, right? And of course, even up to today, a dominant view in the heterodox circles is that, well, why is it that so much of the world did not develop, but like England did, or the US did? Well, it's because they prevented the development of the rest of the world, right? This view is not necessarily incorrect, but there is a dangerous assumption here. A dangerous assumption that Bob pointed out, and I think it still haunts the development literature, that if it were not for England's colonization, that if it were not for the US or England, all of these other places would have developed as England and the US did. Right? That they were on the tracks of developing. Many of them actually, let's take India, let's take China, they were actually more developed economically up to just a few hundred years ago than Britain was, right? So then Britain's takeover is only possible by stopping the rest. And of course, Bob objected by saying that you are essentially assuming not economic development as such, but capitalist economic development. right? That we are assuming that every country is sort of destined to make a transition into capitalism and to have capitalist economic development. Of course, the issue here is not differentiating between forms of economic development, capitalist development as opposed to pre-capitalist development, right? So while England's colonization has certainly retarded the development of many places, there was absolutely no reason for them to have capitalist development. And this created a question. Essentially, two spaces for theoretical development came out of these two objections of Bob. One is, clearly there was a disagreement on what capitalism even is, if it's not just about accumulation of wealth, right? And given that most of these people have already read Marx, reading Marx and then constantly reinterpreting value theory in different ways was not enough. A new way of looking at Marx's categories was required. This is what Ellen Wood tried to do, which I will get to in a second. The second issue was, if we cannot equate development as such with capitalist development, the immediate question was, and the world market is not necessarily capitalist, well, how did capitalism come to be? This is, of course, the famous origins debate, right? The debate existed before Brenner, Morris Dobb, Sweezy, Rodney Hilton. But Bob picks up the debate, and of course the debate is now named after him, the Brenner debate. And Bob's fundamental reformulation of Marx in this regard was that for Marx, what was the distinguishing feature of capitalism was neither commodity production as such or monetary exchange, was this specific form of surplus extraction, i.e. the specific form of class relation, not class struggle, but the structure of the class relation within which class struggle happens in a specific form that distinguished capitalism from a pre-capitalist society. And then Marx later on wants to show that commodities and money, and even capital, while they existed before capitalism, under capitalism they become forms of this class relation. This is why in a footnote in volume 1 of Capital, Marx says, what distinguishes me from classical political economy is that I theorize commodity, money, and capital as forms of value. They are value forms. Value itself referring to this class relation, right? So then the key, what was the historical consequence of this perspective? Was that in order to find capitalism, looking at money and commodity is not enough. We need to find where the class relation changed and how did that happen, right? And I find today when, for example, if we look at a lot of literature on the development of East Asia, the development of China, the development of a lot of other places, what we look at is industry, finance, money, commodity production, all of which is great. But we rarely look at the class relation itself, right? And I think there is a lot of danger here if we forget the question of transition when looking at the question of development. Because what if we end up with these situations that don't really exist in our categories, where you can have extensive development, but no capitalist class relation? And then it also becomes very dangerous in historical analysis when we immediately go on to use Marx's categories for analyzing development when we have not yet established whether or not capitalism exists. So then, how do we further categorize or understand capitalism? Here is when Ellen Wood comes in. She emphasizes a few points, that what is the meaning of the relation of surplus extraction or exploitation changing? She says we need to understand basically two things. I have 1 minute, so I have to be faster. She's going to shout at me if I go for more than a minute. She says that key things that change from pre-capitalism to capitalism are that market opportunities turn into market imperatives. meaning that either a capitalist or a worker, you are dependent on the market. You are under the subject of market imperatives. And that's basically, to me, what Marx meant by value theory. Furthermore, she says, extra economic or political coercion of the peasantry turns into the economic coercion of the working class, right? And I'm going to end by just saying the objections to this view, and I think those objections are problematic. The main objections to this view have been, if we think of capitalism as economic as opposed to extra economic coercion, as market imperatives, how do we make sense of the extensive history of colonialism and overt forms of political coercion, let's say by the British? How do we make sense of racism? How do we make sense of the exploitation of women at home, none of which are economic forms of coercion? And the way people have tried to solve this by abandoning those concepts, by abandoning capital as a form of economic coercion, right? Whereas, and I'm going to end here by saying that the solution here is not to say, well, these historical facts don't really fit that pure understanding of capital. Therefore, we need to change our understanding of capital to somehow incorporate everything under it. I think the solution is to understand that colonialism, male domination, racism have existed throughout history. The question is not to expand the logic of capital, but to ask, what are the forms of colonialism, slavery, imperialism, racial domination, gender domination under this now a specific mode of surplus extraction, right? So the question of forms here is integrated into historical analysis, sort of maintaining the logic of capital as Marx described it, I think. Thank you.
Wonderful. Now we have some time for interventions by the audience so that we can get some debate going, and then we'll give it back to the speakers. I'll bring around the... Okay, let's go for those who have not spoken yet. So Meryl, you want to present yourself? Stand up if you can.
Hi. Hi, my name is Merle. I'm a student at UMass in the PhD program, Economics. I know you should never ask historians to speculate about the current moment, but I was wondering if you would be willing to do so anyway. So I was wondering, I guess it's a question addressed to all of you, but I mean, maybe mostly Stephen. I was recently reading Lenin on imperialism and was kind of trying to make sense of that moment of World War I, the imperialist wars, and how he obviously describes it in relation to monopoly capitalism. Then I was thinking through, why didn't we in the 70s see imperialist wars as the solution to, a crisis of profitability? Why did we see that solution of financialization and what would you obviously critique as a concept, but subordination of labor, by ever-intensifying competition, as you would explain it. And then what is the current moment going to bring? Are we going to see a return to some form of imperialism? How can we make sense of that if we don't believe that monopoly capitalism is a good way to understand the current moment? I don't know, if you guys could speculate on the current geopolitical configurations. Thanks.
Then we had a question here. Come closer.
Sure. Bryce Rossler, Freedom Road Socialist Organization. I'm glad that the last speaker mentioned Ellen Myskin's Wood's book, but when I speak to other workers about capitalism, something that often comes up is the idea that capitalism is some sort of inevitable end stage of humanity and or a manifestation of human nature. And in her book, which you mentioned, she traced the land enclosure in England and the development of capitalism in the English countryside in the 17th century as being an emergent factor in this, the uniquely speculative way that they treated land rents as distinct from other European colonial powers. And that disavows us of the notion that this was a natural, inevitable process. And I think that's important because the conclusion when you have the idea that this is a natural thing is that you can't conceive of an alternative. If capitalism is inevitable or some manifestation of human nature, then it is what it is. And secondly is that in the United States specifically, there's a generally like anti-intellectual attitude among the population. Like if you try to speak to the average person about technical theories or abstract ideas, their eyes start to glaze over. So but like people understand these things. Like people feel the weight of capitalism pushing down on them. They may not understand why. Like a factory worker may not be familiar with Frederick Winslow Taylor's principles of scientific management, but they feel it, right? So my question, I guess I have two questions. One is, what do you see the role for heterodox economics being in synthesizing these ideas in digestible ways for the masses and not just students and academics? And two, how does collaboration with other disciplines factor into that?
There are many other hands. Let's get these three, then Ricardo, and then we give it back to you, and then we'll do a second round. We have time. This will be the first one.
Hi, my name is Panos Soukalis. I'm a student in philosophy at the New School and a fellow in the World Inequality Database in Paris. So my background is in economics. So I want to contrast two different perspectives, which I understand they emerge from the different topics, but nevertheless I think they are representative of two different approaches to capitalism between David McNally's speech and Stephen Mayer's speech. On the former, we heard an emphasis on the dirt, the blood, and that side of the history of capitalism, which you can extend to also being a logic, an aspect of the logic of capitalism. My sense was that in Stephen's speech, there was more of an emphasis on the rationality of capitalism, of the pureness of capitalism, that I understand very well the point of the argument in the context of trying to show, and very powerfully so, and I've really learned a lot from your book, and I really, really enjoyed reading it, that a social democratic compromise is not the strategy we should be striving for. But I want to ask primarily Stephen, but the rest of the panel as well, don't we lose something by emphasizing that only the rational side of capitalism? That also capitalism is not only, it's not only that we want to overthrow it, to work against it, because it works perfectly by its own standards, it's also stupid sometimes. It's also irrational very often. And for instance, in the context of the state, I wonder that, I think that it is a very powerful argument to show that the state works with a relative autonomy from capital, but works to further the interests of capital and to bridge over all of the contradictions of capital, even if liberal democracy works perfectly. So that's a very powerful argument. But at the same time, liberal democracy does not work perfectly. Like it's, especially in this country, it's a joke very often. So that dirty, you can say often bloody as well, aspect of capitalism, that irrational aspect, especially in the context of climate change. Like if we talk about capital accumulation, what about the way that capitalism contributes to the own demise of human civilization at the moment in a highly irrational way? How does that perspective factor in to your narrative? Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll grab the mic while it's here. I'm Anna Pick. I'm a grad student in economics, also at the New School. I have a question actually for David in particular. I was very interested by your presentation. I was thinking as you were speaking and also staring at this timeline about some insights from Black feminist scholarship on this issue, and I just wondered if you could comment. First, that the enslaved person is actually both producer and commodity and therefore has a unique relation to the value and production process. Second, that enslaved women have a unique relation to the labor process in the sense of enforced reproduction and the removal of children. And third, that some of the most important practices of resistance to slavery, as emphasized by Hartman in particular, as practiced by Black women as well, in the everyday experience are actually invisible and happen in the shadows. For example, hiding, shirking, secret rituals, collection of funds, etc., escape, secret intimacies and relationships. I just wondered how you would integrate those insights into global labor history.
Last two questions, then we do a second round. We have, we do one Talha and one Ricardo. Who wants to go first? Ricardo?
To Sam Salur,
I think you wanted to displease the audience, but I enjoyed all that you said. I agree 99% except for a very important 1%. That is, you can't divide value and money. So going towards a full real analysis, I think it's a problem. But for the rest, I agree completely. To Stephen Meyer, it's a minor point, but I know Cedric Durand. And I don't see him in what you said. You know, the point is to recognize that the relationship between finance or financial capital and industrial capital is functionary and contradictory. So you can't divide the two things. The real point, and I close with this, is on the first part of Stephen Meyer, the methodological part, that I enjoyed very much, and the attempt is again to link the sessions. Piero Sraffa in 1927, when he started to think of the book, he said, what should I do? I have to go through history in reverse, fare la storia a ritroso, the history of economic thought backwards, from the present to the past. It is the opposite than the continuous view. It is to show how present theory came to be reached, showing the difference and the superiority of the old theories. This was actually the style of Italian thinkers like Napoleone, Graziani, but I think many, many others. And what is intriguing in this approach is that you can't do economic theory today without at the same time doing history of political economy and the reverse.
Thank you.
So first I just want to say a comment, which is I think this is probably the single best panel I've attended in the last 10 years, and I just want to thank all of you and the people organizing it. This was unbelievable as a matter of one after the other. I just have to say I'm blown away. So my comment is really a little more, very minor, but I just want to sort of build on what Sam started with, which is I think fundamental, which is that the differentia specifica of Marx's analysis of capitalism cannot be class and exploitation, because that is not the differentia specifica of capitalism, right? It's the specific way in which capitalism transforms other forms of class relations. And the way it does it is, of course, by intercoupling vertical class relations with horizontal relations of ceaseless market competition. And I think this feeds very nicely into Stephen's point, which is exactly that. The monthly school vertical focus on monopoly misses the story of capitalism. And I just want to sort of, so I'm very sympathetic with all this, but I just think we should name that the reason people always go back to a vertical understanding of capitalism is because once you intertwine the vertical and horizontal, both as a matter of agents of transformation and the critique of transformation and the program of transformation become much harder. But I think that is what has to be named and put on the table. That once you understand the differentia specifica of capitalism as being precisely the intertwining of the vertical and horizontal in an unprecedented way, leading to unprecedented alienated domination and productivity, the agents and program of transformation become much harder to articulate. And I think we have to sort of be honest about that to some extent. I'm completely sympathetic with the project. I think what you guys did is brilliant. I just wanted to say that. Thanks.
That's great. Alrighty, so we have time, so let's give it back to our speakers. What order should we follow? Let's follow the order in which you started, no? Or you tell me. Yeah? Trevor? Go ahead.
Okay, well, I'll be brief because I think most of the questions were mainly aimed towards David. So I think the only thing that I'm going to specifically respond to is the question about how to translate these theories to explain them to regular people, and I sort of mentioned that, I don't know, American workers might have a strain of anti-intellectualism, and I actually think that that's the wrong approach. And I think that very much from many of the conversations from yesterday, which is to say, I think it's a mistake for us to approach non-academic workers and community organizers from the perspective of saying, I know what your problem is. I read it in volume 3 of Capital, and I've figured out, you know, I figured out the transformation problem, and so I'm going to tell you what your problem is in a way that you can understand. I actually think that the correct approach is to ask them what their problems are and what they need, and to listen to what they say, even if they're people who you might think you are politically opposed to, because they might speak a very different idiom from heterodox economics, but almost certainly they hate their boss, and almost certainly they hate their landlord, and we know for damn sure they hate their health insurance company, right? And so I think that there are many more points of continuity there, and I think for that reason, what I was very struck by from some of the conversations yesterday, I don't know where our Icelandic trade union organizer went, but I found very striking when she said that she had specific problems. She goes to the negotiating table and the economists do their math and they always say the same thing, which is that wages can't increase. And I thought, well, look, she doesn't need us to explain Marx to her. What she needs is a set of intelligible, usable answers to respond to those economist questions, right? So she's telling us what she needs and we should be able to supply it in a useful way. And I think that listening to workers about what they need is probably a better approach than proceeding from the assumption that we have all the answers and we know better. And I would also say that I think, just as a final point, that it's a translation error to believe that there's a strain of anti-intellectualism in average Americans. I think that I could probably leave here right now and have a very sophisticated conversation with anybody on the street about like the blitz rate of the Philadelphia pass rush, and they would be able to speak in very, very specific detail about that. Only like 4 of you understood what I just said, but those who did, right, you're with me on this. Right? It's a different kind of intellectualism, right? It's an intellectualism that speaks to people's experience in a way that perhaps the transformation problem of Volume 3 doesn't. And so I don't think that we should proceed under the assumption that there is a rampant intellectualism so much as I think we should realize that what we think is important and what is important to workers in the world are not necessarily the same thing, and that we should listen to them about what they need.
I'll just make one quick comment on the last point, which is to say, in the spirit of what Trevor is saying, the relationship between activists, organizers, and those of us who do intellectual work professionally has to be dialogical. It has to be dialogical. And the moment we imagine that holding forth monologically is any route towards the emancipation of the workers of the world, come on, folks. Let's get serious. We have a huge learning project as people who are professionally intellectuals if we're going to be relevant to all kinds of labor, community, social justice type organizing. On the rationality question, you know, I think the key for us always is to emphasize that the micro-rationality of the capitalist firm is in aggregate irrational. And therefore, that there is baked into the DNA of the system, the logic of capital, is social irrationality. And that's, I think, in many ways, something that disunites what we've all been saying. The big historical question that's kind of the backdrop to all of this is what Marx tries to do in Part 8 of Capital Volume 1, the origins question, the primitive accumulation of capital, or, as I think Ian Angus correctly gets it, when Marx gives a famous speech to a group of workers in London, and he calls it originary expropriation. Much, much better translation than primitive accumulation. That capitalism cannot get going as a historical possibility unless masses and masses of people somewhere are dispossessed of their means of producing the means of life for themselves, their own means of production and subsistence. And that dispossession is at the core. Then you have to have that unique social relationship in which Mr. Moneybags meets on the market people who are dispossessed of means of producing for themselves. What I'm trying to develop within this is the recognition that what happened to those 12 million Africans sold into slavery? They were dispossessed of the means of producing for themselves, and their labor power was sold as a pseudo-commodity of the person. But therefore you get the commodification of persons, which can never be completed. That's my whole point, is that you cannot, in fact, adequately commodify people. And one of the little banners that I use in the book is to say, constant capital does not strike. I repeat that, constant capital does not strike. Only living labor does that. And once we recognize that, then we need to theorize in a very, very different way. Anna, your question is really, really important, and I do try to take this up extensively, because one of the things that Marx leaves dangling in Capital, he tells us the special commodity is labor power. He doesn't tell us how this labor power is going to be regularly, systematically, and generationally reproduced. He tells us capital can leave that to the natural instincts of the worker, which is wrong. Marx goes for a naturalistic solution to a social problem. Social reproduction theory within Marxism, sometimes known as Marxist feminism or Marxist social reproduction theory, has come in at exactly this point and said, what about those labor processes that produce labor power? Some of them are socialized, teachers, healthcare workers, daycare workers, and so on, and many of them remain privatized in private households. But that is an integral part of the reproduction of the working class, and so theoretically we have to be able to address that. I tried to do that in the study, mentioning some of the people that you've mentioned. Whether I'm adequate to the task is, I leave for all of you to decide if you actually take the time to read what I have written on it. Final point was the first question on the current moment, and because I don't want to overtake my time, I will simply say this. I believe that neoliberalism has been in a disintegrating moment since the global crisis of 2007 to 9, but that it remains chaotic and incapable at this moment of establishing a robust new accumulation regime. I think Kostas yesterday used the term interregnum. But the interregnum can just be chronic chaos and disintegration that's constantly trying to re-scramble itself to hold together. And so Trumpism is one set of responses to those disintegrating tendencies of the neoliberal accumulation regime. We don't know where they lead. Now, on imperialism and rivalry, my view, Lenin's right about rivalry. His explanation doesn't fit our world, okay? But he's right about rivalry. His particular explanation about the export of capital and all of that, no. It's not gonna hold to explain our moment. And at the core, we need to get always at the core question. When Trump is after tariffs, forget the playing around with fentanyl in Canada and Mexico and all of that. That's the sideshow. China. It's a US-China rivalry because there has been, over the last 40 years, a new center of global accumulation has emerged. And what the US state and ruling class is most preoccupied with is the US-China rivalry, which is why Trump's moves are actually continuous with Biden's. And so we need to understand imperialism today in terms of the rivalries involved with key centers of accumulation, and those have been changing across the neoliberal period, and it reconfigures the way in which global imperialism looks today. That's a whole other discussion, and I know I need to pass to Steve.
Thanks, David. Yeah, so maybe I'll just start where David ended with a comment about Lenin and imperialism. As you mentioned, Lenin's focus is on monopoly capitalism and the ways in which the monopolization of the national market led to the overaccumulation of capital by large firms and therefore created the need for those firms to export capital. And the forms that took was carving out exclusive economic territories which were for the sole exploitation of nationally specific capitalist classes. And this is important in terms of the question of the history of capitalism because it gets at the historical specificity of imperialism. right? Marx and Engels in the Manifesto talked about capital's tendency to settle everywhere, nestle everywhere, establish connections everywhere, et cetera, et cetera. And that's oftentimes taken as very prophetic, and indeed it was. Capital does have that tendency, as we can all see around us every single day. Nevertheless, the forms that internationalization takes are historically specific. So at the time Lenin was writing, there was indeed inter-imperial rivalry between externally related imperial systems, which were nationally specific between the core country and between the metropole country and its colonial territories that it was exporting capital into and extracting value from. After World War II, this logic changes. We enter a new historical moment defined by the unique role of the American state, unprecedented in history, in uniting the world system into one single global capitalism. Not competing national capitalisms, not competing imperial systems, one global capitalism. It doesn't mean that competition goes away, of course, as I was just explaining, and it doesn't mean that interstate conflict goes away. But it means that the contradictions within this system, given that the system is indeed organized through national states, which remain relatively autonomous from each other within the structure of the American empire, those forms of conflict and contestation take different forms. And so what you see after the 1970s crisis, and the system is united based on the free movement of capital. It's stitched together by the large multinational corporations who circulate investment around the planet. In fact, if you look, a huge proportion of global trade, something like over 60%, depending on what numbers you look at, actually consists of the movement of value within multinational corporations. Right? Many countries' leading exports are exports within a single corporation. And so you have this system stitched together by multinational corporate investment and organized through national states. So there is conflict between these national states. And the forms that conflict takes now, especially as David was just mentioning, vis-a-vis the US and China, is very different than the kind of conflict we saw, say, between the United States and the Soviet Union, between two completely different socioeconomic orders. And it was very different than the kind of inter-imperial rivalry we saw leading up to World War I and ultimately World War II. Instead, we have a Chinese economy that is deeply integrated within American-led global capitalism, right? Deeply integrated within American-led global capitalism. The dollar remains world money, right? Organized and reproduced by the American state. And China has been seeking different terms of integration within that that global system managed by the American state. And that includes the growing threat of nuclear confrontation between the US and China. So China is deeply integrated with the system, but there's a lot of contradictions of that. And I think what David said is very correct, that what has happened, especially in the recent decades, has been a kind of fragmentation of the American imperial system, but a fragmentation that is contained still within the overarching structure of American hegemony. And that has taken the form of increasing security conflicts between different national states, whose autonomy, relatively speaking, is a part of the way that system is established and organized. And I think theorizing that and thinking that through requires a lot of intellectual and theoretical energies that people have to devote in the coming period to understanding what's going on. But certainly, in a context in which the American state is the #1 recipient of foreign direct investment inflows in the entire world, it would certainly be absurd to suggest that foreign direct investment itself is somehow constitutive of an imperial relationship. That would mean that the United States is the most imperially dominated country on the planet. Clearly, that's not the case. So we have to think through the current forms that this is taking and the nature of the conflicts that we're seeing, which are quite different. For example, after the 2008 crisis, the American Central Bank, the Federal Reserve, bailed out central banks all around the planet, at least central banks in the dollar zone, by supplying them with unlimited swap lines of credit, that is to say, unlimited dollars to support their financial systems, including China. Right? And if there was a big financial meltdown today, the same thing would happen. I don't think that would have occurred between the United States and the Soviet Union. And I don't think that would have occurred between the leading capitalist powers in the lead up to World War I.
So we're looking at a very, very different system, and understanding the nature of the contradictions of that system requires that we have historically specific understanding of how that works. Now, I don't want to go on very much longer because I know we have to get on, but I wanted to make one last comment about the dirt and blood in the history of capitalism that David mentioned, because this is actually quite important, and the way I see this is that there's a division of labor. Like, if I was writing a book about the history of global capitalism and financialization in the American economy, and I also then wrote about all of the violent and coercive measures that are necessary to implement a monetary economy, which is by no means occurring through nature, but has to be instantiated through violence on living human beings who don't necessarily want to accept those kinds of economic relations. Or, of course, as we all know, the American empire could hardly be said to be bloodless in its rise, which was a condition for the free mobility of capital internationally and the competitiveness that I just was referring to. So, including, several million people killed in Vietnam, including now the genocide that's happening in Gaza. So it's certainly not bloodless. But I think there's a division of labor in our historical focus in which, David has written an excellent book on blood and money, the way that the rise of a monetary economy was dripping in blood in the ways that he mentioned. And so I think we're just kind of looking at different things, but to me, these are not exclusive in any way. They go together, and we all are kind of participating in a common project in that way. One last point about capitalism being stupid. I really like that point, because capitalism is really stupid. But I think this is kind of how I see the difference between Ralph Miliband and Nikos Poulantzas in a way, for those of you who are familiar with this relatively arcane debate in the history of Marxist thought. Ralph Miliband says, look, the capitalists control the state because the capitalists are in the state, and they're connected to the state, and they know people in the state. Nikos Poulantzas says, you know what? Even if they're not, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, because they don't have to be. The state is a capitalist state even without that. And so I think that's a very, very important critique that hones in on the radicalism that we have to focus on, because it doesn't matter if we exclude the capitalists from participating in the state, right? The social democratic parties in Europe were historically, to a large extent, successful in limiting campaign contributions and campaign financing of those parties. And yet every single one of them is adopting neoliberalism. So campaign contributions are not the problem, right? Capitalist personnel are not the problem. And I think that is a really important way of looking at things. And certainly in terms of the environment, I am very influenced by the work of Paul Burkett. Those of you who might be familiar, the late Paul Burkett, I recommend his work very, very highly. And what he basically shows is how the logic of capital, if you like, as laid out by Marx in Capital, is fundamentally at odds with both human development and the sustainability of the relationship to nature. And I think that what that points to is is kind of the same kind of argument I was making, that the health of capitalism, the strength of capitalism, comes at the expense of the planet and human beings. And as Clara said yesterday, right, the contradiction between the logic of need and the logic of profit. This is the central message, I think. The logic of profit winning means the logic of need, to some extent, loses out. Human beings become stunted in human development terms, and nature is disrupted in ways that are potentially existentially impacting human civilization.
All right, I'm going to give a few quick answers, and then I want to spend time on the current moment, though probably not in a very satisfactory way. So on the irrationality issue, I agree. I think we should be less happy about the irrationality of capitalism and much more worried about its genius. Because despite the fact that it destroys its own basis, it's so malleable, it's so powerful in rectifying all of that and changing its ideologies and looking different every time. And I think that's what's really dangerous about it. And it also has this obviously built-in mechanism of dealing with the irrationality between micro and macro within itself. That's the business cycle. Every business cycle, it deals with that and it goes ahead. As the question of value and money, I completely agree. Value cannot exist outside of money. But I think sometimes we forget this, and even in the work of someone like Heinrich, we kind of have this new Smithianism, where money, as Blood and Money shows, money existed before capitalism, obviously, and it was a terrible social institution, but value did not, right? So what's really distinct about capitalism is not monetary production, as Keynes would say, but it's value production, which necessarily takes a monetary form. Regarding of like what I said, well, I was told to behave. But the fact is like the perspective that I try to defend is regularly in the Journal of Capital and Class or Historical Materialism or other journals is designated as Eurocentric, racist, and sexist, right? Because supposedly it fails to incorporate non-European paths to capitalist development. It fails to incorporate social reproduction or racism under capitalism. And like, to clarify, when it comes to the issue of social reproduction, I think there is a lot of approaches that try to begin from Marxist categories, such as value, such as abstract labor, and then ask the question, when it comes to the question of reproducing the labor power, how can we change those categories to incorporate that? That's precisely what I'm saying is a mistake. In my view, that's a completely mistaken approach. Whereas the other approach should be, what is the form of social reproduction under capitalism as opposed to feudalism, as opposed to what existed before? It's that historical approach that needs to be our starting point. And a lot of the times, in so much of our analysis, Marx's categories have become our starting point rather than history, right? That's true of issues of race and issues of gender, I think. And I think those are mistaken approaches. Lastly, I just want to briefly talk about the current moment. My view is I think the way in which we look at the current moment and debate it essentially has not changed since the 70s. I think we are within the same paradigm of debate, right? And that, I think, is creating problems. The paradigm I like to put forward exists. It's not completely new. As much as today's world is different, I think if you look at even the stuff that we are debating, there are stark similarities. We are talking about, is neoliberalism over or not? Is globalization over or not? Do we have secular stagnation or not, right? These are the stuff. Okay, who were the people that debated these identical questions? Early 20th century, both mainstream and Marxist thinkers. The question at the time was, has the age of British liberalism ended or not? The question at that time was, has the globalization of late 19th century ended or not? Keynes is the product of that debate. The debate at that time was, are we in an era of secular stagnation or not? The exact same things that we are debating. So I think the best way to try and make sense of the moment is through a historical comparative picture that looks at the evolution of post-World War II capitalism up to today and compares it with the evolution of capitalism under the British hegemony as it was chased by the US and Germany leading into the conflicts of the First World War, the Second World War, and the stagnation of the 30s. That framework, in my view, can tell us best of what we can expect moving forward.
Great. I think we are all ready for lunch. So thank you. So the plan is we are starting at 2:45. We have two more sessions in the afternoon. And then we have a final dinner with Lebanese food. And I hope you guys can stick around. And some sun came out and there's a beautiful terrace. The food is served here. Pay attention, this is important. Food is served here, not downstairs. And then you can go also out on the terrace and take a look at the view and enjoy before our next session. Thank you.
Also, everybody, there's a morning going on the second and first floors. So they asked us, I don't know exactly who passed or whatever, but it's a somber moment on the second and third floors. So they asked us not to congregate on those floors. You can go out, you can go on the terrace here. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you very much.
Okay, okay, okay.
They are in order. The slides are here, okay? In order.
I think we're all here. Okay, so just 1 minute. Okay, it's 2:45. I'm trying to respect your time. Okay, so because of that, I will read so I don't get lost in my thoughts. Welcome, everyone. My name is Bruno Theodosio, as you probably already know at this point. I'm an assistant professor of economics here at University of Tulsa. It's a great honor to moderate this panel today. I see friends both on the panel and in the audience, and I believe that we all, as a community of heterodox economists, will gain valuable insights from this discussion. One of the defining features of heterodox economics is its openness to diverse approaches, theories, and methods. This session is titled Probabilistic Political Economy because of its unique combination of methods from information theory with classical political economic topics. The term probabilistic signals the adoption of probabilism in economics. Determinism in economics begins with idealized theoretical constructs such as uniform profit rates or single prices for commodities, treating real-world variability as noise added to approximate these ideal states. It views statistical spreads around deterministic truths as secondary, something imposed later to refine deterministic models. In contrast, probabilism rejects the notion of idealized point states altogether, treating economic variables like prices and profit rates as inherently uncertain and focusing on their probability distributions. Probabilism embraces variability and distributions from the outset. As Paulo puts, and I'm going to present them in a second, as Paulo puts, the regularities of economic systems are social, their expressions are statistical. And as Alice puts, posterior distributions are rational expressions of beliefs. Classical political economy was an early adopter of probabilism. Smith's idea of the social division of labor emerging from labor movement between sectors seeking higher profitability, and Marx's insights on capitalist competition demonstrate how classical economists recognize the distributions, uncertainty, and contradictions as fundamental features of economic reality. This rich intellectual heritage grounds probabilistic approach in the historical and institutional dynamics of capitalism. We view the capitalist system as a complex, dynamic structure where individuals' interactions, shaped by institutions, produce measurable and recurrent social outcomes. It creates spontaneous order from decentralized and uncoordinated behavior of workers and capitalists, generating economic variables that can be characterized in terms of central tendencies and fluctuations around those tendencies. Equilibrium, in this context, is not a fixed point, but rather a stationary, sometimes empirically verifiable probability distribution. One strength of this approach is that it offers a new way to think about the relationship between micro and macro. We can go from knowledge we have at the micro level and think of macroeconomic outcomes as the combinatorially dominant state consistent with the knowledge. We can go from the knowledge we have at the social level and think of how it constrains the possible outcomes of different individuals. The macro is not just the micro many times over. By rejecting oversimplified models and offering new foundations for empirical work, probabilistic political economy offers a comprehensive framework for understanding and transforming economic realities. As we will see today, the field employs a variety of methods and techniques and is by no means monolithic. Tools drawn from statistical mechanics, information theory, Bayesian probability, and complexity theory enrich its scope. Probabilistic political economy advances heterodox economics by developing theoretical models and analyzing empirical phenomena, including profits, wages, and money distribution, technology, concentration, inequality, the division of labor, and more. For today's discussion, we have an outstanding panel of scholars. I'm going to present all of them at once. So we have Paulo dos Santos, Professor of Economics at the New School, Alice Scharfenaker, Associate Professor of Economics at the University of Utah, Dohan Sundal, Assistant Professor of Economics at California State, and Bruno Theodosio, Assistant Professor here at the University of Tulsa. So, Paulo, the floor is yours.
Okay, let's see. I'm struggling with my voice. Can you hear me? This will be difficult. The subject matter is difficult, and obviously I barely have a voice. Hopefully it'll come back. Okay, hi. I should write shorter titles if I'm gonna have a voice problem. That's the title. Okay, can I? Okay, so the paper draws from a wider body of work. Actually, thank you. Draws from a wider body of work where I'm trying to apply concepts and instruments from information theory to political economy. And divide the talk into 4 parts. I'll give the game away in the first part because it's not a mystery novel. I'll say a couple of things by way of the origins of the problem with conventional statistics. And then I'll contrast the 2 paths that can be taken to statistical analysis. One based on the conventional notion of covariance, and the other one based on the notion of information and intersections of information. Okay, here we go. The main point I would like you to take away from today's talk, beyond the hoarseness, is that the philosophical problems and controversies in probability theory, the debates about Bayesian versus frequentist statistics are very much of concern to heterodox economics. And that is because conventional treatments of statistical analysis actually introduce explanatory and discursive biases that we ought to reject. Broadly, twofold biases. One, it tends to misrepresent what it is that we get from statistical inference. It presents it as statements of fact, objective truth, as opposed to the understanding that what statistical inference gives us are statements of rational belief given well-stated priors. Something far weaker, something far more nuanced, something far more contestable. The second issue, of course, is that there are, a point that I've been emphasizing for a while, deep individualist prejudices that are baked into the very foundation of conventional statistical analysis. And they are baked so deep that they have shaped even what we accept as empirical explanation. So that what we expect when we demand explanations is individualist even before we think about it. We ought to be able to reject that. Information theory helps us reject that. Okay? So in the paper, I take the common situation where we have a system with n individuals, and we're interested in a particular variable, y, an outcome, could be income, could be life expectancy, anything of interest across the individuals. And then we can observe some covariates, k of them. And we'd like to learn about the processes that generate y from what we can observe. Very run-of-the-mill statistical problem. And the point that the paper makes is that with a few conceptual developments and a couple of formal results, we can get from information theory what I've started to call a meta-theoretical approach to the generative associations between y and the covariates. It gives us an approach that generalizes linear regression analysis in a variety of really important ways. It steers analysis to explanations that are social, not individualist, that are generative, not representational, that are multivariate and not bivariate, and explanations that hold true regardless of the distributional forms. Regression models will appear as special cases of these more general truths. So it's not that regression models are wrong, it's just that they are the particular expression of a deeper underlying truth when particular distributional forms happen to be in place. People with me? And that's very important. For many reasons. One of them is that it means that the framework that the paper develops can also be used to test the boundaries of applicability of regression analysis in a joined-up systematic way, without the ad hoceries that we normally appeal to after the fact, trying to figure out if the assumptions that we started with were appropriate or not. It's really an epistemologically curious approach that we have settled on in conventional analysis. Okay, let's talk about the origins of this briefly. It turns out that eugenicist thought has profoundly shaped the development of conventional statistical analysis. Galton, Pearson, and Fisher were all eugenicists and believed that statistical theory was going to become the vehicle that would enable them to pronounce eugenicist truths as scientific fact. Audrey Clayton, in a really good book he put out recently called Bernoulli's Fallacy, makes the point that part of the key reason why Bayesian inference and Bayesian understanding of probability has been marginalized in statistics is because these three eugenicists wanted statistical analysis to appear as capable of producing statements of objective fact. And the very diligent approach to what we know and what we don't know, what we may or may not infer of the Bayesian approach threatened that. I think that's a very interesting point. I'm emphasizing a related point, but slightly different, that there's an additional eugenicist prejudice that's baked into the very base of the cake of conventional analysis. We use abstractions in conventional analysis where individual outcomes are framed not as a result of social interaction, not as a result of specified generative processes, but as expressions of inherent individual characteristics. And this is done in a two-part representational abstraction that we don't even think about. We just use it so much, we don't even problematize it. Our statistical models actually make no statements about interactions or interdependencies across individuals, right? You just think, okay, your outcome, Y, is the result of two steps. The first step is, well, tell me what your covariates are, V. That will give me the expected value of your Y. And then you have an irreducibly idiosyncratic shock on top of that, and that's it. Your characteristics set your mean, and then chance sets your value from there. That could be true in many cases, but that's a very specific abstraction. People with me? And it's not generative. There's nothing being said here about interactions, about processes. The data that we analyze is cast as the outcome of independent processes where each individual, up to what we observe, faced the same process as the aggregate distribution. It's a very peculiar choice in social analysis, where from the get-go you proclaim, I know everything. And within that everything, everybody's the same. Whereas social analysis ought to start from a recognition of how deep our ignorance is. And given that ignorance, we absolutely must not suppose that beyond what we know, people are the same. In fact, we should expect the exact opposite. Beyond what we know, we should expect social difference. People with me? But that's not what we get from conventional approaches. Is this making some sense? Can you hear me? Okay, how much time do I have? Oh, this is great. I can go on. Okay. Now, this is all very important because actual formal social inquiry is hard. And it's harder than most people think. If you're trained in physics and you start thinking about social inquiry for the first time, your first reaction is, crap, this is impossible. First, socioeconomic systems are complex. Everybody says that these days, so it's not terribly exciting. But the kind of complexity that we have is different. It's not your grandmother's complexity. Social systems have members that exhibit what philosophers call relational interiority. What does that mean? That in the very nature of what social individuals are, we see reflections of their relations with others. The relational aspect of our interactions actually shape what we are, so that the individual becomes rather problematic as a departure point for analysis, because what the individual, him or herself, is actually part of the interactions that we're trying to explain. That makes things really, really hard. So not only are the relations dynamic and nonlinear and complex, but everything's changing. It's like Hegel was right. Making matters even worse, the possibilities for observation that we have are terrible. If we're lucky, we get partial data. In fact, we don't know what the full array of data that would be necessary to explain is. We don't. And even when we do observe, we observe things at frequencies of time that are much lower the frequencies at which people interact. So you're dealing with partial low frequency data and large dimensional, really complicated nonlinear systems. There's no way in hell you can square that. People with me? Certainly not with detailed microkinetic specifications. General equilibrium analysis, the individualism of the representational individualism of regression analysis, they're all simplifications and abstractions. And you can understand people going for those, fine. And sometimes that's all you can do. I'll get back to that towards the end. But we must absolutely be clear that we're doing a great deal of violence to the reality when we do so, and be ready to recognize where the boundaries are of what we conclude if we take that step. And what the paper is trying to do is to set the boat going on a different way of going about statistical inference that does not commit these errors, okay? So I'll try and explain that. There's some math. I have no voice. It's after lunch. Wish me luck. Okay. So, let's see. Whoa, okay. There are two paths that we can take in statistical analysis. The conventional path starts with the use of covariance measures, and the other one, informational measures. I mean, obviously an informational approach is better. The problem is that you need very, 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 very large data sets, because you're not considering the data as a bunch of individual points. You're actually trying to populate distributions of individuals across the values. And that takes a lot of data. Fortunately now, there is a lot of data. So this is also a tradition of analysis whose time has come, because we can actually do it now. We can populate the distributions. So I want us to be that guy. Okay, here we go. The path of covariance. If you assume that measures of covariance are exhaustive measures of statistical association, you have actually assumed a whole bunch of other things too. Nobody tells you that. It's like the fine print. You have actually assumed that the distributional forms are Gaussian or normal or very near Gaussian. In fact, it's a subset of elliptical distributions that are the only distributions for which covariances are exhaustive measures of the structure of statistical association. A multivariate t-distribution, it's not even something very exotic. The covariance is not an exhaustive measure of the structure of statistical dependence of a multivariate t-distribution. There's other stuff going on. So you've either assumed that the joint distribution is Gaussian, or more typically, you are assuming that the conditional distribution of y on v is Gaussian, and you're hoping to God that the distribution of v is not too bad. Yeah. There's a lot of hoping, a lot of fingers crossed in conventional statistical treatment, and then concern after the fact with whether or not your presumptions were correct. But perhaps more importantly, when you've said covariance is the exhaustive measure of statistical association, you have fundamentally limited the kinds of theory and explanations that your statistical analysis can sustain. Because you have in effect assumed that basically a linear regression model, underneath that Gaussian form, there is a linear regression model for the partial distribution. So that for every single individual in the system, you're assuming this form. That may be appropriate, but you should be aware that you're making that choice. All statistical work, if you do that, boils down to regression analysis. All of the explanatory action is in the coefficients, B. And the very notion of what it means to explain y is cast as identifying how the expected individual value of y changes when the individual value of v changes. There's no interaction. There's no generative abstraction. It's just a statement of representation under which everybody is the same. And where to explain means to identify the parameters that regulate the relationships between the individual variables. It's all about you, and only you. It's your fault. That's the thrust. People see that? We can call this bivariate and individualist reductionism in statistical analysis. The better path takes a bit of math. I've been working on this for 10 years. I had a voice and hair when I started. But it's gotten somewhere and it's getting places. When we use informational measures, we make no distributional assumptions. We don't know what's going on out there. That means that we're not imposing distributional restrictions on theory. The array of possible theories that we can inform with informational inference is far richer, and it will include irreducibly social theorizations that make statements about the system and relationships among elements of systems, not characteristics of individuals. So we end up with a far richer understanding of what it means to explain, and we end up with a series of multivariate measures of association that are social, and what the paper develops can be associated with very clear generative content. That's arguably the main contribution of the paper. Okay, let me try this. So say we have two variables, y and x, or y and v. Say it's income and zip code, and we're interested in their association. What does the mutual information do? Well, the mutual information is a measure of association between those two that considers how likely it is that the distribution of income within each zip code is the same. It's a measure of association that's based on the differences in the distribution of income within each zip code. And technically here, in this definition, it's actually a measure of how unlikely it is that the distribution of income across the entire population is the generative form that gave us the distribution of income within each zip code. We know that the distribution of income within different zip codes are different. Yeah, for a variety of reasons, and actually quite complex, right? Not only because it costs a certain amount of money to be in a certain zip code, but if you are in a certain zip code, there's certain opportunities for you or not. Very complex, unknown set of, but it all resolves itself into different income distributions in each zip code. People with me? The mutual information measures that in a particular way. So it makes a statement of association that is not based on the individual values per se. It's based on the distribution of people across the individual values. It's a fundamentally different measure of association. It's based on statements about the system, about the distribution. Another way of looking at it for the physicists out there is that the mutual information is a measure of phase space reduction. As individuals interact, and their interactions affect their outcomes in all sorts of ways we don't know. The more significant the interactions are, the smaller the full realm of possibilities for the outcome of the interactions is. The more that I do something to you that affects both of us, the smaller the space for the total outcome for both of us is. That's what physicists call a reduction in phase space. The phase space is a measure of the space of all possible configurations that you can have in the system. Interactions reduce that in a way that we can measure, and that's how you can measure it. I can explain if people want. Again, a systematic understanding of association. Okay, now, I need like 2 or 3 more. once you generalize the mutual information, do a bit of math, you get a number of identities. For any joint distribution of y and v, there are a series of statements that we can make that are always true. It's not a model. It's not a supposition. These are identities that are true properties of these distributions. Okay? The first one looks a lot like the linear regression model. Why? Because I have something to do with the variable y being related to a bunch of bivariate measures of association. Notice it's not a model because I don't have y of individual I equals ba ba ba. I'm making a statement about how much heterogeneity there is across the system in the values of y. And I'm relating it to these measures of association between y and v1, y and v2 given v1, and so on. Okay? Now, the really interesting thing is that if, in fact, the distribution of forms are Gaussian, this becomes equivalent to linear regression. So linear regression is true as a special case of this deeper truth. But this is a deeper truth not about individual relationships, but about the distributions as a whole. People with me? So people tell me I need to give examples. I don't like examples. But the kind of social analysis that you can do with this is fundamentally different. The kinds of discourse that you support are going to be fundamentally different. Explanations are not going to be, I'm going to explain your y based on your v. No. Explanations are going to be, I learn across the social group as a whole about the totality of the y's when I learn about the totalities of the v1s. How significant is your gender? How significant is gender to a particular outcome? We can do that without having to assume a model of the relationships involved. That's pretty exciting. Okay? Now, some of you have noticed, of course, that this is not just one identity because I can change the order of the v's. In fact, each one of these is actually k factorial. Can be understood as a structure of attribution of the association, right? So with the first term, I'm attributing a big chunk of the association, but I can do the permutations. Now, if I get up and say, okay, I don't know what the correct structure of attribution is because I'm modest, I can throw a non-informative prior over the possible structures of attribution. You do that and you do the math and you get something pretty exciting. This here, which for those of you who are familiar, it's actually a generalization of the Shapley decomposition. Information theory gives us that willy-nilly, just like that, which is pretty exciting. Now, in all of these explanations, these are non-parametric statements. They are robust for any distribution of form. Linearity is not a hypothesis. This is not a model. This is an identity. I'm making no assumptions about homogeneous processes holding for all individuals. Yeah. And to explain is cast as having to account for the total heterogeneity in the system, in the outcome. It's a very different understanding of what explanation is. And I will stop by leaving you just as a teaser with the thing I'm really excited about, which I'm not going to have time to explain, of course, but the other thing that falls out is a different way to decompose the entropy of y that involves a series of multivariate measures of intersection that may actually be, from a mathematical standpoint, the more natural way to seek explanations. See, the human brain is funny. It's powerful. But we have habits, we have vices, and we like bivariate explanations. XY, XZ. Well, nature doesn't give a shit. And this particular decomposition doesn't start from the bivariate bias. It just starts from what's the best unique decomposition that I can give you. Boom. Now we have to sweat the intuition, and it changes how we go about explaining on the basis of inference. But it's potentially quite powerful, and I think this is going to go places. So I'm going to stop there, and I want to thank you for your patience, not least for the voice, but also for the slightly abstract and kind of scattered nature of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Paulo. Alice? I use this guy.
Full screen. Okay. Thank you, Bruno, and thank you, Paulo. You saved me some time on beginning to level a methodological attack against conventional econometrics. But thank you for everyone attending here and coming to see a discussion about, I think, one of the few on economic methodology and where that lands with heterodox economics. And I have a few points I want to make and a couple concepts I wanted to introduce. They're maybe seem abstract, technical, difficult concepts, but hopefully I'll show that they're quite intuitive. But I'd start by saying there's an unhealthy reliance of heterodox economics on orthodox statistics. And we need to acknowledge that. I'm going to talk about that a little bit, but introduce three figures here that are, I think we should see as intimately connected in pushing the boundaries of what we can do in political economy these days. We have the oldest, Reverend Thomas Bayes. We've got Karl Marx, which everyone is familiar with, and on the left there we have Edwin James, a great physicist who unified information theory and statistical physics, and it's one of the reasons that Bayesian statistics emerge today as one of the most important ways we can think about doing rational inference and statistical analysis, but one who is not read widely enough by economists. So I hope that if I can convince you anything out of this is there's not really much to read from Bayes. Laplace really is the one to read from him. We've all read Marx, but to pick up probability theory, the logic of science. Now, we know that in economic systems and capitalist economies that we see strong, robust regularities. Okay? Right, market-based systems characterized by complex, self-organizing division of labor, and essentially around the process of commodity production and exchange, right? Specialized producers. And out of this arises in classical political economy things like the theory of value. And classical political economy, one of the most fundamental methodological precepts is that capitalist systems, any social systems, tend to produce laws and tendencies. Right? We talk about laws and tendencies. They organize the system. The system is not random. The system is not all over the place. In fact, there are very, very strong institutional constraints in capitalism, namely competition and wage labor, that tend to organize the system. And it has, actually, these are very strong organizing principles and institutions. It's a central method for classical political economists. And we want to talk about laws in a way. Now, these aren't laws in the same sense as physical laws. Okay. But the hope of classical political economy, of course, was that the laws of social reproduction, right, that we can study these laws for the betterment of human life and to actually understand capitalism. Now, the point is that these observed patterns that are quite robust are at the macroscopic scale. And these persist over long periods, despite, when we interrogate the system, finding a significant amount of disorder at the microscopic scale. So, for example, the spontaneous formation of statistical moments in observable real social phenomena includes such things as average prices and incomes, and this is served largely as the basis for a lot of economic theory development. However, the reduction of statistical distributions of prices, and we know, of course, if you walk around and you pick out some prices of a particular commodity, you're not going to see a single price. If you look at firm balance sheets, you're not going to see a single rate of profit. We see statistical distributions. Now, if we reduce these statistical distributions to the mean values, this is certainly going to simplify economic theory. But this perforce neglects the existence of disequilibrium states and the determination of higher order moments that leaves many of the fundamental questions about the determination of equilibrium unresolved. Now, rather than to strive to develop a coherent statistical methodology that's hopefully capable of explaining a broad set of statistical features observable in real complex systems like capitalist economies, the core of economic theory and the highly sophisticated econometric techniques instead tend to reinforce a deterministic view of economic processes and equilibrium, leading to quite a poor articulation of theory and measurement. So we need to rethink methodology in a pretty fundamental way, I think. So now, when we think the organization of actual phenomenal observations in economic theory is going to inherently deal with problems of inductive inference. And this is due to the fact that the data we have, as Paulo expressed, is non-experimental, and it's incomplete. Right? It's sparse, it's subject to measurement error, it's just very bad data that we have. So economics, though, is in a position where we do have increasing access to detailed data, but the explanation and the interpretation of this data requires a theoretical prior. And probability, particularly epistemic probability, and entropy are going to be the main tools for reasoning when faced with incomplete information. And if we want to express the conceptual foundations of economics in these terms, and I highly recommend that we think about how we can do that, most certainly enhance the articulation of theory and measurement, and also cast a new light in the problems of political economy. Now, there are a few things I want to talk about in terms of the methodological approaches to dealing with these problems, these fundamental problems of aggregation, right? The fundamental problems that when you start to think about an economic system, you're immediately confronted with its complexity, the fact that everything depends on everything else, and that if you take a detailed look at the system, it looks somewhat chaotic. But somehow, the system self-organizes and produces strong regularities and tendencies. Now, orthodox economic theory, which is born out of the marginalist doctrines of Walras and Marshall, they, of course, we know, tend to abstract away from statistical thinking altogether and emphasize the determination of stable fixed-point equilibria properties of what we'd call an abstract, completely specified economic system. In fact, there's no little doubt that Walras conceptualized economic equilibrium really as force balance in mechanics, in terms of the gradients of utilities. Now, the mathematical advances in general equilibrium theory, of course, aim to establish the logical consistency of the laissez-faire approach rather than to refine theoretical predictions for empirical research. And what this led to is the fact that general equilibrium theory is compatible with virtually any observation via some underlying preferences in technology. And it's not very clear exactly how to interpret the core structures of general equilibrium theory in terms of empirical observation. Not surprisingly, we see a turn away from general equilibrium and the turn towards economics becoming another applied social science, because it has the failures of general equilibrium theory to help to actually explain and predict real observable phenomena has been significant. Now, in the neo-Ricardian and Marxian political economy, though, has also tended to reason in terms of abstract notions of uniform equilibrium, particularly in terms of prices and incomes, like the profit rate. And this is in some way a consequence of adopting long-period thinking. Now, in contrast to orthodox theory, though, don't get me wrong, I mean, Smith and Ricardo and Marx, they emphasized actually both the stabilizing and the destabilizing dynamics that are endogenous in economic systems. And they use this idea of this essentially statistical vision of an economic system, of capitalism, for conceptualizing what they eventually called gravitational equilibrium, where we generally refer to this phenomena that we have long period states of equilibrium that are abstract centers of gravity, but we recognize that in the short term, capitalist systems produce endogenous fluctuations. And that endogeneity is very important because it's also can be descriptive of the type of processes that we want to understand and explain. And it will help to fix the problems of articulation and measurement in economics. So Smith, we know, was the first to articulate a dynamic theory to account for the tendential equalization of prices and incomes, and most classical political economists adopt some notion of gravitational equilibrium. And important to this is that gravitational equilibrium is, of course, determined by strong stabilizing feedbacks arising from competition. The main classical methodological innovation is that capitalism produces strong stabilizing forces, and that any conclusions that we draw about capitalism need to be drawn and rely on robust, pervasive, self-reinforcing tendencies. Now, the classical vision, though, appears to align most closely with a coherent statistical methodology. It's hard to avoid that conclusion when you read Smith and Marx. And although it does this, the analytical approaches that dominated 20th century political economy remained fragmented, neglecting Smith and Marx's essentially statistical vision of an economy. It wasn't. Now, Robert Langston in 1984 introduces a critique to neo-Ricardian thinking. He says, by considering critically neoclassical and Sraffian positions, I'm led to the concept of price which reflects the volatile, chaotic, and ever-changing nature of observed market prices. In doing so, I attempt to show that the ceaseless movement of real market prices, while irreducible to a single deterministic matrix of ideal prices, is limited within certain determinate bounds. And following Langston's work, Farjan and Markover published The Laws of Chaos in 1987, wrote the idea that probabilistic methods can and should be applied to economics, and that verifiable economic laws can be derived from means of statistical considerations is far from new. On the conceptual level, it can be traced back to Adam Smith, and more particularly to Karl Marx, who stressed the essentially statistical nature of economic laws. Of course, Kurz and Salvadori recognize that a proper answer to this, to modeling gravitational equilibrium, would seem to contain of necessity an answer to many economic questions which are as yet unresolved. And as Farjan and Markover is what began as a critique of the deterministic thinking in the neo-Ricardian tradition, discovers, they say, what began for us as a preoccupation with a purely internal problem with Marxian economics was enlarged to a general conception that bears on the foundations of the whole science. And this is a problem that's not unique to political economy or to neoclassical economics. This is a problem which is foundational to how we reason in economic systems. And if we want to better understand capitalist systems, such a methodology can be incredibly enlightening. So statistical equilibrium, I want to move to the concept of what statistical equilibrium is. There's two concepts I wanted to talk about. Entropic inference, the principle of maximum entropy, and the idea of statistical equilibrium. It's a very different way of thinking about equilibrium. Right? We think about equilibrium typically in terms of counting equations and unknowns, and when we solve for these, we end up with a fixed point, right? Some determinate answer, which is not what we see in economic data. Statistical equilibrium, this is a very intuitive concept I want to convince you. It identifies the stable configuration of observable frequency distributions as revealing important information about the relevant institutional environment and behavioral constraints that produce both the system's central tendencies, the sort of modalities for which we typically think of as the basis for theory formation, but they also identify the general the fluctuations around these tendencies, these generative dynamics that shape these higher moments of the distributions. And we tend to observe those in economic data quite regularly. Now, the formal and rigorous development of these methods, so it's closely associated with the formulation of thermodynamics and of statistical mechanics in the 19th century. And statistical equilibrium provides, I'll argue, an alternative framework for conceptualizing equilibrium, which is actually quite consistent, I think, with the notions of equilibrium as inherently statistical in political economy. However, when we talk about a probabilistic approach to political economy, when we start to arguing for rethinking the concept of equilibrium in terms of observable frequency distributions that can be derived from theoretical considerations, is that we have to have a coherent theory of probability. if we're going to reason probabilistically, we have to know what probability means. And I'd say that in economics, we teach the wrong, incorrect theory of probability. First of all, we teach that probability exists as a thing. We like to make sure that we understand that probabilities do not exist. These are degrees of belief about systems for which we have incomplete information. Now, the model of statistical mechanics, in order to illustrate the ideas, basic ideas of statistical equilibrium, is an ideal or perfect gas. And when we think about the perfect gas, there's several possible derivations of the statistical mechanical analysis of this gas. And we see some of these pop up in economics. One of these is that physicists find plausible is an ergodic hypothesis, that the dynamics of the system are sufficiently chaotic and mixing that over time the system traverses all possible states. But unfortunately, it's very difficult to see how to generalize this idea in other systems, in particular social and economic systems for which the ergodic hypothesis is highly implausible. Now, physicists often approximate a system's dynamics using drift diffusion equations as well to describe the evolution of the macro state probability distribution. Now, in bounded state spaces, drift diffusion processes, they do yield equilibrium distributions with ergodic properties, but many social and economic systems also do not fit this framework very comfortably, making it hard to interpret the drift and the diffusion parameters meaningfully. This is where Edwin Jaynes comes in, and he demonstrated in two classical papers in the 1950s that it's possible to derive statistical mechanic results with the framework of information theory. Now, Jaynes's derivation is to maximize the informational entropy of the distribution describing the macro state of the system, subject to relevant constraints on the variables. Now, in physics, in the sort of ideal gas example, this would be the number of particles, the volume of the cylinder, and say the energy of the gas. Now, these properties, these macroscopic properties, then the idea is to say, well, one way we can try to figure out what the most likely configuration of the system is, given these fixed macroscopic quantities, is to then think of an ensemble of systems that share these same properties and figure out what's the most probable configuration given these constraints. Now, this particular derivation has remarkable implications for the relationship of information theory to physical systems, and has even greater interest, though, as a method of computing statistical equilibria for any complex system, which can be easily adaptable to social and economic systems as well, if we can formulate the relevant behavior of the system in terms of constraints. Now, statistical equilibrium as rational inference requires that we maximize the unexplained fluctuations, the entropy of complex social systems subject to the constraints imposed by economic and social institutions and purpose of human behavior. If this asks, what type of information do we have about economic systems? Well, for Smith and Marx, they had very strong abstract notions that the information we had that was enough to derive a theory of value was based on the notion of competition, right, to begin with. The idea that the theory of competition, the central abstraction of classical political economy, right, what are going to be the outcomes from a theory of competition where capital and labor are free to move between different lines of production. Now, the idea is in the residual indeterminacy after we maximize our uncertainty subject to the information that we have about the system derived from theory is going to be the entropy maximizing distribution that satisfies those constraints. So entropy maximizing models predict central tendencies, again, as well as the fluctuations around these tendencies. And the relevance of a maximum entropy distribution and maximum entropy inference is, of course, conditional on the ability of the model to produce observable regularities in the system under analysis, which is what we'd like. If we'd like to be able to hold our theories up to the actual evidence, it's going to be very difficult to say that we have a uniform rate of profit and to look at profit rate distributions, which certainly do not look uniform. In fact, here's a picture of empirical rates of return. Fargen and Mach, over in their laws of chaos, they conjectured that those distributions of profit rates should probably follow a gamma distribution. Now, the idea here is when we look at a frequency distribution like this, and this is a gamma distribution fit to this is tens of thousands of observations of firm profit rates, and I'd say that it's a pretty good fit it's not a degenerate distribution. If, of course, there was no uncertainty, that distribution would be a degenerate distribution, and there would be zero entropy, because we hope to understand that entropy is a measure of our uncertainty of the system. Now, what's fascinating about this is when we look at actual observable data like profit rates, we can then ask, well, what is a statistical model? Right? How can we think about deriving a model which predicts not just the average rate of profit, but also why does this distribution follow a particular shape, in which case it clearly has fatter tails, and it's skewed in this case. And if we look at more detail, we can see that this is histograms where we take the midpoints here and fit the distribution. And you can see that those distributions remain remarkably stable. This is back to 1951. So, Stephen, here's evidence that monopoly has not fundamentally changed competition. Competition is one of the most fundamental organizing principles in capitalism. And if we look at actual profit rate distributions, we can see that it does so at a pretty regular frequency. Right? These distributions here are organized every year on the exact, these are here are scaled and shifted to show, or standardized, to show exactly that the same signature arises, the same distributional signature arises from competition. Now, this also happens, this happens to be a scale-free phenomenon. Now, if we look at the distribution of profit rates across the size distribution of firms, those distribution of firms in the smallest 5% by firm size or assets, up to the top 95%, all follow the exact same organizing principle. They all follow the same distribution. Competition is a remarkably strong organizing institution in capitalism, and we should expect to see this type of evidence in profit rates just because of how important of an institution that is. Now, the other, of course, is wage labor. I want to look at ways in which wage labor organizes, just the everyday behavior of individuals. There are strong organizing principles. People get up, they go to work. They're fairly predictable, and these predictable constraints tend to lead to observable regularities in the system that we can relate to classical political economy, as well as hold up to the evidence to see, to help us to explain the evolution of these distributions in terms of economic theory. Now I'm going to skip, there's the idea of how to model statistical equilibrium. Now, Paulo talked about this a little bit, so we want to model equilibrium frequency distributions, we want to account for the observed regularities, and we want them to be theoretically interpretable. Gaussian distributions don't do us very well in economics. They can be rationalized with the central limit theorem, but this requires mean independence, right? It basically purges, much like general equilibrium theory does, social interactions from theory. And the central limit theorem is one way in which social interactions are purged from the statistical perspective of how we might rationalize those distributions. It breaks down. The central limit theorem breaks down with cumulative causation, with feedbacks, interdependencies, and network externalities, and strong strategic complementarities. This is one reason why modern causal econometrics has such limited domain, because it assumes away from the very beginning general equilibrium effects. So I'm going to skip this because I wanted to get to the point here. So, yeah, let's go to a general method of inference. So entropy maximization is a way of solving for an equilibrium in the system. Now, equilibrium is not, again, a degenerate distribution. We're talking about equilibrium as a frequency distribution. Right? And this turns out to be critical for a general method of inference, because in economics, we tend to possess two types of information. One is theory. One is information in the form of moments, such as the general rate of profit. The other is data. Now, data directly enters our inferential process of the likelihood. Right? We're all taught how to maximize the likelihood, but if we deny our priors, then we deny an rich set of information that we have in order to shape our inferences. In general, framework for inference has to be able to incorporate both types of information, theory and data. And it's only with Bayes' theorem that we can do that. Data enters the likelihood, modifies the posterior through consistent updating, And theoretical information modifies posterior probabilities by constraining prior probabilities to be consistent with the information. It's the only general logical method of inference that consistently does this. And it leads to statistical equilibrium theory considerations. So I didn't show you here. One way in which we can derive that probability distribution is through Marx's insight that social surplus at a point in time is conserved. And conservation, this theoretical principle of conservation of surplus leads to moment constraints. Now those moment constraints, of course, give rise to a predictive distribution, an equilibrium distribution. We solve not by counting equations and unknowns, but we solve by maximizing our uncertainty subject to the information that we have. And the result is an equilibrium frequency distribution, but we don't necessarily know the parameters that govern that distribution, which is why it requires additional uncertainty over those parameters. The first part of logical inference is to include the information we have in constructing our priors. This gives us the functional form of our models. Now, when it comes to estimation, then we have profit rate observations. So we put our profit rate observations to the likelihood, and now we've been more capable of incorporating both types of information into the process of inference. Okay, last thing I'll say is on the poverty of econometrics. The predictive and the explanatory success of econometrics right now has often been only in substantiating our primitive intuitions about reality. Right, as heterodox economists, we teach students about capitalism. We want to know about totalizing theories. Right? What is capitalism? How can we understand its internal logic, its laws, and its tendencies? Right? The fact that capitalism develops in particular ways, but we deny students a empirical strategy for doing so, because you're never going to learn anything about capitalism with a difference in difference equation. They simply can't handle that. And first, the first thing that econometrics does, as Paulo pointed out, is to abstract away from complexity, is to purge the basis from social interaction. And if we want to build in social interaction, build in an imagination that can incorporate classical political economy notions of what capitalism is, we need an empirical strategy to do it. And this is one way for doing that. So I also recommend reading Aubrey Clayton's work. If you want an introduction to Bayesian thinking and the logical fallacy on which modern econometrics is based, I think that's a good place to start. And the other is a book that is just completed with Duncan Foley and myself on the use of Bayesian statistics and information theory called Making Statistics Work. So that'll be out later this year with Columbia.
Thank you so much, Alice. Now, Dohan.
Thank you. Hello. Thanks for being here and thanks for inviting us. Jisoo, Bruno, Clara, Scott. Very inspiring event. I picked this title, but I will try to start with maybe a familiar story to quite a few of us here. I tried to get the exact story from Duncan Foley's Understanding Capital. So late parts of the book, there's this part that goes long-run tendencies of capital accumulation. So let's say I'm a firm. I'm competing with other firms. One way of doing that is finding a new technique that would produce the same good for cheaper, right? So if I'm able to produce for cheaper, I can either sell for a lower price and get rid of you as my competition, or I sell for the same price and make more profits, right? That's competition to you. One vision says that process is biased, right? So a way of doing that is coming up with a machine that would replace workers, right? You fire workers, pick a machine that does the same job for cheaper, and you create what we call reserve army of labor, or enhance, right? So you have more workers unemployed now. While this is happening, if you're the winner of the competition, you have profits that you can use for reinvestment, you grow. Also, the losers of the competition, maybe you acquire them, right? You capture them at the same time. So these two we call concentration and centralization. I avoid the word monopoly for a reason now. It's going to make sense in a second. But if you're a worker that still keep their job, the picture for you is also a bit interesting because first, Maybe a couple of years ago, you were making the shoe from scratch, right? You had the skills, you had the bargaining power over your boss, and now your job is integrated with machinery and you have to just pull down the lever, which, no offense, anyone can do, and the bosses know that, right? That's why they brought up the machinery. So you are de-skilled as the worker, and even if your real wage is increasing, chances are you created more profits for the company than your real wage increase. So that's what we say, impoverishment of workers. So the result, I guess quite a few of us are familiar with the story, is emergence of institutions to organize production on a centralized basis. This is to say, now you know how to feed, clothe, and house people as the workers. Every time you come into the factory, you know how this is done. It's just there are bosses that control that process. And second, we have a massive number of people either lost their small businesses and they're unemployed or workers now. They're conscious of what happened, right? So machinery came in and I'm unemployed now. Possibly they're also politically active, right? So this is what Marx calls an era of social revolution, right? So the material formation or change leads to a change in the social structure, hopefully. I will make the bold argument that I believe a good chunk of 20th century debates are focusing on this last stage, right? So do we have a massive number of working class, or do we have new petty bourgeoisie? Or do we have massive number of workers, but what about their consciousness? Like they're workers, but they're also white, they're men, there are other factors that determine their consciousness. Or let's say we are good on both fronts, but the political formation, right? Like how are they supposed to organize to, I don't know, change the world or something? I will argue the problem actually is in the first stage, the biased technical change argument. It's not a problem, but let's say, again, quoting Marx, no capitalist ever voluntarily introduces a new method of production so long as it reduces the rate of profit. If you really think about it, why would you create your own grave diggers, right? If you were able to avoid that, if you were able to create this process, or if you were able to avoid the process that generates large number of unemployed, mad people, you know, they rely on you, they don't want you as their bosses, or they don't want you to control the world. Maybe there was a better deal you can come up with where a good number of the working people are happy, although they are not the bosses, and you know, just keep making your modest profits. And there's another reason that this is a problem. When you introduce a new method of production, and state, I think, comes in here in terms of their, you know, intellectual property rights, regulating competition, other forms of intervention. If you're able to come up with a new technique that anyone can copy, then we will all have lower costs, we will all have to reduce our prices, and what we have, lower profits for everyone. Right? That's our common demise as the businesses. So there are many reasons for capitalists to avoid competition. And in a sense, and you get this in Duncan's book, but also I think John Elster's study also makes the same point, capitalists find themselves in a situation that we call prisoner's dilemma. They can coordinate each other's actions, right? They can avoid competition if possible, in which case the whole story that you see in the first slide falls apart. Right? If I find a way to avoid introducing more productive techniques, cost-cutting techniques, machinery, large-scale production, if I don't do that, you don't do that, we both make profits, and all the other steps don't take place. Well, of course, if you know from Prisoner's Dilemma, and if you know from Marx, the argument actually is correct. The rational thing to do is to adapt the new technique. The correct, if you will, the profitable thing to do is to whatever my competition is doing, I think I should find a way to produce this for cheaper, and we'll see what happens. But then in experimental evidence and in real life, we know people still coordinate. They find a way to cooperate, if you will. And so do firms. And if they manage to do so, firms are going to be able to avoid competition, and they are going to collude, form cartels, merge, and form monopolies. Now I say monopolies, right? That's monopoly. Now you don't have competition in the sense that if I cut down the costs, there is no you. I bought your business as well, right? That, I think, is where uncertainty lies in. Because just by observing, let's say, the general profit rate, just by observing the concentration ratio, number of workers, firms, you don't get to know what the firms actually did. Did they all increase their size at the same time? Well, if that's the case, then concentration ratio is going to be the same. Just by observing those ratios, we are not able to tell if the firms took all those actions that is going to create their common demise. And that tells us we have to come up with theories that are able to explain empirical regularities, right? Whenever you look at reality, you're going to just observe chaos, pretty much. Although our theories are suggesting a common profit rate for the same sectors doing the same activity, in reality, it's going to depend on firms' ability to avoid competition or not, and there simply is no law in constitution or something that tells them if the profit rate is 5%, you have to invest. No, it's a choice. So our theories should, I believe, do two things. First of all, they should be able to account for these empirical regularities. Second, it should really take into account choice, right? The firms do have the ability to avoid competition when they can, let's say. So, as everyone brought up, Fajon and McCover's work, refers back to laws of chaos. I think I quoted their New Left Review article here. The quotation goes, right, so at any given moment in time, the individual observations cannot be inferred from the macro variables. Just by observing the general profit rates, you don't exactly know what the firms did, right? I think it's very intuitive in some way. By the way, I think the spirit of the conference, Fajon and McCover, both prominent members of Matzpen, an Israeli anti-Zionist organization, do read them. They have amazing work on apartheid. Following Majid and McCover's work, Anwar recently in a journal, Alice was the editor of, guest editor of, makes the argument that, it's all good and great that we have some theories to explain these empirical regularities, but, there's got to be some explicit economic processes leading to this, right? Just because you observe these shapes doesn't really tell me what led to that. I agree with that to the extent that I don't think the mean reversion idea is also a law, in the sense that, let's say, I have high profits, you want to enter to my sector, you bring some goods, and now my profit rates are down. Well, sure, but that's not a law. That's a choice you made, right? We could maybe do a handshake and avoid competition and find a way to be profitable still. So choice, I think, comes into this question in Ellis and Duncan's work when we start looking at these observed distributions jointly with choice. Right? Entry and exits are decisions. You may choose not to enter a sector, in which case all the other part of the story, right, the skilling, whatsoever, may not follow. And there are also some other reasons to focus on the subject, right? The negative feedback and satisficing behavior, I refer to Herbert Simon here, are not stuff that we get from the balance sheet information. So pretty much we need some methods that are informing us about these unobservables. To do that, we keep saying empirical regularities, so I'll bring three examples here: Germany, France, and Great Britain. I pick sales data for these three countries from 1989 to 2023, and then you just pick a company's sales, divide it with the total sales, what that everyone else does, right? That's the market share technically. And then take the logarithm, don't worry about it. It just turns it into a bit more visually appealing and I think fits better into literature. And then you get these shapes. Darker the color gets, more observations you have, right? So you look at the early 1990s. First and foremost, I want to point out the scale is a bit smaller, right? The variation is smaller. So the largest market share business was not that far away from the lowest market share business. That changed from 2000 onwards in all three countries. This is the same in the United States, I'll come to that. And more importantly, you don't really see everything all over the place, right? There's some sort of order. If you're able to notice, the top and bottom are both very light colors, in the sense that we are talking about a hill. We are not talking about a bunch of hills. So there is vast majority of businesses are sharing the same market share. There are some businesses with extreme market shares, they're very large, and some are very small. And that's been the case in 1989, 1990, 2023, never changed in all these developed capitalist economies. So I want to have a theory that would be able to account for these empirical regularities, but also informing us that, what do firms do, right? Did they really compete to death or something else? One way of doing that is, again, using the model Ellis and Duncan developed. Let's say you want to have a market share that I denote with S that is above an aspired level. So you want to be a firm that is selling more than 50% of the market demand. Then you would try to expand, right? Although, if you want to be a small, modest, but sustainable business, you may want to shrink, in which case I have the mu minus s kind of situation. That's the payoff. Very straightforward, I think. And another constraint we will add is, if I were to add one more person that is taller, the average height is going to go up. So when I try to expand my size, the average goes up. That's pretty much it. Very modest assumptions about the system. And that gives us this 3 examples. So here I have, again, Germany, France, and Great Britain in order. And the bars are data, and the line is the model. Does a good job in fitting. I picked the years 2020 and 2021 for a reason, because if you're thinking, you talk about regularities, what about COVID? What about pandemic, these big distortions? Didn't matter, right? The order of the capitalist markets are remarkably and shockingly strong. Right around pandemic and post-pandemic, these shapes remains pretty stable, just like they were in 1989. So, model does a good job in at least accounting for that. And something more important, I'll try to be fast, I promised everyone. So one thing, the mu here, I think, can be interpreted as aspirations, right? I mean, as a business, you don't really know what your competitor's marginal cost is, their cost curves, their capacity, their CEO's name whatsoever, number of people in the board of directors, but you have some aspirations. You feel like, I want to be, 5% market share this quarter or something. So that's mu. The aspirations are declining in Germany. You'll notice it's the same pretty much all big European economies. So 2000s onwards, that aspiration amount is pretty low. T is representing variation in behavior, right? I mean, just because you had, big aspirations doesn't necessarily mean you're going to act on them. It appears overall in the system, this, I'll take my chances behavior is increasing persistently, which leads us to the result of the probability of expansion is declining in Germany persistently. So you see the last figure here is the probability that a firm is going to say, you know what, I'm going to compete to death. They didn't, they did the smart thing for themselves. They avoid de-skilling their workers. That means now they have rents they can share with their workers. That says a lot about the working class struggle in Europe. Because you see the same, somewhat same in France, but definitely the same in Great Britain. In Great Britain, in fact, the probability of expansion goes all the way down to 50% post-2007 crisis. One thing interesting, I think Great Britain is showing this, if you will, mu getting better, right? So at some point they were happy with very small market shares. Recently, I think post-2000s, they're trying to expand their market shares as well. Last 2 points I'll make about the estimates. I don't think he's here. The president made a point about John Robinson's path dependency arguments. I think it's very important, what you expect versus what you get, right? So let's say our mu's are what you were hoping for versus alpha is what actually happened. And the scale is persistently negative. That is, people desired less than what actually happened in European economies. I think that is consistent with the fact that they avoided expanding, right? So I wanted to be a modest business, and I'm a modest business, right? So whoever is the biggest business out there, good for them is what the typical business's idea is. But that deal appears to be very fragile as well. So our friends in Europe, good news. If the firms start to realize, if everyone's trying to get the same firm size, market share, then I will fight to death. That appears to be persistently present in all 3 countries. Okay, I'm wrapping up. All right, conclusions. I think the first 2 are a bit boring. I think uncertainty is inherent in competitive markets, and our methods should account for that. There really is no way of escaping this. Second, probabilistic reasoning, in my opinion at least, puts the emphasis on decision-making process. Right, so when you're speaking of the gamma distribution or something else, it raises the question, okay, what type of processes lead to that regularity? Right, that I think also tells us you can't just assume what people are doing, right? I mean, based on the observations, you're able to infer what people may be doing. Versus, the traditional deterministic views are going to have some fixed causal mechanisms repeated again and again. But about the political part of the subject, we have to admit capitalist accumulation allows diverse outcomes, right? It's not necessarily the case that just because we have capitalism, firms are going to compete and they're going to compete to death. I think I try to convince you in continental Europe, well, no, is Great Britain included in continental Europe? Costas, okay, thank you. All right, so in continental Europe plus Great Britain, they are able to avoid competition. And that means they're colluding, and they're able to alleviate conflicts. And that is all possible due to managerial discretion, right? If someone's making the decision to avoid competition, it's the board of directors, is the manager. I didn't cite anyone here, but when I say industrial society, I'm referring to Adorno's debates, managerialism, Gerard Duménil and Dominique Lévy's contributions, and neo-feudalism. Both Varoufakis and Jody Dean is coming up with a book on this subject. I would say, I think we should definitely hesitate before calling out for qualitative changes. Same capitalism allows you to get into competition or avoid competition. That's the same capitalism. Just because you see decline in probability of expansion or competition doesn't necessarily mean competition is dead, monopoly capitalism whatsoever. That is still competition. Just to point out something similar to that, this is a published paper using a similar model for the United States. For the United States, the probability of expansion is going up. I don't think this is surprising. You know Amazon, you know Tesla, you know this, you know that. We are definitely facing giants that are, their business model is pretty much buying any small competitor in the market. That's still competition, right? You're still buying out your competitors. But this leads to a different outcome. This leads to de-skilling. This leads to unemployment. This leads to unhappy workers. Where I live in Southern California, a good chunk of my friends are Amazon workers. They used to be college students working with Students for Justice in Palestine, and now they are trying to unionize in Southern California. I don't think none of these are by chance or hard to foresee. This accumulation process is leading to organization for working class, and I think probabilistic methods kind of helps us to think about these subjects. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dohan. Now I'm abusing a little bit of my power here, and I will present as well. Let me control the time here. All right. So when we were thinking about this panel, we had Alice and Paulo with more abstract ideas, which are not abstract, but they are more the foundational aspects of this entire endeavor that we call probabilistic political economy. And Dohan and I, we are basically trying to show you some pictures and guide you through some of the applications that are that we are working with this methodology. So I'm presenting this paper, which is basically a work in progress, and I hope to get some feedback from you. So. Because I was the last one to speak, I can skip some stuff. But I just want to emphasize one thing that was discussed here earlier, which is this capitalist reproduction process is a cyclical process. And because of the cyclicality, we have some stable patterns that arise over and over and over again. And we can use some probabilistic models in terms of central tendencies and fluctuations around those tendencies to explain this regularity. I'm applying this methodology and this probabilistic political economy into the understanding of the profit rates for the American economy, for the US economy. We know that there is this description of the process of what we call competition and or profit rate equalization, in which capital is going to move from low to high profitability sectors. What's important here is that this process is going to induce what we call a negative feedback effect. Basically, if you are in a sector and there's another sector with a higher profitability, you're going to move into that sector. Obviously, I'm ignoring all the assumptions for making capital to be mobile and so on and so forth. But if you can move into that sector will have more suppliers, meaning that the supply will increase, the prices will decrease because the prices will go down, the profits will reduce. So initial profits attract people. Because people enter in that market, there's this convergence to the profits going down. So this is going to create the cyclicality in the process. This, and I'm calling here as a hard word, misinterpretation. Classical theories assume, and this includes neo-Ricardian, Marxian, traditional views on this process, we use it to assume a uniform profit rate. But as was discussed here, when we take real data and see real data, we see profit differentials. We don't see the same number, basically. That's what I'm saying. What's the alternative? To embrace probabilism and to use probabilism to explain how the economic variables are inherently statistical, uncertain, and we are going to focus on how we describe the probability distribution for these variables. As I'm working with the profit rates, there are two competing models that we can apply to understand the distribution of the profit rates in the US. I will talk a little bit about the data that I'm using later, but this is just a general view about what we can use to describe how the profit rates are distributed across the US. We have these two models. The first one, which was already brought here, which is the Farjan and Machover's gamma distribution. So this is one way to work with the profit rates, which is the top picture here. We have different distributions, different forms of the same distribution. That's a gamma distribution. What is interesting here is you can see this distribution starts in zero. We don't have negative profit rates. The alternative that we have is the model that was developed by Duncan and Alice called the quantum response statistical equilibrium, which I'm going to refer as QRSE from here now, okay? What's the difference between the two? In the second one, we have a Laplace distribution that we can account for the negative values for the profit rates. What I'm doing in this paper is basically working with these two models to see which one is the best one to explain the US economy. The data that I have in this paper comes from Compostat, and this data is a balance sheet data that we have. In this case, I'm working with from 1951 to 2023. We have more than 20,000 companies, so it's thousands and thousands and thousands of lines in a spreadsheet, so you can imagine how big the data that we work this can be. I'm working with public companies, and how do we define the profit rate? Usual thing, flow of profits over stock of capital. In this case, I'm working with the return on assets, so I have in the numerator the sale minus the cost of values, the cost of goods sold, and I divide this by the total assets of that firm. That's it. But we also do something that's important here, which is accounting for the weighted capital. So we have this weight here, which is basically the relative size, and I'm calculating size as the total assets of the firm, so the relative size of that firm given the entire market. And let's go back to this thing here. Why we use weighted profit rate? That's a question, right? Because we can just work with profit rates or weighted profit rates. In this work, I work with weighted profit rates, and these two bullet points here, they explain the exact difference between these two. So the unweighted, ignoring the weights, is going to count the firms per rate interval. So we're going to have intervals where in these intervals we're going to have the profits. In terms of the weighted profit rate, we have the profit rate that reflects a firm's profitability relative to the total market invested capital. And this is a very long quotation from Marx explaining why this is important. So working with this data and calculating the weighted profit rate, we have this, I just got some different, here we have 4 decades, so we have the 60, so not the entire decade, that's the year, but representing the decade, so 1960, 80, 2000, 2020. What we see here is using the gamma model, which is ignoring the negative profit rates, we see there's a good fit. So what we have here is all those bars and those spikes with the dot over there. This is the data that we have. In red, we have the distribution that's trying to fit that data with this model. We can see that the gamma is a good model to fit this data. And what else you see here is that there's some sort of regularity. The shape is not changing that much over time. And I'm going to echo here what other people said about institutions of capitalism are persistent over time. When we have this entire, when we do this work, I'm avoiding to go back to physics and talk about thermodynamics and all those things, but what we're doing is basically, we're trying to assign probabilities to states. So we have data, and we are basically trying to understand how can we explain this in terms of a probability distribution. So following, as was presented here, James, who recognized the generality of Shannon's entropy maximization process, we can do that. That's a suitable way to do inference. And let me read this in red here, because I put in red because it's important, right? So maximizing Shannon entropy with economic and institutional constraints yields probability distributions describing economic variables. Meaning that we are going to do a maximization problem. We are maximizing or optimizing this Shannon entropy, which is going to be a generic distribution, and we start to add some constraints that are going to carve this distribution until we see the shape of the distribution. That's basically what we do. Where those constraints are coming from our theories, right? So that's what we do in terms of testing those two models here. For the gamma, I am trying to avoid as much as possible the mathematics here. But this is what we call the gamma distribution, this ugly guy on the left. We have some key features. So you describe this distribution in terms of a shape and a scale parameter, which is basically how we can make this to spread and spike in this diagram that I was showing you. One important thing for this model is we are working with positive profit rates. And when we work with this model, we see, I already showed you the graphs, that we are in a certain way confirming. FM is Farjeon and Machover's conjecture, because in their book, they suggest that the profit rate follows a gamma distribution. How can we come up with a gamma distribution? We're going to need to add some constraints that are going to deliver the gamma distribution as the result of our optimization problem. What is exactly this constraint? That's what we have here in bold. The constraint that generates this distribution is the capitalists are going to have a strategy, and this strategy is basically to try to protect themselves, and they're hedging against investment uncertainty. And this is, we model this with some logarithms. Nevertheless, let's ignore the mathematics, and this is basically capturing the deviations that the capitalists can have from what we call a fully diversified portfolio. So they have different investment strategies, and they're trying to protect themselves to some uncertainty. When we run this model, we have those results here, which let me jump here and explain them in words. What we see from the distribution, and let me just tell you who these guys are. So we have here, top left, alpha, top right, beta. These are the parameters. They are explaining the shape and the position of this probability distribution. And here we have the standard deviation, and here we have the mean and the mode of the distribution. What these four pictures tell us is this thing over here. The gamma distribution shows some statistical equilibrium in the data that I work from 51 to 2023, but I'm working with a more broad measure. It's just the return on assets. If you want to approximate the surplus value to have a better profit rate, we can use a narrow measure. So for example, we can subtract the selling and administrative expenses. But in this paper here, I'm working with this more broad measure. Given those graphs, we see that we have basically over time, the shape is very similar, but it's moving a little bit, and we have a higher peak at smaller values. So the distribution is shifting to the left, and it's getting taller. The mean and the mode, they decline over time, and this is an interesting result because this is, in a certain way, is challenging some of the claims that the neoliberal years were years for the recovery of the profit rates. And finally, remember this is a work in progress, so this is speculation that I have, this profit rate volatility, I think it's part of the explanation of the results we have in terms of explaining that financialization shifts the investment from production to finance. Okay, we have a good model that fits the data, is motivated by a meaningful hedge strategy, but we are ignoring negative profit rates, right? Which is a problem. They exist. Firms can make losses. We have another model that's going to be the control response model that can incorporate that. But to explain this model here and to motivate this model, let's think about the following. We have two types of elements in this process. We have observed and unobserved elements. What are the observed? What are the numbers that we have? The profit rates. This is the data that we can use. What is not observed? The action the capitalist is taking. Because I was explaining you that higher profit rates are going to induce the migration from one sector to another, or low profit rates will make them to leave that market. We cannot see them doing that. We don't have data. I'm leaving, I'm entering. We don't have this data. So we come up with this, actually, Alice and Duncan, they came up with this model, the quantum response model, and we can express, given the data that we have, all this narrative or all this theory about how we have this cyclical movement in terms of conditional probabilities. And we can think about these two guys over here. So we can have the frequency of the action. What are the two possible actions? Enter or exit a market, given the level of the profit rate they find. So I'm a capitalist. I need to decide what I'm going to do, given what I see. This is one part that we can model. The other part we model is what is the other effect? What is the effect that we see in the profit rate given the action the capitalist takes? And working with the model with these features, and we can show another ugly equation here. That's going to be the quantum response statistical equilibrium distribution. What we're doing in this model is basically trying to come up with what's called in the statistics a joint distribution. So we are basically trying to explain a result that at the same time shows the distribution of the actions and the profit rates, given all these features that I showed you. And you see that we have a bunch of Greek letters here and different letters. Who are these guys? In the gamma distribution, we had the shape and the location, and here we have mu, t, alpha, and s. Why these guys are important? Because mu is going to be the tipping point profit rate, which is in that tipping point you have 50% chance of entry and exit. So that's an important variable that the capitalist is considering. We have the addition of something important, this literature called the behavioral temperature. That's basically in the way we set up the problem. It's going to account for the sensitivity the capitalist has in terms of experiencing different profits. We have the establishment of this, what we call here a social determination, which is basically the given profit rate on average. And we have this equalization scale, which is the inverse of the Lagrange multiplier, blah, 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 right? Just an important feature here. But how can we generate this distribution? We need to add some constraints to the maximization problem. Which constraints? This in bold here. So we have the expected profit rates conditional on entry and exit difference. So we need to account for how this is affecting the distribution. We put the alpha, which is this central tendency, so the mean or the mode of the distribution. We play with these guys, and we can show the parameters for this distribution. Again, these are just ups and downs here, so let's interpret these guys. What can we see when we use a model that accounts for the negative profit rates, which are a feature from reality? We see these things here. First, the tipping point profit rate. Remember that 50% chance of entry and exit. This has declined over time, reaching a low equilibrium since the 80s. We can see that over here. There's a declining mu. After the 80s, this is quite stable. In terms of the translation of this new behavior, you have the firms are now entering and exiting the markets at lower profitability levels. In a certain way, we are shifting the decisions to the left in the x-axis. We have the behavioral temperature that accounts for that sensitivity of profit rate differentials, and we know that when this number is high, there's going to be smoother transitions or entry and exit responses. When we have a low number for T, they are the decisions they usually cluster around this mu that we have. In terms of the data that we see here, this sensitivity, this increased from the 70s, this peaks in the 80s and follows a pro-cyclical pattern. In terms of the other parameters that we have for this distribution, the central tendency basically declines during recessions, and that scale that I told you, this is technical Lagrange multiplier guy, it's a contracyclical guy. What is the, if you wanna just remember something here, since the 80s, more firms are surviving despite the negative profits. And this has generated this idea of the zombie firms and all this literature on that. But basically, firms, in a certain way, adapted to this new reality. Here I show you the two models that I'm talking about. We have different years. You can see the data and the fit with these two models. And what we see here is, let me see, the red one is the quantum response and the blue one is the gamma. You see that both of them explain this data really well. It looks like the quantum response is a little better because we are accounting for something that the gamma is ignoring. So how can we decide which ones is the model we should work with? There's something we can calculate called the Kublik-Lieber or KL divergence, which is basically how different is this distribution from this other distribution. What is this distribution? Reality. What is the other distribution? The model. So we basically try to see which one is closer to reality. What we are looking for here is the low value will be closer to this distribution, right? So what we have, I tried to fit this data with a log normal, which is a third alternative here. And what we see is that the green is usually below the other two colors. How can we summarize this entire thing? The quantum response has a better fit. And as expected, this has a better fit because we are incorporating the negative profitability, which exists in reality, right? Also, I did not explain to you exactly what is alpha and beta from the gamma, because it's hard to interpret these guys in terms of what they exactly represent. We can do that, it's not that hard, but the quantum response is much easier. I told you, this guy is the 50%, this guy is the mode, so it's much better to interpret, and this is more consistent because we are using this negative data as well. This is, for all the years in my data, how these two distributions are changing over time. What we see in both of them, there's this movement from basically the blue to the red. So the distributions are shifting to the left and getting taller, right? So we are concentrating on lower profits, and we have this movement over here. Going to the conclusions here, what all this statistical discussion explain, or what's the take from here? First of all, there is a fundamental stability in more than 70 years, actually 72 years in the data. There's some recurrent pattern occurring in competition in capitalism, period. We see that the firms can sustain some negative profits since the 80s, so that's an important feature, and this was discussed in the literature, but this also appears here. And this is the one thing I want to emphasize that I'm saying here, the persistent despite surface level change in capitalism. Even though some stuff have occurred from 51 to 2023, there's some stability on how this variable is distributed over time. So there are some institutional, there are some institutions in capitalism, one of them is competition, that even though things are changing, this institution persists over time. And this goes against the claim that we have perfect or imperfect competition and this change from more perfect competition to more monopoly-led economy. And at the end of the day, when you go back to Marx, what is competition? Competition is not a matter of a spectrum. It's not more competition or less competition. Competition is the inner nature of capital. It's basically the interaction of multiple capitals trying to get more profits or more surplus value through exploitation of unpaid labor time, right? Capital competition is a process as a whole. We learned this from Rosdolsky. So competition is not perfect competition, imperfect competition, monopoly. No, competition is just competition. That's it. It's stable over time. I'm going to skip this guy here. This is basically how we see the quantiles. And let me go to the key findings to wrap up here. So we have this stability for more than 70 years in both distributions. However, the quantile response is a little better in terms of we use negative profit rates, so we are not ignoring a feature of reality. Second, it's easier to interpret. Competition is a process that it's not a matter of a spectrum, so we are not talking here about more or less competition. Competition is competition, period. And the thing that I was skipping here is we have some dispersion after the 80s, and there's some stability on the 90th percentile divided by the mean, by the 50th percentile ratio. This is stable. This goes against some of the literature that we have, but that's all for today. Thank you so much. Okay, now let's open for questions. I will take the mic to you, so just raise your hands if you have any questions, please.
Hi, everyone. I'm Deborah Nunes, assistant professor at Monmouth University. Thank you all for this awesome panel. It was really thought-provoking. I have a couple of questions, and it's for all of y'all, so whoever feels like answering, I would love to hear your perspectives. The first is, given how the mainstream field organizes within our discipline, they tend to be more welcoming to more applied perspectives when you try to challenge them, mainstream perspectives through those methods. So I'm curious to hear y'all's experiences at trying to approach more Bayesian techniques and in terms of publications or invitations to more mainstream spaces, and how, if they're closing the doors like they always do, or if you think that's a venue that maybe we can try to punch those walls or do some fractures in the mainstream economics. And then the second one is that when we do more applied work, which was the case of the two later papers, which I really appreciate, we tend to do more applied work to developed economies because that's where the data is, and we can have longer terms, which is inherently what you need for this type of historical analysis of profits. And so I was wondering if you have any projects or any initiatives to try to see how those movements are happening in countries from the global south, or if you have any line of work or preliminary data to share with us, if you can see the same types of trends. Thank you.
It's hard to take notes and...
Hi, thank you. Thank you so much for the amazing panelists. I have a couple of questions or comments. Yes, I am Andres Lazzarini. Hello. So first, I would like to know, why is it that, if you take the earlier neoclassical economists like Marshall or Wicksell, Walras, etc., what would be actually the very silent difference between them, not Arrow Debré, but them and the classical political economists in the view of how the equilibrium process works out? I think that they tend to be the same in terms of basically the competition is competition, and the condition is free entry. Independent, the condition will be the size will be changing because of technical change and so on, but as long as you have free entry, you have competition, and I agree with that. So what would be the difference? And the second question regards, equilibrium determination in theory is like you are not going to reach a value or an interval of value. You are sort of reaching something which you will never reach. Actually, it's like a lake which is sort of fluctuating, and you are trying to describe the processes or the wave of that lake, basically. In that regard, the equilibrium adjustments can be considered more or less consistently if you make some assumptions on the level of utilization of your productive capacity, which I think, I don't know if you, in your last presentation, Bruno, you are taking that into the alpha coefficient. So basically I would say if you take all the rate of profits that you observed from the data, then I think that you have to filter through this sort of average of profit rate through all the time, basically, because the equilibration process is a theoretical explanation, and you have to assume that the production, the capacity, the utilization of the capacity has to be more or less stable as well. Whereas, in reality, when you observe the rate of profit, you are taking into account whatever is going on at that point in time, which maybe you have an excess of demand because of some external reason. I don't know, maybe in 2010, chips demand increased because of the boom in computers, smartphones, and so on. So, I think that's a phenomenon I think we have to take into account in this story.
I'm Saverio Fratini. I have a brief comment on Bruno's presentation. I'm not sure that this is really important for your argument, Bruno, but at the beginning, during your introduction, you talked about the idea that capital flows from sectors with a low rate of profit toward sectors with a high profit rate. So in my view, this idea presents two problems. The first is that this idea seems to assume that the stock of capital is a given magnitude. By contrast, according to Keynes, the theory investment, and in particular Keynes multiplier, tells us that you can invest in one sector without disinvesting elsewhere, because by the mechanism of multiplier, investment determines the corresponding amount of saving, so the corresponding amount of capital. The second problem is that this mechanism is, in my view, too much backward-looking. So you are implicitly assuming adaptive expectations. In my view, capitalists don't invest where the profit rate was high yesterday, but they would like to invest where they think that the profit rate will be high tomorrow. So again, we can use Keynes' theory of investment, and there are animal spirits from entrepreneurs which are not based on adaptive expectations.
No more questions?
Yeah, I just have a super naive question from someone who's like no clue what you're saying. But I felt like there's a disagreement between, like three of you kept insisting that we are seeing persistent competition and basically continuity, and then one of you was saying that in fact we are seeing an increase or a decrease in competition. So I was wondering if you could explain more what you mean by competition and how you think your data proves any of that, or what it proves or what it doesn't prove. Yeah, so just a very naive, very basic thing.
Hi, I'm Leo. I'm a PhD student in economics at UMass Amherst. I think I have somewhat of a clear idea of your arguments, and I think it's very exciting too. I'm also kind of a mathematician, so that's why I get attracted to these things. But I did want to bring up a debate that, for those who are acquainted with the dark web and Marxism, so this guy Michael Roberts partnered with Guglielmo Carchedi, and they had a debate with Macover and Paul Cockshott about how this probabilistic political economy, what relations or what implications it had for the whole question of the transformation of values to prices of production. And I think there, Macover, who I very much respect politically, tends to extrapolate this assumption of I think it's a simplifying assumption of the uniform rate of profit, to kind of say that the formation of the general rate of profit, it's irrelevant, kind of like a Steedman kind of view. And for me, I think Guglielmo Carchedi has a more, he criticizes the concept of chaos that Macover is using, but I'm not going to get into that. But I think that the process of formation of the general rate of profit is the organic principle, and I think the maximum entropy method is kind of showing that. And the differentiation of the profit rates, in a way, shows the qualitative differentiation between different types of capital. In volume 3, when Marx talks about small-scale agriculture, he talks about small capitals that are basically regulated by the interest rate, which is what they need to survive. They just need to make a little bit more than that to be alive. And so between the rate of profit, which is typically higher, and the interest rate, you have this whole strata of capital, which are basically qualitatively differentiated by the scale that they produce with. And this has to do with rents and so on. But for instance, just to make my comment more concrete, I have a couple of friends who applied this analysis to the taxonomy of firms and used Minsky's taxonomy. So basically, if you look at the rate of profit of enterprise, which is basically the rate of profit plus the difference between the rate of profit and the rate of interest times their leverage, you can kind of classify what Minsky was talking about, the Ponzi scheme, the hedge funds, and so on. So I was wondering what you thought about this debate and how we can use these quantitative, more systemic probability theory to talk about qualitative differentiations, talk about how to, act politically on what we see in capital as a whole.
Anyone else? Okay. Who? Let me bring the mic. Just a sec.
I don't understand this, but maybe y'all do. When George Bush, he was 2000 and 2008, I noticed that he lost. We lost, profit. And I'm not understanding. But that was like when he won in 2004, and they had some sort of meeting upstairs. Well, in 2014, the Wall Street Journal said, in Section C, it said, certain favored investors were called in and warned of the upcoming mortgage crisis. Now, I don't understand this. Do y'all?
Okay, so let's stop here because we have 5 more minutes. And, yeah. Okay.
Thanks for putting up with us. And with my voice again. Leo. One of the things that James is adamant about is that scientific inquiry needs to beware what he calls the mind projection fallacy, a failure to distinguish between the abstractions we construct in thought and the realities that those abstractions pertain to. Us Marxists are guilty of mind projection fallacy in a variety of different ways. One of the ways we are often is over the terrain of the relationship between market prices, systems of prices of production, and systems of value. And here, I don't think that colleagues are always duly diligent of the difference between two types of abstraction. We can have long period abstraction, which supposes, along the lines of Smith and Marx, an idealized state where factors move competitively in a dynamic fashion in search of the highest possible yield, giving rise to a certain tendency to uniformity. That's one abstraction. The new interpretation is a different kind of abstraction, because I like to call it abstraction by systemic totality. Because what they say is, look, no matter what happens over a period of time, if we believe labor time is the source of value, and money value added is the monetary expression of it, divide one by the other and Bob's your uncle. Cool. But you're invoking a different thought exercise. We are invoking yet another one. The possibility of development of abstractions that would allow us to go from market prices to value systems predicated on the existence of statistical stability. And that's going to create new headaches. But at least coming from the Jamesian approach of things, we should be aware of these issues of abstraction, if I'm making any sense, and that should help things. Finally and quickly to your answer, on mainstream, no successes yet, but really close, actually. This hasn't been as terrible as in other spaces, except for Econometrica. It went out to referees, and the report was just astonishing. But in other high-ranking places, like, people get it, even if they're not interested, because they want to do more applied stuff. So we'll see. But it's worth it. If we can find little cracks, it'd be important. Alice has many stories about that too. Thank you.
Okay. Well, we don't have too much time. Let me just say a few things on the first, Deborah, to respond to you. Yeah. The training for econometrics and applied, I think it's right in that students and economists, we want to do more applied work. We have a lot of data. What we might lack is the imagination on how to use that data for large-scale theorizing. So I'd say that modern econometrics tends to exemplify small-scale theorizing. Right? A lot of graduate students come in very interested in again, large-scale theorizing. How do we talk about capitalism? How do we talk about something at a system level? And what they're taught is to ask very particular questions about space and time and policy interventions. And they're, in fact, as I said, they're taught to do so first by abstracting away from social interactions and interdependencies, because these violate the domain in which typical causal econometrics are valid. So in political economy, and you see people appear to be ostensibly quite frustrated with those methods, but there's not much of an alternative. And I'd say that it requires a wholesale rethinking about not just the statistical methods. One, as I said, frequentist methods are based upon the logical fallacy that you can make any sort of inferential probabilities based on sampling probabilities. That's well known. Economists could do much better to look at the statistics literature, statisticians have called for an abandonment of the concept of statistical significance and the use of p-values. We continue to do that. We need to bring our statistical thinking up to date on the applied side, but the key here is that the applied side is intimately connected with the theoretical side. We like large-scale theorizing. We need, and this type of reasoning, statistical equilibrium, bringing a statistical methodology is very well aligned with large-scale theorizing empirically. I don't know about data on the South, but the thing is you don't need large data. You don't need any data at all. That's the beauty of Bayes' theorem. I mean, you have theory. You need data. Will start to discipline your theory. But you could have macroeconomic observations, and you can still, through the principle of Bayesian inference, to make inferences about the underlying process. You don't need to have a fully occupied frequency distribution. Those can be very useful for narrowing your inferences. But they're not necessary. And information theory turns out to be the most powerful method for dealing with underdetermined and ill-posed problems when you only have a limited amount of information. How do you reason about the system? And we're just running out of time here. The other thing about Marshallian equilibrium and supply and demand equilibrium, these there often comes up is how do we talk about equilibrium processes? And usually with general equilibrium theory and also based in Marshallian concepts of partial equilibrium, is that these usually theorize about a very particular contingent dynamic process to equilibrium. These are not robust notions of equilibrium. Classical political economy promoted a much more robust concept of equilibrium based upon things like strategic complementarities, which are independent of particular dynamic processes. When you look, or what is now exemplified in things like supermodularity and game theory now, which is you have strong stabilizing feedbacks. You don't need, the tâtonnement process is a very weak concept of equilibrium because it is based on very particular dynamics or a particular contingent process. But the concept of equilibrium in classical political economy is much more robust. It's independent of those particular paths that are traversed to equilibrium. And last thing to say about what does this prove about competition? Is competition changing? One of the important features about statistical equilibrium is it's not an equilibrium in the sense that this is a transhistorical phenomena. The system has a very strong tends to generate data with strong statistical signatures. These might be able to be ascertained by theory and held up to the data, which is certainly desirable. But moments are changing. We know capitalism is an evolving system. It's undergoing technological change. It's undergoing change due to class conflict. It's a historical system. And maybe competition in some ways changes due to changes in, say, laws and other regulatory structures and changes in institutions. But what's remarkable is that those don't seem to have any change on the overall statistical signature of these distributions, and that's where we find the connection to the generative dynamics, right? What are the most important institutions? Competition is one of the most organizing, strong institutions in capitalism, and that tends to give rise to these very strong statistical regularities. But moments of those distributions change, and there's nothing incompatible with statistical equilibrium thinking. They're not taking an idea from physics and applying it to an economic system. We're recognizing that these share similar problems these are systems of many, many degrees of freedom, and these degrees of freedom are interacting in very non-trivial, non-additive, and complex ways. And we're trying to do rational inference based on limited information, and that's where the concept of entropy, informational entropy, comes in.
I know we have very little time, but just to clarify, because I got singled out about the competition thing. I think I tried to argue competition is as is. I think Bruno stated it very well. It's not there is a spectrum of perfect competition to monopoly. What I tried to argue is firms, at least in Europe, appear to be able to avoid the destructive effects of competition. But that's still competition. That's still decisions made by the firms. It's not that someone's outside coming and, hey, you can't sell, buy, you're going to stay where you are. Versus in the United States, they fight. But it's also competition. And I think Ellis summarized it well. Both actions are consistent with the idea of competition and the observed regularities, if that makes sense. I hope I made my point better.
Let's go to coffee break.
Thank you.
We have the other session.
That's what I
You
mean.
did a great job, brother.
Thank you.
The whole panel was good, man.
and then we can all have drinks and food together. I've been trying to get this freaking interviews going. It's been rough, but I did them all. I think most of them. Okay, great. Thank you so much. Please take a seat.
Okay, I'll let you do your thing.
Do you want to, Scott, do you want to say something? No? Good? Okay. Okay. Introduce yourself.
No, I won't, because that'll be like, that's Susan, and I'm like, I'm not Susan. Should I just start? Hi, everyone. If you can sit down for the last panel of this extraordinary conference. Great. Okay, let's get started. I'm just going to start talking, because then there will be silence. I'm not Susan Wiseman, who was supposed to be moderating. She sadly couldn't make it. I'm Natasha Leonard from the New School. Very sad to have lost Clara to Tulsa, but so excited for the birth of Shay, long may it live. And thank you for organizing this, Clara, Scott, Jisoo especially. Welcome to the last panel. I hope we can all celebrate later and continue to support the center in its efforts and every effort for an economics of resistance, which is why it's so relevant that we end talking about the crises of care and climate. It's really interesting, equivocal plural there. Crises of care, crises of climate. And, you know, the entirety of waged labor, non-waged labor, and habitat that includes, which I'm sure we'll cover expansively, and especially the way we can talk about production and reproduction of life in these times. We're going to start with Deborah Nunes. Hello. Deborah Nunes is an assistant professor of economics at Monmouth University. She holds a PhD in economics from Colorado State University, where she worked as an instructor and teaching assistant. Deborah has a master's degree in development economics from the Federal University of Rio Grande do Sul in Brazil, and a bachelor's degree in economics from the same institution. She was also an invited student at the Center for Research and Teaching in Economics. Deborah's professional experiences include internships at the Central Bank of Brazil and the Southern Brazil Regional Development Bank, and research assistantship for the Feminist Economics Journal. In the private sector, she owned a cultural production company and worked as a producer and professional dancer for several years. That's cool. Her research interests and published work debate feminist economics, history of economic thought, Latin American studies, and macro-political economy. Deborah, take it away.
Hi, I think my slides are here somewhere. They are. Okay, cool. Hi, everyone. I am just so excited to be here. I really want to thank Clara and Scott and Jisoo, and from the bottom of my heart, I want to thank my comrade Bruno as well. Just a little anecdote, Bruno and I met back in 2011 or 12 in a student organizing movement down in Brazil, and we immediately bonded over our push for more critical thinking into economics, and we've been friends since then, and so look at how far we came. I'm so proud of him, and I'm so honored to be him and to be his colleague and to be his friend. So, yeah, I'm here to talk about reproductive justice. And so, because this is gonna get like really depressing really quick, I'm gonna start with a quote about love, which is from Che Guevara, which is obviously appropriate from this space. So the quote says, déjame decirle a riesgo de parecer ridículo que el revolucionario verdadero está guiado por grandes sentimientos de amor, which means that, let me tell you, at the risk of sounding ridiculous, that the true revolutionary person is guided by immense sentiments of love. And I truly do believe in that. And so the panel is about the care crises in the plural and the environmental crisis. But my talk is going to be a little bit more about the care side of things, and then my dear comrades and other folks in the panel are definitely going to bring the environmental side. So I'm going to start with some definitions because of the horrors that are happening in the US and throughout the world in terms of kidnapping our reproductive decisions and destinies. Reproductive justice became very popular in academia and in organizing movements, and I think that it's very important for us to rescue the origins of it and the history of it, precisely because it was invented, put together by women of color and immigrant women in the United States, and so it's very important to not let that history vanish, or to not remember us who came up with this framework and why it's so relevant. So the sister song, Women of Color Reproductive Justice Collective, was created in the US in the late 90s. And it took a little more than a decade to start invading more mainstream spaces of women's rights and reproductive rights. But what's so unique and so important about this framework is that they try to merge the social justice movements with the reproductive rights movement. So that's where reproductive justice comes from, the name. And every time that I say that I'm going to talk about reproductive justice, most of the audience thinks that I'm going to talk about abortion specifically. But the core of the reproductive justice movement is to guarantee equally important and 3 fundamental rights of humans. And yes, one of them is the right to not have a child if you don't want one, to deny or delay parenthood for as much as you want. But equally important and part of our reproductive decisions, if you have the right to say no, we should also have the right to say yes. Yes, I want to build a family. Yes, I want to be a loving parent, and I want to become the best parent that I can and provide to the new generations of this world the best life that it's in my ability to do so. So equally important are the right to have a child and to parent children in a safe and a healthy environment. So these are the 3 primary principles of reproductive justice. And I think that when we bring back to economics, this is the sentence that summarizes it for me. An economic analysis of reproductive justice requires understanding people's intersectional identities in the context of a stratified society and their varying degrees of access to agency and voice when making reproductive decisions for themselves, their communities, and provision decisions for their children. Which hopefully in this room resonates with what we think that economic science should be and should look like. With that in mind, I think that it's very obvious that under capitalism, the right to be a parent, to become a parent, and to provide a healthy and safe space for your children is increasingly a class privilege. Who can afford kids, bro? Seriously. And you don't have to be a heterodox economist to know that. I have here just some data from, Israel, Denmark, United States, and showing that the birth of the first child not only generates a significant motherhood penalty, which we measure both in terms of earnings, but also in terms of labor market participation. There's also evidence that it generates a fatherhood bonus. So when we control for all the variables in the very non-Bayesian econometrics that is prevalent in our science, we see that men make more money from having children because there is the stereotype that now they have a family to take care of, that they're going to take their jobs more seriously, and they're now this provider. And this is very well documented in mainstream science. We literally had someone winning the Nobel Prize in economics, the quasi-Nobel Prize that economics has, talking about this. And you cannot be more mainstream than actually winning the Nobel Prize, right? So you don't have to be a heterodox economist to understand that this is true. But I argue, and people more important than me also argue, that you have to be a heterodox economist and a feminist economist to understand the underlying structures of capitalism that allow this to be a featured characteristics of this mode of production, and to come up with solutions for us to overcome the care crisis that it's embedded in this system. So some of the consequences of this kidnapping of people's right to choose to raise a healthy and happy family, I outlined in here with this very funny comic book. First of all, there is this creation of a hierarchy of mothers, and who is suited and fitted to actually become a mother and who is not. And don't get me wrong, in the society that we live in, if you're a mother, you're always doing something wrong, and someone is always going to call your attention to. But in general, they're going to do that by pointing out other women that are better than you at being a mom. There is, and that's also very clear in mainstream literature, a sharp inequality in investment per child, because people delay parenthood, have less, decrease the sizes of their families, and they just come up with different ways to try to provide. But with increasing inequality and decreasing fertility, we have a sharp inequality in terms of how much investment you can put in a children, not only in terms of money, which is how economists in general think about investment, but also in terms of time, of how much time and how much dedication you can spend with your children. And then also feeding a little bit from the previous presentation, Paolo mentioned how the mainstream statistical tools that are used in economics have a good deal of eugenics embedded in them, that it's individual characteristics, individual observable characteristics that explain certain outcomes. And the conservatives or the right-wing movements or the economists that try to be, good people, the clean ones, the ones who barely hang out with the fascists, they try to convince us of this argument of, it's not that I'm racist, it's not that I want Black women not to have kids, it's just that they are poor and it's going to be so bad because they're not going to be able to invest in their children. It's not that I believe that immigrants shouldn't have kids, it's just that they're in these impoverished communities, so it would be great if you can just not have kids ever and hopefully get out of here, as per the recent elections, right? And so you have this eugenics discourse masked or hidden behind this material conditions story, And in the current phase of capitalism, in what I call the neoliberal phase of capitalism, the public provision of care, and you can think of public schools, public hospitals, care facilities, child care, all of those structures are being dismantled, and it's a very coordinated and intentional project to basically dismantle all of those structures of care. And so care becomes more privatized, care becomes even more provided at the household level, and it historically means that it's going to be underpaid women and unpaid women who are going to have to provide when there are no collective structures that can do so. Whenever we talk about care, and this is also giving some more tangible thoughts on why mainstream economists don't have the correct tools to analyze this type of care services and markets. Care is a very unique sector, and care services are very, very unique. Mainstream economists tend to, take whichever market and just say oh, you want to buy an apple, or you substitute an apple with a banana. And it's basically the same for people. You're going to hire a worker, or you're going to hire this other worker. And care specifically has so many characteristics that you just cannot compare care services with apples or oranges. And specifically, when we have care provision that it's oriented for a profit-maximizing firm, there are a lot of intuitive and applied work that shows that markets are horrible providers of care. And if any of you ever saw, either from personal experience or the research that shows us that facilities that take care of the elderly, for-profit facilities, are horrible and inhumane. And I'm not saying that the public and not-for-profit ones are amazing, but they are significantly better. And every time that you have for-profit motives and quantifying profit outcomes, you tend to increase, student per teacher ratios or student care recipient to caretaker ratios and all of those things that we know that make care worse, but by how much? This is the type of questions that mainstream economics cannot answer. And these are the right questions to ask. These are the questions that make us better off, that actually provide well-being for an economy. And this tends to also generate, and this is where people mostly focus when they talk about a care crisis, a declining labor force participation rate, because people are not having kids, so we are having an increasing share of the population that it's retired or elderly. But also, and talking specifically about the United States, it's the only country, OECD country, that has declining labor force participation for women in the last decade. And the number one reason for women to drop out of the labor market when they are prime age, between 25 and 54, is because they're taking care of someone else. And for men, which is a global trend, labor force participation rate for men are decreasing basically everywhere, but they're decreasing fast in the United States. And the number one reason for that is illness and disability. So we are not taking care of our people. This has to do with this great contradiction of capitalism, and this is the reason why in feminist economics and in certain schools, here I'm quoting how the social reproduction theory frames the question. If workers produce all value, who produce the workers? And so there is this inherent contradiction of capitalism needing to exploit women and their own labor power directly, so they have to go to get labor work in the market, but indirectly they also have to take care of the workers, so they have to provide underpaid or unpaid services so that everyone else's labor power can be sold in the market. So we have healthy and happy workers that wake up in the morning and go to work, who are healthy and fat and all of that. So this care crisis that it's so evident right now under neoliberal capitalism is fundamentally embedded in how the system works. And so far, the solutions that contemporary capitalism has come up with, first of all, is marketization and mechanization of the care services, and you can think of a whole bunch of them, including colonizing other people's bodies. So you think of the Kardashian who hires another brown woman to carry her baby for her. You can think of all of the machines that we have in our home to do our laundry and do our dishes, and the little robot that cleans the floor. Whatever, and they decrease the burden, so they do deal a little bit with the time poverty issue, but when you start using those solutions to personal care and direct type of care, there is a good argument that it actually impacts the quality of the care that is being provided. And us finding community and us getting together has a lot to do with our sense of selves and the culture that we carry, and who we are, and what is our community. And whenever we get rid of those things, we lose an important sense of well-being. It also accentuates the exploitation of oppressed populations. So there's all of this south-north migration, especially of women who come to countries in the global north to be caretakers. In the US, there's a specific type of visa for au pairs specifically, and you gotta be a young woman who's gonna take care of other kids. And they provide a visa for that, because there's this gigantic need of people who are gonna do it for very, very little money. You have an increasing exploitation of women of color specifically, and this also has some other intersectionalities with gay men and trans individuals who are also seen as this lower class type of workers. And you do see this rising of this reactionary and patriarchal values, like the treadwife kind of new trend, as something that is going to solve the problem in some other people's minds. Because this is an economics conference, I decided to add a last-minute slide that is going to make me go above time, but probabilistic analysis told me that this was going to be full of men. So I had a slide called What About Men? Because I've heard before, oh, it's just that men are, you know, taking more care of their kids, and that then there's this, you know, dismantling of these values, and we are moving forward. And there's a lot of data that tells us that that's actually not true. It might be true in very small circles of very privileged people that are mostly white and have higher education, which is a lot of the circles that we all talk to. But statistically, that's really not true. And even when men are out of the labor force, they spend more time sleeping and watching TV and socializing, and just a teeny tiny bit more time doing household activities and childcare. So this is what I had, and this is a capybara, something that the south of South America provides to the world that it's really nice. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I'm very sadly missed yesterday, but I did notice the gender division of intellectual labor along thematic lines. Maybe we can all discuss that later. Number 2 up, we have Sraffa Naidu, who is an associate professor of economics and affiliate faculty in the Department of Race, Ethnic, and Gender Studies at the University of Missouri, Kansas City. Her research focuses on feminist political economy analyses of agrarian change and ecological shifts, environmental justice, the interwoven tapestry of productive and reproductive labor in the global south, and informal and precarious work in the global economy. In addition to her academic roles, Sraffa is producer and co-host of the radio show Economics for the People on KKFI 90.1 FM. Awesome. Thank you.
While I'm pulling up the slides, I want to thank Clara, Bruno, and Scott for this, and Jisoo for putting it all together, but particularly that it's in the Midwest. UMKC, for those of you who don't know, is about a 4-hour drive. And I know that from my student population that there's this desire to engage in heterodox economics, not because it's somehow different, but it somehow speaks to the lives of people, and to have another center so close to us and to be able to hopefully interact more would be fabulous. So thank you, thank you. Okay, so I have a lot of ground to cover, and I hope I don't go over time. But I want to reiterate, in this final panel of this conference, we now get to this conversation about the existential threat that capitalism poses to humanity, right? And all of life as we know it. So my research, what it tries to do is, it tries to understand the material conditions of the working classes, not just as a way to understand, but also because it also suggests the conditions for struggle, for change, for transformation, and perhaps revolution. But the focus of my presentation is not a capitalist crisis, because sometimes when we talk about climate, we often talk about it as a capitalist crisis, but another ongoing crisis which has received much less attention, even among heterodox economists, and that is the crisis of social reproduction, which is a crisis that's facing the working classes. And it's not a new crisis, it's been going on for a very long time, particularly for the working classes in the global south. And I will argue that our current conjuncture may best be understood through the lens of Marxist feminist political economy. And I want to preface this presentation with 2 disclaimers. One, I use the terms ecology, environment, and nature interchangeably. I know there was at least one other person who was an ecologist. I apologize in advance. And then second, when I talk about social reproduction, I'm particularly talking about social reproduction of the working classes. I'm not really thinking about how others are kind of reproducing themselves, right? So here's this, climate change and, all sorts of environmental crises. I don't know why this is not showing up, but, it's actually... Oh, right, yeah. It's still not. Okay, but essentially it's like workers in the cobalt mines. Anyway, so it's presented as an external shock, separate from economic issues. And of course, that's not the case. We know that, these, and I'm going to argue that it actually represents an acute crisis of social reproduction and that it's an integral to class struggle. And I have these two slides up just to show you that there is actually a literature in which this research is located, but I don't have time to get into it. So if anyone's interested, we'll talk about it. And I also want to, in terms of social reproduction, just, what is it? It's a daily and generational reproduction of labor power or human life under capitalism. And the definition that I use doesn't separate this daily and generational reproduction from societal reproduction. Can get into all of that later on. But I also want to acknowledge the literature in social reproduction itself, and also Sue Ferguson, who is one of the people responsible for social reproduction theory, who's sitting in the audience. But I locate my work, in a different kind of tradition within social reproduction, talking about, heterodox approaches and diversity. So even within this social reproduction approaches, there are all of these debates and discussions that we've been having. And the distinction being that within the sort of approach that I locate myself in, I'm not making a distinction between productive and reproductive sphere, and I'll talk about this, and also not making a distinction between the control of capital, which sometimes, among other social reproduction theorists, the assumption is that the control of capital doesn't extend into the household sphere. So I'm not, that's not what I am, so I don't, I do believe it does extend over the household sphere and the means of production and reproduction. What I want to do, though, is get to very quickly just, how useful are these binaries, right? So when we talk about the household, it's often associated with the private sphere that primarily engages in this reproductive labor, which is unpaid work. Right? And the workplace, on the other hand, is the public sphere that engages in quote-unquote productive work that is productive labor that is paid work. So this demarcation, these binaries, I don't find them to be very useful. They're analytically useful to understand how capitalism views work and labor. I argue in a recent paper that, or a chapter in a book, that it doesn't offer us an understanding of the working classes. And it only, these binaries only offer us an understanding through the framework of surplus accumulation. And so they impede our understanding of how working classes navigate capitalism across space and time. And how we understand these categories impacts how we understand the lives of working people, sort of what are the narratives that we as economists are offering, and hopefully we're not offering this without consulting, without, in conjunction with the people we're writing about, but it also has implications for policy making, it has implications for our popular understanding, and it impacts our political imagination for, resistance and liberation. So, that's, I want to preface that. So let me come to this. This is there were actually in the paper, which is actually a paper got published in 2023, there are some equations which I have not included, and I hope some of you will at least thank me for this. But it's essentially, Titi Bhattacharya had offered a circuit of social reproduction in her 2017 work, and this is an extension of it, both as a critique but also an extension, right? Because Bhattacharya's work focuses on wage work. And I want to, I want to expand it, particularly to incorporate all of the different labor processes that people, women and other people in the global south engage in. And I want to acknowledge that this framework really comes from, or has been sort of inspired by a series of papers on India and Southern Africa that I co-wrote with Lynn Osome from the Makerere Institute of Social Research in Uganda. So the first circuit is, the circuit of wage labor. It's a traditional site of class struggle. And the reason why there are multiple circuits, this is sort of a modest kind of attempt to try and re-theorize or reconceptualize how we think about work, and particularly what is quote-unquote called reproductive work, is that particularly in the global south, this first circuit, which is the wage work, doesn't actually satisfy necessary consumption. So, we have this second circuit, and the second and the third circuit, which relies on non-waged work or non-waged labor, right? And again, paucity of time, I'm not going to go into detailed explanation, but essentially, this non-waged work or non-waged labor engages in commodity production of various forms, whether it's petty commodity production or you want to talk about it as formal subsumption, all sorts of things, right? And as we experience the decline of state support for socialized provisioning, even in the global north, we observe the working classes in the US and elsewhere engaging in all sorts of multiple jobs, across fragmented spaces, right? So this kind of glorification of the side job, the side hustle, right? And it's sort of, anyway. So, and then the third circuit is using all of this non-wage labor to produce goods and services, right? And this is what is typically referred to as, again, quote-unquote, reproductive labor, but it's often, from the literature in feminist economics, it's often reduced to care, right? And there is all this debate about, should it be called care, reproductive, etc. But here's the thing, in the global south perspective, or in the global south experience, reproductive labor is not just care. People engage in subsistence production. This means that collecting water and firewood, and sometimes it's backbreaking literally, and it's long hours and so on, and it's historically performed by women, right? So you have these three circuits, and the sum total of all these labors is the total workday, right? And what I call the labors of social reproduction. So when working people, and in India, Southern Africa, parts of Latin America, I imagine, and because there's this rich literature of informal work coming from Latin America, often engage in a cornucopia of these different labor processes. Sometimes it's different people in a household, or it's one person engaging in different labor processes, and that then represents a lengthening of the total workday. Right, and this is, and in a 2016 paper, Lynn Osome and I called this a survivalist strategy and not a pathway out of poverty, because livelihood studies that come from, development studies were thinking of it as perhaps, maybe this is a pathway out of poverty, and we kind of, we argue that's not, right? So even though working women are likely to be subject to this lengthening, working class men are not exempt from it either. So as much as, the literature on social reproduction tries to talk about women and men and gendered labor, and this is also where I kind of look at my work, I think the social reproduction framework actually allows us to think about it much more generally as working people, and what does it mean to actually socially reproduce yourself. And that means that you are engaging in wage labor, not because it's fun and because you want capitalists to make money. You are doing it because it's part of a household strategy to ensure that the household survives, right? So for me, wage labor is not separate from social reproduction. It's this collection of, so it's part of the labors of social reproduction. So where does the crisis come in, right? Because, we can think about the care crisis that, again, in terms of the literature from the global north, says that the care crisis is when some of that wage work, the commodified goods and production gets shifted to the non-waged work, and that's a care crisis. You don't have enough people to take care of you. But really, I'm arguing, or I argue in this paper, that when you have, so that may be a crisis of social reproduction, but when the combined efforts of the labors of social reproduction are insufficient to meet necessary consumption, then people are experiencing conditions of immiseration or an acute crisis of social reproduction, right? And so state intervention has not been historically in the global south been sufficient to meet this crisis, right? So you can think of the ecology of capitalism has always represented, or not always, but in many parts of the world, has represented an acute crisis for some populations of the world. You can think about the AIDS crisis in South Africa, malnutrition in large parts of Africa and South Asia, the cholera pandemic, which, continues, but, is, and then, not having access to basic sanitation, water, etc., and famines in Yemen, etc., right? So, in any case, so where does nature come into it, and where does climate crisis come into it? So, in order to engage in any of these labors of social reproduction, particularly for non-wage production, a lot of people rely on nature in some way or the other, right? And this might be true, and this is true even in the global north, where someone mentioned and I can't remember who, someone mentioned in the panel on, I think it might have been David McNally, but talking about, the working classes were never fully, devoid of the means of reproduction, right? So you do need air and water to reproduce yourself, and that may not be commodified, right? It is still not commodified or entirely in the US, right? So loss of nature through climate disasters, ecological degradations, and other attempts to exclude people for development and conservation involves an increase in the labors of social reproduction. And there is work that's been done on this. I've done some work in the Indian Himalayas, but it could also mean that there is an increased effort required when your air quality is low and the people you take care of need care, right? And this expenditure of labor is typically gendered. Now, beyond this, there are other aspects of human life that we economists fail to account for: the value of green spaces, relationship between humans and nature that Thiago, our comrade from MST, talked about yesterday. So the value of land is not just in terms of its productive value. The value of land goes beyond that. And in talking about land, and because we're not just talking about the productive land, I mean everything that encompasses the natural commons and, people who, anyway. So it is in capital's interest to then influence the working classes to adopt consumption levels and patterns that not only mitigate the crises of social reproduction for capital, which is different from the crises of social reproduction for labor, but are also adopt consumption patterns that are most conducive to surplus generation. So even by historical accounts, capital has employed economic, legal, extra-legal, ideological mechanisms to influence this, consumption, right? Because it's socially determined, right? So E.P. Thompson has written about the regular dietary class war. Tariq Ali writes about how religious poems were used in India to kind of convincing or trying to convince peasants to reduce their consumption. And then, of course, in India, caste ideologies continue to impose limits on how much what people can aspire to, what they can consume, and so on, right? And then Clara Branks, in her presentation, I don't know, had this thing, right, where the Bank of England said people should just accept they're poor, right? I mean, what is that, trying to influence consumption levels, right? So, in the half a minute or 1 minute I have left, I want to talk about, that this crisis of social reproduction for working people under capitalism, it stretches the amount of energy that is expended in different labor processes. And, something that we want to identify what these processes are, what these labor processes are, and what these nodes are in order to identify both spaces of surplus extraction, but also potential sites of resistance. And in terms of, is social reproduction central to radical political economy? I am biased towards saying yes. But for most of this conference, we've been discussing structural macro conditions, and of course they're important. But the work of Marxist feminist economists and the work of Black feminist economists, people who have been writing about sort of ways in which working class people have tried to navigate capitalism, right? So I'm thinking about the work of Caroline Shehnaz Hussain, Nina Banks, Jessica Gordon-Nemhart, Others writing about community economies influenced by Julie Graham and Catherine Gibson. These are some voices that are not here at the conference, but they remind us why radical political economics needs analyses of macro conditions, but they also need analyses of material conditions of life and struggle. Right? So if we talk about how do we influence, what influence can heterodox economics have, we need to combine both, and it's by engaging both that we can identify contradictions in the system, but we can also formulate strategies and tactics, not for reform, as Stephen talked about, but for transformation. And I'll end there.
Awesome. Louisa, you going next. Fantastic. Next, we have Louisa Nassif Perez, I hope I pronounced that right, who is the co-director of MADE and assistant professor at the Institute of Economics at UNICAMP. She holds a PhD in economics from the New School for Social Research, go the New School, and is a research associate in the Gender Equality and Economics program at the Levy Economics Institute at Bard, where she lectured in the graduate programs in economic theory and public policy. She is also the representative of the Caucus of Women and Non-Binary People in the steering committee of URPE and a member of the board of directors of IAFFE. Thank you, Louisa.
Okay, I have no slides, so maybe I'll just get that so I don't get distracted. I don't know where the main one went, but anyways. I'll start by thanking Clara so much for inviting me, and for Scott and Bruno for also hosting, and especially for Jisoo for all the amazing work she's done. I'm very impressed by how well organized this was and how easy it was to get here. So thank you so much, everyone. It's a very tough crowd to follow. Oh my God, I'm a little nervous, but let's try. So I have been, for the last few years, I'm constantly being forced to put this climate and, care dimension or social dimension in general together. It's very difficult. So I'm a feminist economist, which already means that I need to discuss many, many matters. Like a feminist economist ends up being someone that, I teach microeconomics, but everyone sees me as a macroeconomist for some reason. I'm writing mostly on policy, applied work in Brazil. And one of the main obstacles we have today is that people are trying to think of this just transition. In policy terms, it really means trying to think of how we can come up with solutions for the climate crisis that are not increasing inequality, and of course that still brings about growth. We never give up on that. So the problem is that more frequently than we would like, there are contradictory goals between feminism, economics, and sustainable development, especially if you're not evaluating a national policy for the US or an European country. So I want to focus today on economic policy responses to those crises, comparing a little bit these possibilities, the possibility of solutions for countries like the US or European countries, to the case of Brazil, where I do most work on the hope that the case of Brazil does shed some light also on other countries, even though Brazil is quite privileged in some terms when it comes to global South countries. And I think this has been a little mentioned already in other sessions. So I'll start by very briefly talking about how I see the care and the climate crisis, but mostly my view align a lot with that of Srisha and Deborah, so that already helps me a little bit. But just to recapture, I see care crisis and climate crisis as both intrinsic to capitalism. The process of accumulation itself creates an incentive to expropriate people of their labor, like in the case of unpaid reproductive work, and to expropriate nature. So this is the consequence of reproductive and nature spheres not being considered in the productive sphere, as Srisha already mentioned. And one expression of that, which I think is important when we're talking about policy, is the fact that neither impacts to natural resources nor unpaid care work are accounted for in GDP. So our macroeconomic policies tend to disregard and intensify those. So in macroeconomic modeling terms, this means that you are really trying to solve a three-dimensional problem, where those dimensions are treated as separate ones. So we are trying to come up with policies that are combating inequalities and show that they deliver growth without increasing carbon emissions. This is one basic setup. We're not trying to, so for example, one of the traits of being a feminist economist that I like to explain is that I am not a gender economist in the sense that I'm not here trying to show that gender equality will bring about growth. My end goal is gender equality, and this is very different. So as a consequence, we have very few economists today even trying to attempt to work on climate and care at the same time. We do have some environmental economists that will mostly analyze how certain green policies can bring about growth and then go for those or argue for those, and gender economists or feminist economists showing how, and then I'm going to give you one very specific example, investing care can create jobs and benefit the economy as a whole. Even assuming that there are few solutions within our system to the care crisis or solutions to the climate crisis that still bring about growth, not accounting for the two of them at the same time will be a problem. And one reason is because the care and climate dimensions reinforce each other, and I think also Sraffa already did a very good job with that. But again, to cite a few, the climate change will impact access to resources such as water, food, will increase illness, damage physical and social care infrastructure. Climate disasters have been impacting mostly vulnerable communities already extremely burdened by care responsibilities, so climate crisis is increasing care crisis. And at the same time, we have the fact that climate resilient practices require intensive labor, and I think that Sraffa did much better than me, like really thinking of those as the same. I'm not even separating care and climate, but organic agriculture, recycling, composting, to cite a few more common to the U.S. Context. So the care crisis affect also women's ability to care for nature, and we see a decrease in reforestation, land rehabilitation, waste management practices, and so on. So when you don't think of those two dimensions together, and when making policy recommendations, we're really not being that rigorous. And things are going to get even more complicated if we acknowledge that most people are only considering the impacts of their policies within their countries. And both of those crises are global. There are innumerous contradictions between, for example, growth in the US and racial equality in the global south. So even the most progressive economists keep trying to run models, hoping that the results will be that increasing gender or racial equality will bring about sustainable growth. But what if it doesn't? What if gender equality does bring growth to the global north, but only at the cost of even more inequality in the global south? Or what if the best strategy for the global north to build greener and gender-equal national economies is to renew colonial relations? So I have been begging to those running models for their developed countries not to exclude from their analysis the impacts that certain policies will have on women across the world. That's not appropriate work in the traditions of political economy. To be a feminist political economist is to bring to light such intrinsic contradictions of the economics discipline and draw conclusions from that. Any Latin American macroeconomists need to understand how the rest of the world interact with their economies. It is an European and a US privilege to ignore the rest of the world. You can't count carbons within the borders, and you can't count carbons without considering their social impact around the globe. So let's talk a little bit about policy recommendations to climate and care. And I'll start with care. The standard solution given to care has been to invest in care infrastructure. So basically shift to the state part of the care responsibilities. It is a very sound solution accepted by feminists and world bankers alike. When you invest in care infrastructure, you relieve the care burden. You create jobs in a highly feminized sector, which means that you are increasing the demand for female labor, which also increases women's income. And on top of that, care sectors are labor intensive and have very high multiplier effects, especially when compared to physical infrastructure sectors. So this is a classical example of a gender-sensitive policy that also delivers growth. So we know very well already how to sell those policies to finance ministers. It's not that hard, and you do not need to talk to them about social justice. You can only talk to them, you could talk to them about just the economic advantages of those policies. And this has worked well in many countries, and it might work well in European countries with no fiscal constraint. It could work in the US if there was political will. I'm not going to get on that page because that's a little more complicated. But it certainly does not work for a country like Brazil. There were some people have talked about Brazil before, but I'm gonna look at it from the taxation perspective only and not go so much into the spending part of fiscal rules. I think Clara already talked a little bit about that yesterday. So look at it this way. 50% of the income in Brazil is in the hands of the top 10%. The percentage of our population making more than minimum wage is very low. High GDP per capita and lower inequality means that you have a much larger base of population that can be taxed. So one of the traits of Latin American countries has been that our tax revenue comes mostly from indirect taxes. We've been really called upon that. But it's an extremely difficult figure to change. We can't really increase who we're taxing. Politically speaking, increasing taxes at the top is super difficult. This is what we've been pushing for. But this means that there is also a constraint on our capacity of getting more tax revenues. Add that to the fact that we have austerity and people are cutting spending and are really looking to the deficit, it becomes very difficult to push for more services to be provided. We are actually, right now, we are defending the ones we already have. So the other thing I want to mention is that so take the case of the US or an European country, the high GDP per capita and low inequality, I mean, more in Europe so than in the US, but still compared to Brazil, US is not that unequal. That is determinant for these countries to be able to raise enough revenues to sustain a welfare state. And that cannot be dissociated from the inequality and poverty in other countries. Continuous colonial relationships cannot be disregarded here. So this doesn't only mean that a country like Brazil cannot have an European welfare state. It means that the European welfare state comes at the cost of exploitation of African and Latin American countries. Around the globe, the care crisis is being solved for some women at the cost of many. The state solution is one of those cases. But also in Brazil, what we have is that nearly 1/5 of employed black women are domestic workers. They represent 61% of individuals and 67% of the women employed in that sector. They are paid less than minimum wage. They have a 75% informality rate, which is twice the average in the country. And only 30% of them have pension plans, which means that when they retire, well, they're not retired, so they will take care of people their whole lives and they will not be cared for when they age. And so basically in Brazil, what happened is that we have an army of informal precarized workers providing an essential service for other people, and mostly women, to participate in the labor market. Racism and sexism have been the solutions to the care crisis in Brazil. I don't know how I'm doing with time. So one example, sorry? Okay, yeah, so one example of this is in 2016, there was passed a law that finally made domestic workers workers in Brazil. So up to 2016, domestic workers were not allowed to be seen as workers. They could not be formal workers. We have labor laws that apply to workers in general. They could not apply to them. Our labor laws date from 1943. They only became seen as workers in 2016. There was a huge backlash from middle class and white women around the country on this issue. So what happens is the fact that we are counting on racism to solve our care crisis, this is a way of dividing women between black and white women. So it's really hard to have a feminist movement that is coherent if racism is on the basis of if racism is on the basis of solving this crisis. And you can see the same for citizens and migrant women in the US, and in general, privileged women and vulnerable women all around the world. So there has also been a tendency for us to ignore the care crisis as racial capitalism has given a solution to it, and focus on the climate crisis, which has created a great opportunity for capitalism to reinvent itself and renew those colonial relations. So we're just entering a new phase of the same old racialized capitalism in the way that policies for the climate have been put together for now. So turning to those common climate crisis solutions that are being given on the global north, mostly they are addressing climate crisis as an energy crisis. So US and European countries are very focused on mitigation and coming up with some unsatisfying solutions such as renewable energies, electric cars, and so on. Meanwhile, for example, in the case of Brazil, and the food consumption that around the world that is kind of incentivizes deforestation in many countries is one of the many reasons why Brazil has a lot of deforestation. And 67% of emissions in Brazil come from deforestation. We do not have an energy crisis. So our mitigation efforts cannot go onto energy. Our mitigation efforts needs to go towards deforestation. And also it will not be solved by solutions such as electric cars. Electric cars are, though, a great solution for profit accumulation. They renew extractivist relations between central and peripheral economies. So, taking from the perspective of a country like Brazil, mitigation efforts need to focus on stopping deforestation, and we need to already understand that we are being affected by the climate crisis. One example is the case of the state of Rio Grande do Sul, who was flooded last year. So we really need to start shifting focus from mitigation policies to adaptation policies and put in place emergency reserves. On the fiscal context we have, that is shaped by austerity, this poses even more obstacles. So I'm running out of time, I guess. So I just want to end by speaking up to what I think a center like CHE can do when it's doing its research, because I think this was a question also by Clara on the very first panel. So I think the first thing I want to say is that I would like Globe Norfolk scholars to be extremely aware of the impact that their scholarship has on Global South. I don't think you know that. So we live in the age of evidence-based public policy. I think last panel already did a great job on creating problems to that idea. So we need to be responsible for how we produce what is regarded as this evidence. One example of this that has not to do with the methodologies we use is that an empirical paper using US data or OECD data is a case study. It's not a general case, and it is published everywhere as if, like the titles of it, it's sold as if when you have your US data, you're actually talking about how to solve a problem for the world. It's not like that. It is obvious, but you have no idea how much energy, for example, we need to put in Brazil to try to deconstruct this feeling that what we need is electric cars. This is one example of it. And finally, what we need from Global North scholars is not just to echo our work, but actually to dispute the policies being made in the Global North, accounting for the effect it will have on us. So for example, when the US overreacts to inflation by increasing their interest rate, you're not only increasing inequality in the US, you are impacting other countries' inflation. Or as I already mentioned, you incentivizing the production and consumption of electric cars means more assertivism in Latin America. You can come up with that research. You don't need Global South scholars to be doing that research. That is feasible here as well. Finally, all of us have privileged in some way from this current system, and that includes absolutely everyone here, even if many more, much more than others. And we need to acknowledge that. So a heterodox economist cannot avoid complex themes, and we cannot be afraid to point out those contradictions, not even personal contradictions, even if that makes us uncomfortable and incoherent sometimes. It is by resolving those contradictions that we'll reach change. And I think Sirisha ended kind of on the same note, which I really like. So if our research does not take as a departure point the fact that we are profiting from racialized colonial relations, it will only come up with solutions to our current crisis that are either useless or, in the best case scenario, or that will reinforce those racialized colonial relations. Thank you.
Well, amazing. I love this panel. And we have one final speaker, and then I will open the floor for questions, and we should have quite a lot of time for discussion, questions and interventions. So finally, very happy to bring up Anna Marie Maqueira Linares, who holds a PhD in economics from the University of Massachusetts Amherst. She is assistant professor of economics and Society stream in the Department of Economics at the University of Manitoba, Winnipeg. Her research areas lie at the intersection of feminist political economy, labor, development and distribution in the global south countries, especially Cuba. She is particularly interested in social reproduction approaches at different levels of analysis, from theoretical to methodological to empirical. Her current research aims to contribute to a better understanding of the circumstances and processes of state involvement in social reproduction processes and their unequal implications for the distribution of the costs of social reproduction among the state, the market, families, and communities in Global South contexts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm literally the last speaker, so please bear with me. So I want to join everyone else in my colleagues and other speakers to thank Clara for inviting me, and also congratulate Clara and Bruno and Jisoo and Scott for organizing this amazing event, and of course for putting in motion this project. I wish the project the success that it's deserved, and also I hope that it can inspire and help disseminate similar initiatives across the US and across the globe. So I'm going to change gears a little bit in our discussion. And my presentation, I have titled some Crisis of Social Reproduction and the Urgency of Renegotiating the Reproductive Bargain in Cuba, particularly, and hopefully I will discuss some policy implications. So I would like to start by stating that many scholars in the social reproduction tradition, that thanks my colleagues for advancing the main insights within feminist political economy and particularly social reproduction theory, emphasizes that the social analysis that these perspectives provide offer also a path for a transformative agenda towards a post-capitalist future. However, the theoretical references on to how social reproduction theory in particular would be or already has been developed in non-capitalist or socialist economies are sparse. So the different scholars like Harun Jafi, for example, argues that an account of social reproduction on non-capitalist societies would require a totally different notion of value. So this kind of underdevelopment of theories of post-capitalist social reproduction is related, I think, on one hand to the dearth of alternative models of social reproduction in concrete historical experiences. And on the other hand, I think it's also related to a sort of relative consensus, I would say, among different scholars within the social reproduction tradition that past and current self-denominated socialist countries were never and are not actually socialist. So they argue that a necessary condition in a post-capitalist society that the producers of the surplus would determine its production and distribution has not been met, a condition that I agree with. However, I believe that social reproduction frameworks are not only extremely relevant, but crucial to understand and study contemporary non-capitalist experiences, such as Cuba, and I'll leave it like very broadly non-capitalist on purpose. I'm happy to discuss after. So part of the Heterodox project, I think, should be precisely discussing and learning from these alternative experiences, not idealizing them or in a kind of romantic way, but critically thinking about their conditions of possibilities, their failures, their success, and therefore what can be learned to move forward. So then I would like to share with you today two generalized ideas using the Cuban context, not the Cuban case, so thanks Luisa for that. But I think that the relevance of this might transcend also the Cuban context. And discuss some of the implications. And to do so, I will rely on insights from social reproduction approaches within feminist political economy and the concept of the reproductive bargain, as elaborated by Ruth Pearson, Professor Emerita of Development Studies at Leeds University back in the 90s, because I think it's a framework that provides a way to integrate the potential contribution of the state in the reproduction of workers and labor power over the life course, something that I think that the project of social reproduction and social reproduction theory needs to be, to develop further in that engagement with questions related to the state and how the state is involved in social reproduction processes. So the first idea is that for the Cuban context, I think that there is an urgency to think and phrase and tackle the Cuban crisis of social reproduction as such. Right? Has a crisis of social reproduction. So, esto está en candela, esto no da más. So those are phrases, this is on flames, the well has dried up. So those are probably inaccurate translations, but those are common phrases in Cuban everyday lives today, in which we experience the worst crisis after the revolutionary period, even worse than the crisis of the 90s after the demise of the Soviet Union. So that word crisis is one of the most frequently spoken words right now in Cuba since 2020, and probably also one of the things that people are listen to the most. So in Cuba, all the analysis and the scholarship of the crisis aftermath back in the 90s and after the demise of the Soviet Union, and also now after the COVID-19 pandemic, have privileged and also the analysis of the subsequent reforms that have been taking place, have privileged a production and consumption approach. So there are very few contributions that tackle the crisis from a social reproduction perspective, but neither the crisis of the 90s nor the current crisis are merely a crisis of production, but social reproduction. So what does that mean in the Cuban context? A social reproduction crisis implies a multidimensional crisis in which the care crisis, as Emma Goldwyn defines, that a growing gap between care needs and the resources of all kinds that are made available to them is at the center, but it's not the only dimension. There are other strands, economic, ecological, political, that are also present, overlapping and exacerbating with one another. So none are accidental, as Nancy Fraser has put it, but has a deep systemic roots, quoting, in the structure of our social order, unquote. So in the Cuban case, I think there is a very accurate and painful description of what a social reproduction crisis means right now, done by the French sociologist Blandine d'Estremont, in which she says that the social reproduction crisis is displayed also as a crisis of time, and quoting, manifested by the hypertrophy of time required for daily survival to the detriment of productive work and personal time, by biographical and intergenerational ruptures, in particular migrations, and by a generalized incapacity to project oneself into an increasingly uncertain future, unquote. So understanding the social reproduction crisis in Cuba entails recognizing that who provides what, and under which conditions, will entail not only a short-term adjustment to the crisis context in terms of we have to increase GDP, we have to balance our fiscal accounts and all of that. That's important, of course, but it also entails a longer restructuring of the social reproductive contract or reproductive bargain between the state and the citizenship, And that has permanent consequences for the whole project of Cuba, of the Cuban project, and for also the meanings of the revolution. So the productive bargain, as elaborated by Ruth Pearson, refers specifically to the ways in which goods and services for reproduction, in the widest sense, are provided and were provided in the 90s and are still provided today in Cuba, which can also be understood as a way to ensure the continuity of the social and human aspects of reproduction between the state and the population. So, in other words, it refers to all the set of social arrangements regarding how the distribution of the cost of social reproduction have been and will be among the different social actors or sites of social reproduction, if you prefer, the state, the family, the market, and the community, and what those arrangements imply. So I argue that the reproductive bargain can be renegotiated implicitly or explicitly. So implicitly implies the ways in which, as a response to the crisis, the responsibilities and strategies of the different actors modify, but following more a sort of a survival instinct. An explicit renegotiation would imply a transformation of the legal framework, the discourse, and the public policy implementation, although not necessarily in any specific order or at the same time, and often also in contradictory ways. So, and this takes us then to the second idea. So, and the second idea is that Cuba needs to renegotiate the reproductive bargain as a precondition for a meaningful, comprehensive reform that can serve as a starting point for a more durable recovery path. And let me elaborate in this point as quickly as possible. So since 2010, with the reforms of Raúl Castro's government, Cuba is experiencing some of the key features of what is called the reprivatization of social reproduction, as Baker and Gill defined them, which involves three main aspects. One, a shift of the burden of social reproduction to the private domain, the family, with the corresponding gender consequences. Second, an increasing commodification or marketization, if we want, both informal and informal networks. Let's not think about, markets and privatization in the neoliberal way as we know it in the global north, but actually in very different arrangements in the informal sectors and the ways in which people, participate in the exchange processes. So, but there has been that marketization of daily and social reproduction processes that were previously socialized, or as I prefer to call it, statized, because socialization and statization is not the same. And third is retreat or withdrawal of the state from some of its social reproduction responsibilities. And I'll can talk a little bit more about the role of the state in social reproduction maybe in the Q&A, which is not limited, by the way, to this, the role as social provisioner. So I think this is relevant because the privatization of social reproduction and the social reproduction crisis go often hand by hand. So during these processes, the cost of social reproduction between the state, the market, the family, and the communities change, with unequal consequences for different groups. And that's very visible in the current Cuban context, in which inequalities have been rising, even if we don't have data to measure them. So we can say that a kind of explicit renegotiation of the reproductive bargain started in the 2010 reforms, but the official discourse has been very ambivalent and contradictory toward recognizing this, including the current, the actual government of Miguel Díaz-Canel. So economic stress, so low levels of economic growth is one very important reason, but it's not the only one. There are other factors that also undermine, quoting Harkonnen, undermine the structures of care the state claims to provide. So a heavy bureaucracy, for example, inflexible state regulations that prevent people's efforts to do their share in sustaining themselves in a precarious economic environment in a context in which the previous reproductive bargain, in which daily reproduction was ensured through a combination of wage work, especially in predominantly state-owned enterprises, social consumption funds, direct entitlements through state provisions of goods and services, and unpaid care and domestic labor, this one unrecognized, is no longer in place. So I claim that the reluctance of the government to acknowledge the need to renegotiate the social reproductive bargain is problematic and make a case for the urgency of such a renegotiation, which cannot take at this point explicitly or exclusively within national boundaries, but need to include the diaspora necessarily. So the reluctance of that recognition, of officially recognize that there has been a change in the ways in which goods and services are negotiated between the state and the citizenship, that reluctance is very problematic because of at least three elements. One, because it is a source of conflict. There is no transparency regarding who's doing what and how things are being distributed with the few resources that we have. So there is no transparency regarding the specific distributional arrangements for social reproduction. Two, it is a source of contradiction because the gap between the conditions for social reproduction and the political project promises widens. And three, it misleads public policies. And I will briefly, do I have time? 2 minutes? Oof. I will briefly refer to one example at least to illustrate these points and with specific reference to public policy implications. So the lack of transparency that this reluctancy of recognizing this at the public level impedes to correctly identify policy priorities and impedes synergies between academia and policymakers to happen. So if we take the example of unpaid care and reproductive work, for instance, so the insufficient recognition of the economic contributions of unpaid work, in this case also women's work, but not necessarily, so that's a point that my colleagues were making. So there are these are right now two interrelated things, but are different at the same time. So even with equal gender equality or the ideal gender equality, still it could be a no recognition to unpaid work to the, let's say, so-called productive economy, which is run. So there is on one hand this problem, so the insufficient recognition of the contributions of unpaid work on one hand, and on the other hand, there is an insufficient critical interrogation of the role of the state responsibility in this omission. So, okay, let me see how I can wrap up this very quickly. So, as I said, so these two factors impede the transparent account of social reproduction by hiding that centrality, and we have done some empirical exercises with my co-author, Professor Catherine Moos at UMass, in which we have a calculation for 1 year in which we show that the household production component, for example, in the Cuban cost of social reproduction is the major contribution, representing 31%. And this is based on a very low bound estimate. So as feminist economists have largely argued in similar ways in which unpaid domestic and care labor can be a subsidy for capital, it can constitute a subsidy to the state, allowing it to sustain steadily low wages and insufficient social provisioning. So simply ignoring unpaid work economic contributions implies free riding on others' work, mainly women's work in this case, while taking credit for it. And this is important because this will allow a more accurate diagnosis of the care crisis within a broader social reproduction crisis, right? So, and make a case for the importance of prioritizing investment in care, if possible, or care-related industries, because otherwise there will always be a residual, there will always be a result of social policy. They will never be at the center if it's not put at the center. So the care crisis within the social reproduction crisis cannot be exclusively seen as a result of the demographic challenges that we have in the country, population aging, high migration rates, low fertility, which is the frequent focus. Of course, those are fundamental issues that exacerbate the care crisis and need to be considered, but even in the absence of those issues, an analysis of how the costs of social reproduction are distributed is relevant for public policies, and therefore the economic contributions of unpaid work and the care crisis reach far beyond social and welfare assistance policies. So I think I would leave it in here, yes, so to respect your time, but I'm happy to debate or go over any questions. Thank you very much.
extraordinary panel on which to end, but we have lots of time to keep talking. So I think we'll take 4 questions and then we can do a second round. Is that working?
Perfect. Here, stand up, introduce yourself, because some people are...
Of course. My name is Xavier Doolittle. So first off, I just want to give a personal thanks to the panel, because of a very stacked conference, this is by far my favorite panel, which is not to say anything on the others, but like this was a perfect intervention. I'm someone who comes from a very like social ecology tradition, personally involved in a lot of environmental activism, and also someone who's trying to start a family. So like all of this resonates very strongly with me. And I would have loved to hear more from social reproduction theory and maybe some of the panels like on history or austerity and class struggle. I have 2 things to say. First is maybe a comment, food for thought, about something here locally. Here in Oklahoma, in a place called Lawton, Oklahoma, there is a company called Westwind Elements, which is attempting to do cobalt mining. And what we learned through the process of resisting this and like investigating it is it's highly tied with the political structures of the Republican Party, and very specifically kind of the tech sector that we're seeing now ascended in power through Elon Musk, et cetera. And it's really interesting, and it's also very much framed in that very protectionist anti-China rhetoric. And I think a lot about Oklahoma and its history growing up here is almost being like an internal colony. We have always been extractive, and there's been continual pogroms of our populations, especially indigenous and black population. It's not been discussed here, but like the Tulsa race massacre looms very heavily over the history here of Tulsa. And I think a lot about how in the kind of process, you mentioned, like I think most of it is going to be exported over our borders, but it's also an issue here locally, and like especially with places like Oklahoma, which are very specifically designed to get rid of those protections that otherwise exist to enable that kind of extractive economy. So I'm curious if any work's been done on that, or maybe thought on that. But the last thing I wanted to ask is about the strategy and tactics for transformative change, as Sharisha put out. As I was going to share, like thinking about what can we do locally to address these crises, in our organization on a social and political level. I wanted to share an example of a very common discussion I've always heard in organizations working as a militant is lack of childcare, and especially for people who are parents being unable to be active in involvement in the movement because they just don't have the time to do so. Something myself and a comrade of mine, both assigned male at birth, very specifically trying to do this work, did in a previous organization, was arrange for that childcare. And we did it very specifically to take that burden away from what was otherwise implicit social labor by the women to take care, of children and stuff like that. And like it involved, and like we made very clear, like we couldn't be part of the meeting in the same way. You have to separate in that. And I think that was like a very small scale version. I'd like to hear maybe more from the panel and other thoughts of like, what can you do as like transformative change? And I'm thinking more on that kind of social, political, like local level, but maybe more broadly, what are those kinds of changes you can do to kind of model and to make that change? Thank you.
Alrighty, Esteban, and then back there. Oh, yeah, you go.
Okay. Hello. My name is Esteban. I would like to make a provocation based. I was wondering about the words of the Professor Nassif and about the presentation of Deborah. I would like to reflect to what extent it's possible to, as Deborah said, it's woman, not just woman, but focus on woman, of course, should have also be free to choose to have children and to not have children. And she focused on the other side, because when you talk about abortion, we are always focusing on the side that they have the option not to have. But if they want to have, they also they should have the good conditions to a right to have a good conditions to raise their children in an appropriate way. But to what extent it's possible for us as humanity and mainly for women to be free, to what extent it's possible for us to set free this issue of care as we still attached to this paradigm, to this dogma of growth. Because if we isn't it necessary to think about the growth or even abolishing this very idea of growth, because if we think that we need to grow, we need value, we need capital, and we need workforce. So shouldn't we need to break with this dogma of growth? That's my question.
Hi, my name is Jonah. I'm a grad student at UMKC and an agricultural laborer and somebody's mom. And I was wondering if any of the, love your work, all of you. I have the good fortune of being Sarisha's student. If you can speak to the inability of time use surveys like the Bureau of Labor Statistics survey to capture multitasking and the hour multiplying effect of domestic labor. And if that, in your opinion, is skewing the results and any data that we might have on how much labor is being done.
Anyone else?
I'd like to say something. I remember when if a woman, anybody called a fetus, you know, a baby, I mean, I remember before abortion, I remember, and only Catholics were cared about abortion. This was a political issue. After Reagan passed in California an abortion law, then all of a sudden he flipped because this was the new thing, because obviously nobody's going to vote for getting their jobs sent out and all that stuff. So they had to come up with an emotional issue, and that was the emotional issue. And I do not believe for 1 minute those people are sincere. Now, some of the people that they told that this is the end of all, you know, we have to do that or God won't forgive us, they believe that, but no. How come with 8 out of the 9 Republican justices, they still upheld Roe v. Wade? What were they waiting for, 9 out of 9? You know, they had to wait till they ruined our economy, got all this stuff passed to ruin our economy. Now they're running to do that. So I'm pretty mad about it. I'm sorry, but I am. And I'm kind of radical, you know. You don't do that to us, you know.
Yes, I think we can probably hand over to the panel and then take a second round. Just one follow-up. I would love like a little, any one of you really, but it seems like a number of you also brought up the kind of reliance on failure of accounting, a kind of chosen failure of accounting for both investment and production of value in the home to enable austerity and austerity to rely upon in turn. So I was wondering if you could talk a little bit more about that relation, because a lot of you were talking about how austerity requires. This was yours.
That was, yeah. I don't want to start. Yeah.
This one good? Yeah. Thank you all for the amazing questions and for being here so late in the very last day. It's very exciting to see a full audience. To the first question, comment, Xavier, is that right? Yeah, thanks very much for your comment. This morning I went to the Black Wall Street Museum and I cried like a baby for more than an hour. It's really a horrible page of the story of Tulsa, and it was really interesting to learn about it. But more directly about your question of how can we do things in our everyday lives, in our activism, and even like bigger picture types of changes, that is the question of today, right? There are so many things that I think that we can, and we actively do engage with to try to come up with more communal, collective solutions to how do we make ourselves well, right? And I love what Anna Mary mentioned of community is not necessarily state provision, right? And so how to get out of that trap, I think it's one of the big questions that we have to ask ourselves nowadays. And I think that especially with the administration that we have in the United States right now, right? Okay, we want more public education. Yeah, what type of education is this type of state going to provide for our kids? Is that really the step that it's going to allow us to increase the well-being in the way that we believe that makes society better off? So I think that those types of questions and how to make it collective without relying on the state structures, I think that it's the big question for us to think and to act on. Also, being an organizer and a union member for a long, long time, I think that it's unfortunately the world that we live in and the intersectional identities that we carry. As a Latina immigrant woman in most of the union spaces that I've built, I was expected to do so much work. And I probably did a lot of that work, but it is just an expectation that people quietly have. As Louisa pointed very well, everyone in this room has some type of privilege because we are in this room. And so how do we acknowledge that and how we put that into the service of the people who don't carry those privileges? I think it's something that every day we should be thinking about. So I think that that's just my 2 cents on your very interesting question. To Stefan, I have my beef with the degrowth literature that I'm not going to enter into right now for a lot of different reasons. But I think that what Louisa pointed as well in her speech, which I think it's very important for us to think about, is that growth is not the end growth of policy. And there are a lot of other issues that we can solve before even thinking about growth. For example, malnutrition. Clara, a good friend of mine who does very good research on that from a feminist perspective, is in the audience on food insecurity. And we, as a world right now, with the population that we have right now, we produce more than 3,000 calories per person per day. There's no discussion about do we need to increase or decrease those types of basic provisions so that we can continue to live our lives in a healthy way. So I think that my comment to that is that the discussion needs to be detached from growth in theoretical aspects, because the end goal is equality and well-being. And that means different things for different countries. In the United States, fuck yeah, they don't need to grow more. They probably should in terms of politics. You can argue that. But there are some other countries that do need to grow, that do need to provide more for their citizens on average. And so to answer that question without context, I don't think it's safe to do. So I'm not doing that. And then finally, to Joanna, yeah? Did I get that right? Yeah? Yeah, amazing question, of course. It was just, Sirisha, to have such an amazing question. The time use surveys are very limited, and it's even more limiting not to have them. In Brazil, we suffer. I know that Louisa works a lot with that as well. And so they are useful to some extent. But they also have a ton of limitations. And there is a recent paper that I read that showed how much women, and especially women of color, when they declare how much time of unpaid care they did, it's not only about the multitasking, which is definitely a thing, but when they care just for themselves, when you're cooking a meal for you or when you're cleaning your own room, they don't even count that as care, because they don't consider that self-care and that type of stuff is care in any capacity. While other people, and men specifically, tend to not only overstate, like, oh yeah, I spent 3 hours doing lunch, but they always tend to declare any type of care that they do for themselves because there's an expectation that other people should do that, right? So there's definitely an issue about how we collect that data, but unfortunately, we have to keep that criticism in mind and keep pushing those boundaries. But for a lot of the economies that I try to do my work with, not even time use surveys at the level of which activity you're doing is available as of right now. So this is how far behind we are in terms of having data to continue to push those feminist arguments. But that's an amazing question. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Oh, okay. The cobalt mining in Oklahoma, and then what tactics and strategy for change. I think you are already, and just hearing about the work that some of you are doing in Tulsa and around Oklahoma already is that, right? But I think one of the things that I didn't have a chance to talk about is that when we talk about the framework for social, it's just a framework, right? And then that framework can be used differently for different groups of people, right? So, the distribution of labor and the ways in which those labors of social reproduction would be different for people, like racialized groups. It would be different across time. It would be different for, different places in the world, right? So one, it can be used in that way. But I think what we as economists, and I mentioned this with respect to land, but we also don't do this in terms of community care, right? So the reason I brought up Nina Banks's work earlier is because that's one of the things that she talks about is the ways in which Black women engage in community work, and that is part of the work that sometimes even as, definitely as economists, we don't think about as much, but then even among feminist economists sometimes, depending on where we are located and is that part of the social kind of fabric that we are part of, right? But in addition, I think that in the US, there's a lot of different examples of people trying to find this, right? So Che, in fact, their next speaker series really deals with that, right? So, they're inviting someone from Cooperation Jackson, and that's what they're trying to do, is find ways to not only think about mutual aid as a kind of, or locating mutual aid within the larger political project, but then there are others who are doing this too. So, immediately, there's Cooperation Vermont, which is happening in Vermont. There is Wellspring, that's in Massachusetts, and so on, right? So I think people are already thinking about this, and even outside of these official kind of, people coming together and calling themselves, or giving themselves names, people are already doing this, right? So this idea of mutual aid already exists in different parts of the world because you can't survive without it. And that's the whole point, that wage labor actually does not provide for so many people in the global south. So they are already finding ways to somehow cobble together ways of living. And we know this to be true even of racialized populations in North America. So that's that. Stephen, in terms of, I know you didn't direct it to me, but I'm just going to add that, Deborah's point about the context matters, right? So in India, for instance, anyone who talks about India, and someone had this question about BRICS, which, almost kind of gave me some anxiety, right? Of BRICS being an alternative. Like India's, kind of celebrated for its economic growth and all the kind of fabulous people that it sends, as brain drain across the world. But the fact remains that India has not been able to create jobs in the last, I don't know, almost 2 decades, right? So India went through a period where there was jobless growth. So there was tremendous growth, but there were no jobs being created. And then it went through this period of job loss growth. So there was high growth, but jobs were being lost. And that doesn't even count for the fact that more than 85% of the jobs that do exist are in the informal economy. Right? So they don't have any job security, there's no benefits. So what is the point of growth if you can't even provide for people's, forget about socially determined, we're just talking about survival, right? And that survival, again, during COVID, it was very clear the state did not play a big role. And essentially people had to go back to, this is people who had come to the cities to work. I mean, they had to go back and rely on kind of, actually a lot of gendered labor in the villages, right? So, I mean, I'm kind of, growth itself is very problematic for those reasons, and then you can talk about the ecological aspects as well. Juan Martinez Alier in the 1990s had this question, right? He actually wrote a sort of an opinion piece saying, is India too poor to be green? And actually it's not, right? Actually, in fact, that is exactly why countries like, and this was in the 1990s before India's kind of boom and all of that, right? Jonah, your question about time use. I think the standard sort of understanding of time use right now in terms of methodology is to talk about multitasking. And I believe that if you can actually get the data from the American Time Use Survey, you can get some of that little more granular data. But I think in other parts of the world that may or may not exist, and that's what Deb's talking about. So India, for instance, has conducted its first comprehensive national time use survey only in 2019. And that doesn't give you granular data. So But what we did with that data, my co-author Smriti Rao and I, what we actually did with that data is take some of that multitasking to actually question the idea of class and how do we construct or how do we think about class, right? Because class typically is located in terms of occupation, at least the way based on data. And so we're really looking at different labor processes to talk about how, perhaps we should even challenge the notion of, like class categories and, using time use, which I think most people don't because Marxists actually stay away from time use. It's something that feminist economists use, but not Marxist feminists. So that was one of our ways of saying you can use time use in other ways because you're actually talking about labor and you're talking about labor time in ways that, and that's a potential data source that we don't actually have, or and in another project we also actually collected our own time use survey to kind of try and get to some of these issues of what does work mean, right? What does labor mean and how much labor and work are people engaged in? Natasha, can you repeat what your question? I don't think we...
No, I just, a number of people, I think actually everyone to some extent brought up the kind of limiting factor of austerity and the narratives of austerity that themselves rely on not counting, not quite literally formally accounting for the value produced by informal and unpaid domestic labor, but also that austerity narratives rely in turn on not accounting for that. So we can say, you've got the numbers wrong. We don't need to be talking about post-industrialism collapsing. You look at domestic production, look at post-industrial society, care economies. But if you're interested in austerity, you're not going to.
Right.
There's like since Clara points out, since like the late British 19th century, what are kind of, so I guess a more the practical question, what are interventions in that sticking that also mean that these sort of care economies, formalized and non, will not be recognized in the figures, and then in public narrative?
I'll answer for India. Because one of the things that the Indian state is trying to do is increase people, so they've actually given up on the idea of creating jobs. So like for a while in the 2017, 2018, and someone can correct me, but like it was all about like celebration of the informal economy. Like, why do you need formal jobs? Why don't we actually count informal jobs? And those are jobs too. And you could be selling tea, and you could be selling, like samosas, so you don't need a formal job with, benefits, et cetera. And now it's, during COVID, it became all about self-reliance, right? So in some ways, and we also have to account for, that many countries in the global south never had a welfare state. At most, it had a welfare regime, right? And even, so there is, a feminist geographer who was at Minnesota and is now at Smith College, Richa Nagar, and, in one of her books, she writes about sort of the struggles that the women go just to get a card to get the benefits that the state provides them, right? And when you read those accounts, right, it's like a very minimal benefit, but you are even trying to get an identity card to prove that you are actually worthy of, so it's, so I feel like in some countries, austerity has always been the case. Or if you talk about South Africa, for instance, right? South Africa depends, in a paper that Linosomi and I write, we actually compared the labor force participation rates in South Africa and India. In India, it was declining. In South Africa, it was increasing. What we found was that in India, it was declining because women were pulling out to engage in sort of reproductive labor or, or actually subsistence production. And in South Africa, it was increasing because of immiseration. So we actually argue that in both cases, the populations are immiserated in South Africa because of, after 94, the kinds of policies that, tried to give employment to women. The way that women dealt with that immiseration is to increase their labor force participation. Again, very low-paid jobs. In India, there were no jobs. So you had to get out and, provide for basic things that you could actually, if you had any money, you would buy. So I feel like in some ways this austerity as an official policy, I mean, there is austerity as an official policy, and then there is all of these implicit ways in which austerity gets imposed by actually not providing for, like even basic jobs, right? And so I think, so some of this work in terms of developing this framework is precisely to tackle the fact that there are no jobs. Where are the jobs? And they're not good jobs, right? And so people are just trying to make ends meet, however, right? Austerity or no austerity. But I'll let others talk about it for their countries.
Does anybody know about Mark Blunt? He's a professor, and he came from Glasgow, Scotland. And he wrote a book, Austerity, The History of a Dangerous Idea. And he proved that the principle not reported, he proved that austerity does not work. He proved it. They will not publish it. They act like it never happened. And this, I mean, this has been for a decade now. So we got to get the truth out because they won't absolutely act like, oh, it never happened. Yes, it happened. And you can find him on your cell,
Sure.
and you can see he went out 2015. He had Mussolini, with his finger up just like Trump. I mean, you can see it for yourself. So get on there and let people know, because our media will not let us know. Will not.
I think this is part of what I was going to say even, so thank you, on disputing discourse. But I'll get to that. I want to start through to Stephen's questions, actually on degrowth. I think that's a very difficult word, right, in general. I think people get very uneasy with it. I get uneasy with it, I can say. But I mean, there are two aspects here. Like what is, when we think of growth, we're really thinking of, we came to a consensus in our society that GDP measures welfare, and that this, and welfare measured in that exact sense is what we need more. So one aspect, I think, of this is just, if we were able to extend the understanding of what is GDP, we already would have some solutions to this problem. So the fact that we, and this is something I mentioned, right? So the fact that we do not account, for example, unpaid labor on GDP is a problem to that. So the way we're accounting for growth is already a problem. The other part of it is that we're looking into GDP per capita, we're looking into total GDP, we're not looking into distribution. So basically what we have today is exponential growth for a few and stagnation for the most. So really what we need right now is for the fortune of a few to decrease. Actually, this is very difficult. So I have a political issue there. This is complicated. This is why I think, and I think this is a little bit to your, answering your question in a little more macro terms of like, what do you think we need to be doing? So for me, one of the agendas I mostly embraced on the last few years has been taxation. And taxation, I mean, taxing millionaires and taxing billionaires is extremely urgent, and we are extremely far from being able to do that. To do that, we do need international cooperation. International cooperation is something that has been very difficult. And to have this international cooperation, we need people to be claiming for that. So one of the questions I've been tackling with, and I've been in rooms with many feminist economists spending hours thinking of this, is just how do we get feminists in general to talk about taxation? How do I get people to go on the street and be against the type of monetary policy we do, for example? So how do we engage civil society on extremely technical terms and technical things? This is super difficult. So this is something that we've been trying to think how to mobilize around this kind of things. And taxation is one of those. Taxation is actually not as difficult. People understand that. But at the same time, we have austerity discourse, and many people, even though they would think that
progressive taxation is important, they also have in the back of the mind that idea of like the tax burden, that tax is a problem, that they don't want to pay taxes, and they don't understand what their taxes are coming from. In the US, I think it's very difficult because their taxes is going to something horrible anyway, so this is another problem. But in other countries, really, the way to try to think of this is that taxation is part of a social pact that is part of fiscal policy. And the way we solve the care crisis as well is part of a social pact, which has been an implicit one, sexism, racism, for example. So if we actually want to get to a good type of social pact, you need a combination of progressive taxation and a reclaiming of what is the role of the state. And to reclaim what is the role of the state, you do need kind of, you need a civil movement around it, which means really disputing the discourse in economics. This is really difficult. Like the mainstream has won. People don't want to engage with that. They use all these jargons and terms and they don't understand. They just think, wow, the deficit is a problem. We do need to cut spending. The government needs to cut spending. They don't understand. Add that to inflation, I don't know, inflation hysteria that we have many places, especially in Latin America, because we did suffer from hyperinflation. And combined with the fact that climate crisis is increasing prices. So it's a very complicated political situation. I'm not giving answers. I'm just complicating the everything here. I'm sorry. To your Jonah, your question. It's very interesting because I've been involved with the Brazilian Statistical Center, who is trying to put out a pilot for a time use survey. We don't have a time use survey in Brazil. There never was. And one of the main things they say for a reason not to have a full-time survey is an independent survey. Right now we have one question in our labor force survey, which is how many hours on average you've spent last week doing all of these things. One question with all of the unpaid labor stuck in one. And one of the reasons for them to be using this frame is because they don't know how to deal with multitasking or with concurrent activities that happen at the same time. And that is to say that time use surveys will always be flawed. Any data gathering will always be flawed. And if you have been, I don't know, if you also accompanied any of those interviews and see how people understand questions or don't understand questions, we usually get data as if the data is actually expressing what you think it is expressing. It is not. It is an interpretation of whoever is interviewed, and this is going to be a problem. But at the same time, having that data is super important. So you just need to know what are the, I would say, know what are the things that data is not depicting for you, and be certain to know what you can draw in terms of conclusions from your work using that data or not. One thing we know, and this is something that Nancy Fowler has worked extensively on, in terms of multitasking, specifically supervisionary work. So for example, you're watching TV, but you're at the same time, your child is sleeping on the next room. This is care work. This is extremely disregarded by women in general. They don't account for that hour. So hours of supervisionary care have been underestimated on time use survey. There has been ways of dealing with this. So, for example, the light time use surveys that are being done now, they have, besides having all the questions, they have an extra module just on supervisionary care to try to capture that. So there has been, the data is getting better little by little. Don't worry about it being perfect. There are many other problems with it that is not just to do with multitasking, but it's important to question what those problems are. I think I'm going to stop here for now because I've already said a lot. Thank you.
No, I'm gonna be hopefully very quickly. So about the transformative agenda, I don't see the solutions at the government level as mutually exclusive from solutions at other levels, let's say at the local level or institutions. I think that we can tackle
all of them at the same time. And this is kind of typical of economists sometimes to think on solutions as mutually exclusive. We either do solutions at the government level or at the local level, not necessarily. So local changes come starting from organizers, from institutions to be aware of the care constraints. That's a very important first step, right? So next conference, maybe, we can think of organizing a childcare if needed. So you can make a survey at the beginning and say, so how many of the participants might need care, childcare in particular, and so you have that. So there are places, that's one example, right? So at the institutional level, there are things that can be done. So about ignoring unpaid labor as an economic contribution, I think that has a very, very serious consequences, as we said, not only because you are invisibilizing the labor of 50% of the world, majority women and other groups, but because it has concrete effects for the economy. So you help with that to maintain the prevalence of misleading indicators, as Luisa was saying, and kind of thinking on a very narrow sense of what economic activity is and what the economy is. Precisely what feminists are saying for a long time is we need to think in the economy as not the market spaces or the spaces of paid work, but also how the processes of paid and unpaid works kind of interrelate, co-constitute to each other, and also to think that if the market stop providing, in case that it does provide at some point, or if the state does stop providing, someone else is going to step in. And so who is, that's the big question. In the worst case scenario, in which nobody else will provide, then living standards will drop up, right? So it's, I think, connected also with the question about the importance of growth. So I have also very, a kind of difficult relationship with the growth literature. But anyway, so for the Cuban case, that's not an option. That's so simple. So it's not a matter of redistribution. So you can talk about redistribution in the global north, perfect. No, that's not the case for Cuba. Cuba needs growth. So that's undisputable. So what kind of growth? That's another question. Right? So and I agree that we should be thinking on that part for sure. And that does not mean that we need growth first, distribution after. So I'm not saying that. And this is very important because because Cuba has been, with this level of stagnation and low negative growth for so long. So a lot of Cuban scholars and economists are really very focused on the growth part, and I think that's a mistake, right? So we cannot try to think on the trickle-down idea that we know very well, and that is not necessarily something that we need for the Global South neither. We can think on a more proactive set of policies and not a reactive set of policies, but for sure the growth is very needed. And so Luisa addressed all the ideas that I had in mind for the question of the time use, so I'm not going to talk about that. I just want to finish with something that has nothing to do with the questions, so I apologize, I know it's very late. But I think it's something that is important, that was inspired by Joanne's intervention yesterday in the organizers panel when she brought the discussion that until that point was absent, about the job that she was doing with the homemakers in New York City. And I think that speaks a lot to the relationship between feminist political economy and the heterodoxy, which is a relationship that it's not conflictualless, right? So it's a relationship that has been, in a way that needs to be addressed, right? So and Jennifer Cohen has a very interesting short piece in the American Review of Political Economy, which is precisely talking about this, and I want to highlight two things that I think that are relevant for the discussion and also for thinking also on initiatives like this one. One is that there is this idea that feminist research is about women economic issues, she says, and there is not such issues. Because everyone is affected by those so-called issues associated with women issues. So that's the first thing. So then Heterodox Economics still does not fully embrace feminist research. So she says either because it is misunderstood or because economists and within the heterodoxy also don't see how feminist ideas clarifies or help to strengthen their own heterodox arguments, right? So, and what is underlying in this idea, I think that it's this sense of productivism that is behind that. I agree with Cohen in that sense. And again, a narrow definition of what the economy entails. So production would not and could not exist without reproductive labor, without the co-constitution of production and reproduction processes, and of course the reproduction of labor power. And this could be at the center of, also be central for also the heterodoxy, because we cannot understand capitalism without that. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. We're at the end. Bruno wanted to say one word, Scott wanted to say one word, and then I'll give you the drinks tickets.
Okay, great. Okay, oh, you want to go, Bruno? Okay, just real quick, I want to thank everybody here for coming. I want to thank Clara, I want to thank Jisoo, I want to thank Bruno, I want to thank everybody here that did it. My colleagues in the economics department and my colleagues at the College of Arts and Sciences, and you guys, okay? You guys are fantastic. It really just absolutely kicked it. Every time I looked out, their faces were looking back at us. All right, that's very absolutely essential. We're going to keep this going, okay? Jisoo's got we have all of the contacts, etc. So just look in your email, get your t-shirt, get your sticker, start celebrating the Che. We're going to make this thing work, okay? Thank you, guys. I really appreciate it. And wait, the other thing important, okay? There's a little snafu on the drinking. We can drink, but we got to go to the first floor, and then you got to give them a ticket, okay? And the bar closes at 8, so keep it short, Bruno.
Really, really, really short. First, Deborah, thank you so much. Love you as a friend and a comrade. Thanks for being here. Second thing, Scott. Where's Scott? I want to ask all of us to, a round of applause, because everything started with this guy. So thank you so much.
So the rest of the evening, there's Lebanese food on the second floor. The tickets for the drinks are on the first floor. And then who has the energy, we can go for some live music at the Mercury. I saw there's a good band playing, or wherever you think. Is the Mercury good? Yeah? Okay, perfect. Awesome. Thank you. Let's go down. And then I'm going to steal you guys, though, for one.